but like also that comment that's up right now, Shad makes me sad. Same, absolute same. That's exactly how I feel too.
As well. So
hello everybody.
This
Welcome
film
back to
is
Fekk
one of the most
Shut
blatant,
up,
man-hating, active.
Yeah. We know what you're gonna say. The title of his video is hold on, let me find it. Man-hating feminist trash.
Oh
He's big mad. We don't know where Manya is. She's dead. I don't know when, I don't know where she is or what's going on. I haven't heard back from her. She did tweet out that we were going live.
Maybe her computer crashed or she fell asleep or something.
I like to think she's sleeping soundly, like a baby. So I'm sure she'll join us eventually. Abby is here with us. She is our resident Barbie expert. She knows the deep lore.
And I've got my Swan Lake jewelry on as well. And I've got little goose earrings.
I am... Those are so cute. I am a floating head and a floating hands. I did try to get... And the floating chair back. I did try to get the whole thing, but I couldn't quite get it in time, so I was like, I give up. We'll try this again another day. We'll take some time and do it a little bit better. I'm sure Manya will just kind of swing in whenever she gets here, so that'll be funny when it happens. But I'll play our intro, and then we can get started, and we're gonna let Shad make us sad. But before I do that, I just want to make sure that he's not gonna yell at us like Ben Shapiro did.
Right.
Yeah, I have automatically play with transition turned off. Why are you loud and obnoxious? Let me check this soon, just in case. Yeah, let's do this. There we go. Okay, that should fix it. All right. Wow.
Hello.
Welcome back to Don't Fekk Friday.
Don't Fekk
Friday. Don't Fekk Friday.
Don't Fekk Friday.
Don't Fekk Friday.
It's going to be fun.
So it does seem like everybody kind of has the same kind of feelings about Shad. Everybody's like, wow, I really used to like that guy, and then this happened. What happened to this dude? The last I saw him, he was talking about AI art, and that was like a big old yikes.
I got out of his stuff way before that, because again, like I found him through like Castles and Swords, and I thought that was really cool. And then the video that was like that kind of finalized, like I was like, oh no, we're backing out of this so fast. Was basically was like, is it realistic for women in fantasy to use bows because generally they're weaker than men? And I was like, don't say generally like you don't also believe that. You wouldn't be saying it if you didn't believe it. So
what do you mean general? Like I understand that there are differences in physicality between women and men, but to say that that would be such a great difference that women would just be handedly incapable of utilizing a tool that's meant for general use is absurd.
And it's not like, you know, that bows are like hard to, like I do archery. Like it's not hard if you have the correct weight. And I've used the improper weight before, and that has been tricky for me because I'm not very strong. But that's a comment on me. That's not a comment on like the rest of my gender.
Yeah, some people are going to be better at things.
Yeah. And the thing too is like when you talk about like, you know, long bows, which I think is what he specifically meant. Maybe I'm misremembering that detail, but like, yeah, long bows are a bitch to use across the board. That's why they're like so, you know, a long bow. That's why there's this myth that they could puncture armor easily, and did in some cases. Like,
that's
not a testament to like the gender. That's a testament to how much you've trained with it.
I'm a tiny person, like I'm very small. I haven't really grown since around grade 7 or grade 8. Like I am the same height. I am about the same. Mm-hmm. The only thing I did was get an ass and boobs between like grade 8 and grade whatever the fuck. And
you stopped going vertically and a little more horizontally.
Yeah, but in junior high, we had like part of our gym class was getting to play with bows. I picked up a long bow and used it in junior high.
Yeah, and like, you know, was it the?
It was taller than I was.
Yeah, and like that's probably not like the traditional like 100-pound pull, because that's a lot to pull for a middle schooler.
Right.
But again, that's not a testament to like gender or age. That's a testament to training and how hard that particular bow is supposed to be.
And it's not like strength isn't is dynamic. Some people are stronger than others, and you can train strength over time. So it's kind of absurd to think a woman wouldn't be able to lift 100 pounds. Like, that's kind of silly.
Yeah, and I remember his argument was like, oh, women would be best suited to like a longsword where they use both hands, so they have, you know, both arms with it. And I'm like, by that logic, I should be really good with a maul too. But I know if you started seeing women using mauls in fantasy, you'd freak out, because there's no way we could lift that.
Half-orcs are only stronger if they're men.
Right.
I don't know. Alright, welcome everybody. This is Dumb Fekk Friday. His video is an hour and 12 minutes, so we should probably...
So we're gonna be here a while.
Oh, I can't wait to listen to this man berate me. It's gonna be a lot of fun. I skipped these.
Welcome back to The Watch, and if you think I'm doing a solo review, you'd be wrong, because I'm actually joined by my lovely wife, the lady.
I don't come very often, it's been a little while.
It has, hasn't it?
But
that's a super cute top.
This feels so fake, like he has a fake wife.
Does he have a fake wife? Is that a thing?
I mean, he has talked about his wife previously, so like I think she is real. That's my assumption anyway. But this setup is telling me that the wife is fake.
Like she doesn't want to come on camera.
That she doesn't exist. That he's like, oh yeah, here's my wife to back me up on my shit take on Barbie.
Right.
But he doesn't actually, like, this looks like he does not actually have that wife to back him up on Barbie.
Oh, okay.
Also, the picture used looks like it should be his daughter, so...
Yeah, we're not gonna get in on that one.
We don't have time for that.
Yeah, that's a whole...
video, we don't have time for that.
He made her an AI.
Probably. You know, a movie covered in pink, seemingly quite girly. I figured I'd jump in.
I noticed you said seemingly there. Depends what type of girl. So, we just watched the Barbie movie, and...
Yes.
I'm so confused.
This is a great start.
Like, why even have that there at all?
Like, if it was just gonna be a voice?
I don't know. Okay. Let's go.
I feel like there's already too much to unpack, and we've only made it 30 seconds. And we skipped the intro.
I have a summary here of the Barbie movie that I've also tweeted out. I think it's quite succinct, and it might give you an idea of my thoughts of this film.
It's not succinct.
And of course, we're going to elaborate and justify these thoughts as well. So,
it's a good idea.
This film is one of the most blatant, man-hating, activism charged, deranged, subversive, intersectional pieces of insane, hyper-indulgent, third-wave feminist propaganda I have ever seen. And I'm not kidding. I didn't know which way this film was gonna go.
All of these men are flabbergasted by this movie. Angrily flabbergasted.
I don't watch a ton of movies, granted, but like I know there are more movies out there that are more to that description of like, you know, just wild third wave, crappy movies about feminism.
Yes.
Like they're out there. And I could argue that like a lot of the female Ghostbusters type reboots are like, this is kind of weak.
Yeah.
And it's definitely of an agenda. Like, I'm not mad about it, but I'm also not impressed by it.
Well, I mean, I also don't get mad at, like, big macho action movie remakes, of which there are an incredibly large amount.
Right. So, like, again, you know, kind of like how Ben Shapiro was like, this is the worst movie ever. And I'm like, you're going to say this with the Incredible Hulk in existence? This statement feels like you're going to say this with movies like the female Ghostbusters in existence. A movie which, to be fair, I did not see. I actually do not have any idea how good or bad it is. But I remember when it was coming out, and I was like, this feels cheap.
The show Velma exists.
That's actually, yes, everything I've heard about that is bad. So yes,
yeah,
I'm gonna say
I've watched a good portion of it. I watched like the first season and a half, I think, just because I wanted to know. I'm like, I need to know if this is as bad as everybody says. It's terrible. It's god awful. Don't watch it. I watched it so you don't have to watch it. Don't watch it.
Yeah.
But it's just one of those things, like, there are a lot of movies that are politically charged. There's a lot of art that's politically charged.
Mm-hmm.
Art is supposed to be politically charged. And sometimes it's good, and sometimes it flops, and sometimes it's good and it flops and gets a cult following later. Some movies are really, really preachy, and some are, like Avatar, The Last Airbender, was a god-awful piece of shit movie, but it wasn't really preachy. But you know what was preachy? Avatar, the blue Smurf people. that was preachy, but people loved it. So, like, you're gonna have these mix-ups of, like, being preachy doesn't inherently make a movie unacceptable to audiences, right? My Unfinished Journey for Two said, AIG is an arcane arc of anxious appendages. So I don't know if Abby's familiar with this. There is a show that I collaborate with, or another creator that I collaborate with named Dapper Dino, who does a lot of science content, and he argues a lot with Ken Ham and the Ark Encounter. So it's Answers in Genesis is a bag of dicks.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah, I thought you'd enjoy that.
It looked fun by the trailers. What were your thoughts on the trailers?
Yeah, the trailers looked fun and goofy and nothing to take seriously. I was like, oh, this could be a bit of fun. Might even take the kids.
Mm-hmm.
You know, it'd be a bit of a laugh.
Why do they all think this movie's for children?
It's not a kids movie. They put it in like one of the first promos I saw for the movie was the part where the guy smacks Margot Robbie's ass and she decks him. That was the very first promo I saw. How is this for kids?
Apparently sexual assault is just a thing for children, according to conservatives.
Yeah. And like, you know, and I'm totally pro kids seeing, like, yeah, if someone smacks you on the butt and you don't like it, punch them. Do that. I am very pro kids understanding that as a viable option.
Right.
However, if I was making a kids movie, that's not what I would put in there.
Right. Or you'd find a way to put that message across without it being so aggressive.
Yeah, you know, like if I was making Hunchback of Notre Dame, I would not have included the part where Frollo sniffs Esmeralda's hair, because that's a wild thing to put in a kids movie and rate it G.
I think you don't really need to worry much about it.
And so that's right, the trailers didn't have any kind of warning signs that this was just for propaganda to really push certain ideologies or anything like that.
Yes, it did.
And so I was wondering, this kind of...
I will admit that I knew about this movie going into it, but I still got not quite what I was expecting. Right? Yeah. But, and I mean, I guess depending on your perspective, you could take that in, like, I got something that I wasn't expecting, and that is a bad thing. But you need to do a little bit more than I think what Shad's doing here if he wants to demonstrate that.
Yeah.
Maybe he'll get into it.
We'll see what he says later.
Looked fun. I am interested in the way Barbie is, or properties that Barbie puts out, because I have a daughter and she loves Barbie, and so I think Barbie can be a really positive influence on girls. And shockingly enough, I've seen some Barbie movies and shows that weren't terrible. There was a cartoon series called Barbie Dream House of Fun. Was that the one?
Barbie's Dream House is not a kid's show. Oh, you mean the adventure one?
Actually.
So there's the one on Netflix that is like the Barbie Dream House that starts off with a 2001: A Space Odyssey reference.
Mm-hmm.
Not a show for kids. Can kids watch it? Yes, but it's that mixed family genre. Yeah. Right, so there's gonna be shit in there that is probably not appropriate for children, but it's like the inappropriate that they're not really gonna get. And this is kind of the level that Chad's talking about. Yeah. Whereas the Barbie movie is just, it's going to go over your kid's head. Like, the whole thing is going to go over your kid's head.
Or it should.
It should, yeah.
Life in the Dream House was something, I believe. We saw a remarkable amount of that as our daughter was growing up, and it was fine.
It was actually funny. It was a well-made show. And so I was thinking, if they did something in the lines of that, this could be a fun, girly show that my daughter could like and could be a positive thing for...
This cartoon that looks like it's marketed a little bit more towards kids, and kind of is, because like you said, it's family.
Yeah.
is totally going to be the same as this movie that was marketed not for kids.
I don't understand why he thinks that his daughter needs to watch things that are girly. Like, that's the thing he's defining here is what's problematic.
Because he's Mormon and they believe in gender roles, that's why.
Oh, right. I forgot about the Mormon thing. I actually completely forgot about the Mormon thing.
I didn't.
That's a layer to this. That's a whole layer to this. I don't know.
Yeah.
Girls just in general. And so there was that. And then the actors started to drop some comments about how feminist this film is, and also how it puts a nail in the idea of gender stereotypes and stuff.
I would really hate for my young daughter to be exposed to ideas of her having things like opinions and rights. Oh no.
Yeah. Yeah. Also, like, the movie doesn't break down gender stereotypes that much.
No. It's more like, it's one of those things that if it had come out like 30 years ago, probably
huge.
But in 2023, no, it's kind of just one of those movies that's more reaffirming gender, like, general feminism. Like, it's very much not like fourth wave feminism. It is very much not like the Nazi feminists, right? It is not that string of feminism. It is a equality type feminism that is like kind of closer to second and third wave.
And it's interesting to like think about it. Oh, it's gonna like dismantle these gender norms when like the Barbies don't do anything that is like decidedly masculine, and the Kens never do anything that is decidedly feminine. Nope. And all of the Barbies still wear pink and glitter and are very girly in that way. So it's like, I mean, it doesn't reinforce any gender stereotypes, but it does nothing to break them down either.
Yeah, I think the most, like, boyish outfit you see anybody really wearing in the movie is the teenager.
Yeah. Which makes sense because she's wearing, like, the punk teen. Like,
she's the least... Manya, why are you calling me on Discord? Manya, hold on, I'm gonna answer. Manya! We're on stream, what are you doing? Why can't I hear you? Press the link when you're ready, we're already live. She's so confused.
Poor Manya.
I can't hear you, but I love you, bye! She's on her way.
Cool.
I love this show. Okay, I don't remember what we were saying, I'm gonna hit play.
And then on the opposite end, the director, or someone high up who made it, I think it was the director, was saying, this isn't a feminist film. Well, now I know, having watched it, whoever said this wasn't a feminist film is lying through their teeth. This is an insanely, not only, because there are different levels of feminism. No, this is third wave, intersectional, subversive, man-hating, power-hungry, destructive feminism type of that, and it goes.
The irony of calling this movie power hungry when like the Kens are the one like
like
we're back to the what movie did you watch?
Exactly. And that whole like, you know, oh, it's the destruct. First of all, like, what's wrong with intersectionality, really? Like, tell me what's wrong with that. Nothing.
Tell Elmo.
And then the like destructive, man-hating, all of the stuff you just said is kind of like, you were never on board with feminism to begin with if this is where you have arrived.
Yeah. Hi, Manya.
Hello.
You made it.
Good morning. The Earth says hello.
Wasn't the Earth says hello? Yeah. From the other side of the planet that may or may not exist.
Yeah, definitely fake for sure.
Where are we supposed to go? Like, it's like half an hour later or something. Did I get it wrong? Damn it.
Yeah, we were supposed to go. We were supposed to go at 2, but I didn't change it on the live thing. So if you checked the live thing, it would have said 3, but we were supposed to go at 2.
Okay.
Yeah, she made it. It's okay. She lives. Everybody's saying hi to you in the chat.
Yeah, I'm just setting up my stuff. Just getting access to the chat.
And the only thing you need to know is Shad is very upset about the idea of a fantasy world that flips gender norms the other direction. So, and he's a Mormon.
I think he has his weird fake wife stand-in for this video.
I kind of want to know what his wife looks like now, just to see, like, if this is... I'm kind of curious.
So he's okay with, like, movies like Oppenheimer, but then he's mad about Barbie being a power-hungry movie?
He hasn't said anything about Oppenheimer yet.
Something.
No,
I'm just saying. Angry man.
Yeah, I'm just saying, man.
He just called the Barbie movie power-hungry.
Aww. What's wrong with that?
What's wrong with it? What's wrong with that? I don't know.
Also, like, while we're here and we're just, like, paused, I know I am definitely not the person to, like, make fun of someone for dressing up for the camera because I'm wearing a toy Barbie necklace. But also, it is, like, wild to me to sit here for an hour in, like, a Gambison hoodie when you're talking about Barbie. Like, does he just dress like this now?
Everything that I've seen recently, he's wearing the same outfit. So
he just dresses like this now. Cool.
I think so.
My lady.
Get this man a fedora, or the.
Well, I mean, whenever he brought in when he brought in the fake wife, he did refer to her as the lady. So
it's true.
It's true. Off the cliff. It jumps the shark and will explain a lot of the ins and outs. So overall,
please do.
I hated this film.
And you can tell as he watched it.
He's so overdramatic.
He's going to the face for radio.
Clutches pearls.
It wouldn't be so funny if he didn't pull like a stock photo.
You?
Yeah.
I did not like this movie, excuse me? How dare you like this movie? My pearls.
He hated it.
I looked to you as well, though, and I didn't see many.
Didn't get the jokes.
There was the occasional laugh, and I enjoyed parts of it. But the grinding of teeth next to me was a very good indication of where this movie was going.
Really?
So she's
basing your own judgment?
She based her opinion of this movie based on having to deal with the reaction of her husband.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But to be fair,
a movie that she was enjoying until he wrecked her experience.
Exactly. I was like, huh? My girl, come on. Have some confidence in yourself. It's okay to be contrarian. Like, I used to do that when I was a kid and I wanted to impress my cousins.
Right.
Okay, you didn't like it? I also didn't like it. You know, I'm part of the cool crowd. You know, the elders.
Yeah, it's like, oh, I didn't like Twilight. That's dumb.
That's dumb, yeah. Inside, I'm just screaming like, oh my god!
And why would Shad's reaction... Like, why would Shad's reaction indicate to her where the movie was going? It's not the movie.
Yeah,
it's where Shad's how Shad's interpreting it. Yikes.
So, I mean, he's probably just a really big, like, movie guy, and he just knows how movies are gonna go.
God, that was a joke in the fucking movie! How could you do this?
It started not like there's the opening, and it wasn't necessarily terrible, but there were warning signs. And I think I was willing to be very charitable to this film because I was expecting a girl. This is a girly film. It should be made to celebrate girls and everything. So I was expecting Barbie to be the hyper competent, the main character, and for Ken to be a goof. They kind of leaned into that, which
I mean, that was all true.
Not what happened, because that's what I watched.
Why is that the definition of girly girl? I don't get it. What do you mean by girly girl?
It's pink.
You know? And what were the red flags or whatever the issues you saw in the beginning? And my fucking camera.
Probably the bashing of the baby dolls, which was a joke.
And to be fair,
okay.
I can understand if you went into this movie expecting more of like Barbie in LA or in Barbie Land, that is definitely a jarring opening to see straight out the gate. Like and you're like, what in the world is happening? What, am I in the right movie? Like,
yeah,
I get that, but that sequence is like 4 minutes long,
give or take. It's mostly just there to introduce like what Barbie world is and what the Barbies' opinions are about what's going on in the real world, which is inherently like wrong. Like,
and like you said, it was a joke.
It was a joke, yeah. It was a joke because
take a joke.
Well, it's a joke that he's probably not going to understand because it's a joke for adult women who grew up being handed dolls and being handed baby dolls with an expectation that has, since that has happened, been subverted for the last handful of decades. Women don't have to be moms anymore, so like having baby dolls and having baby dolls forced on you isn't really much of a thing anymore because parents allow their kids to play with more than one type of toy nowadays. Go fucking figure.
And girls can play with Hot Wheels too, so yeah.
They can't drive.
Yeah.
I played with Hot Wheels. I
my
brothers.
Yeah.
I was expecting that, and that's fine for this type of film. This is a film for girls.
And it's about Barbie. Barbie has always been the showcase toy, not Ken. He's just been the side toy. And so when you see a movie about Barbie, you expect Barbie's going to be the highlight. She's going to be amazing and everything. Ken's going to be along for the ride. And you might get something fun out of it.
What I was not
Wasn't she?
I mean, that was the expectation, but, like, they make at a point in the movie that Margot Robbie's Barbie is specifically stereotypical Barbie, and it's a character plot point that she is not good at anything because she doesn't have a distinct job. She's just stereotypical Barbie.
So they build up these I don't know why, like, people like him and, you know, the Ben Shapiro, they build up these expectations of a fictional movie from the start, and then which doesn't have any lore. You know, some movies have background lore, you know, have their own originals and blah 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 blah. So you might have expectations from those movies, but there was no lore in this movie, and to go in there with a certain mindset and then whine about it that it didn't match your, you know, original biased mindset, it's ironical. Seriously, it's right.
I don't
created
really
a problem, and now whining about that problem. When there
I don't really mind that people have an expectation going into a movie and then finding out it's something else, but to be mad at the movie for it because you decided you didn't want to pay attention to what the trailers were or the rating or anything like that, and then blame the movie for it as if the movie did something wrong is kind of absurd to me.
Yeah, well said.
Expecting was the insane level of man-hating in this film, like unbelievably so, and the amount of disdain Barbie has for Ken, and
disdain?
I just need to start talking about spoilers.
If she doesn't want to fuck him, she hates him. They're dolls. They can't fuck.
This man has never realized that someone has disdain for him.
Yep.
Because if someone has disdain for you, like, and you are aware of that, it is not anything like how Barbie reacted. Like, if she had disdain for Ken when he showed up in her car, she would have whipped that thing around and been like, "Get the fuck out."
Yep.
She would have like,
he stole her house.
I'm gonna stab your eye.
And it's also, oh my god.
Again, he said, like, he mentions, there's man-hating in this film. Where? Please give me one example. Even if you're saying at the beginning, where? This is the thing. They make these, like, generic, like, points. Red flags, you know, man-hating movie. How can you please justify it for me?
Right.
Because then this is just garbage. Why even talk?
Yeah, like, I can say Game of Thrones hates women and back that up with all of the sexual assault and general violence against women that is not present in the books, that did not need to be there in the show, even if it was in the books. Like,
I can gratuitous, on purpose, violent. Like,
yeah, like, I can point to scenes and instances and lines and confidently say that Game of Thrones is not a fan of women.
Right.
So
Listen,
give me some examples, Chad.
But to project Barbie, the doll, for not having sexual feelings for her friend Ken as disdain for Ken is some incel shit. Because
yeah.
My chair.
Oh, you
Made you so mad you ripped the chair apart.
Yeah. The thing is like women. Oh god, to interpret rejection as disdain is incredibly immature. Because it's not even like you're rejecting. She doesn't reject Ken as a person. She says multiple times, like, I'm worried about Ken. She says the closest thing you get is that the one I think Abby pointed out last time is, like, she kind of just forgets that Ken is in the real world and leaves him behind, except he's already back in Barbie Land. And, I mean, the thing is... and, like, the CEO doesn't care about Ken. That's still not disdain.
And I wonder if, like, her idea was to take America Ferrera and Sasha back to Barbie Land, and then when she brings them back, grab Ken.
Yeah, or she looked for him and was like, I don't know where he is, and we're in a hurry. That could be the case, yeah. But it's like, there's ways around it, so it's kind of like a mediocre plot hole, but it's not exactly important. Yeah.
Really, because
let's just warning out, jumping straight into spoilers because it needs to be pulled apart.
This is like
okay, we're getting
this is 0 out of 10 territory for me because it's just propaganda. It's just ideology meant to indoctrinate, and I can't stand it. And it's got the most veneer wrapping of a film when when I say it's bad, right? This is why we need to go into spoilers to explain just how bad and why I have such a low.
Tell us what the ideology is, you fuck.
That's what it is. As I've said, since the start of this whole video, it's just been like those like generic like talking points that all the conservatives use all the time.
Like I'm waiting for him to say something.
He'll justify it.
Like anything interesting.
Or something substantive. Because the thing is like, if you want to say that the movie is propaganda, and you want to say that the movie is pushing an ideology, then you need to tell us what the ideology is, and why that's bad, or why they do it in a way that is bad, because a lot of movies and media have a philosophy or an idea that's the point of a story. Stories are supposed to have, like, a point or a lesson. Like, they're supposed to have something of value that they're trying to portray. And so you can't fault a movie for having an idea or a point, because it's a movie. By definition, it's supposed to have a reason to exist.
Mm-hmm.
So then you need to explain what it is, demonstrate that that's actually the case, and then tell us why it's bad.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Go on.
I think it's also insane that, like, his wife said, oh yeah, I was kind of enjoying the movie, and now is like, oh, this movie needs to be torn apart.
After she saw her husband grinding her teeth beside her, and he ruined her experience.
That is
generic
so sad.
minority in the chat said 0 out of 10 because Barbie friend-zoned Ken.
Oh god. I think so. There was Shelf Warmer in the live chat who said, guys that subscribe to being friend-zoned as an assault and not great, I got a friend. Damn, boy, right on point.
Do you want to give a rating? You don't have to, but...
No, I incline not to give ratings. I just kind of explain things that I like and dislike about a movie.
Yeah, because Ken...
Hang on. I'm inclined not to give ratings because I haven't heard yours yet, so I don't know what I should rate it as. That's it.
No,
that's all.
end this torture. End this torture, please.
Oh, I don't know, honey. What did you think?
That is what that was. You're not wrong.
I'm gonna ask my man.
So I can't wait for him to explain about how Barbie is a bimbo after we just had to hear that.
Yeah. Here we go.
Really? He says
is
that?
the antagonist of the film. He is the ultimate bad guy. That, like, I was not expecting them to actually make not only Ken, all the Kens, the evil people who they need to save Barbie Land from. And not only that, this is the summary of the film. I'm not kidding, okay? Barbie takes Ken into the real world. Ken discovers the amount how they portray the world is just insane. It's the most hyper exaggerated, insulting, misogynistic piece of crap world you could ever imagine. It's the world that insane feminazis who despise men think the world is like.
I like how he's looking to the side as if his wife is actually there.
I know,
Do you
right?
think she's sitting off camera talking?
Yeah.
I assume she has to
she's
be.
off camera. Yeah, it's off camera. And I'm just like, don't protest too much, but not give me any justifications, my man. Like, what
about it was not realistic? I'm pretty sure everybody I've talked to about this movie who's a woman has been like, yeah, that was a little too real. There's parts of this movie that were like a little bit too close to home.
And like, is it kind of all jam-packed into like a 1.5 minute block? Yeah, that might be the most unrealistic part, is just the quick succession of it. Yeah. But that's it. Like, the rest of it is like, all of that has happened to me.
The most, like,
some
I think,
movies are not for everyone.
The only one that I thought was like the most overt and aggressive one is like the side comments the cops were making. Yeah. That seemed a little dated, but not wrong.
But like,
I'm Canadian.
I'm Canadian. I've seen 3 different stories like in the past month of cops in like my state doing shady shit and, trading whatever for sexual favors with, inmates, stop people, other cops. Like, I mean, so many different sheriffs and chiefs of police have been fired for stuff like this in the past month.
Let alone, that was the number of rape cases. Like, police are not a 0 on a pie chart of, like assaulters.
Yeah. And, so the last time I got pulled over, like, I had my window about a quarter of the way down, as I have been taught to do. Yep. And he was like, do you mind to roll your window down a little more? And I got it to about half. And he was like, all the way. And I was like, no, I will not do that.
Yep, it's open enough. You don't need it anymore.
Why? I'm not going to do that. I can hand you my shit through here. Like, we're not doing that. And he's like, any reason why? And I was like, for my own safety.
Yep.
Exactly.
Like, straight up told him, I was like, I do not trust you to keep me safe in this situation.
Yep.
And usually they ask you to lower down the window all the way down is so that they can reach in and open the door if they perceive that you have been rude or something like that, to control the situation. That's it, to keep control of the situation. And they hate it when people, say like, okay, we are on equal level here at the moment. You don't get to tell me what to do till you justify it,
And also, like, this was at, like, 10:30 at night in the middle of nowhere. There's no lights around. There's nobody around. I'm like, absolutely not, dude.
Women are taught to protect themselves from the police and from men, including police. And so, like I said, it's the terminology the police are using, the way they say what they're saying, sounds dated. It does get a point across, though. But it's like they pack that into, like, 3 lines. Like, all of the issues around police and women are packed into, like, 3 lines of them being...
Here, take that punch.
Overtly aggressive. But and you can give or take that. Yeah. But that's the only thing I can think of in the movie that if you were to, like, interpreting it from Shad's perspective, right?
But
that is the only thing I think can... No. That's just the only thing I can think could justify it. But, again, it's only, like, 2 seconds. So, like, I don't know.
Yeah, so any man that they come across, dog whistles and makes crude comments and
is beyond belief.
Yeah, is a jerks and only worried about money and themselves.
Did you watch the same
and power
movie?
And control and keeping women down, and it's the most hyper-exaggerated insanity you could imagine. And it's like a feminist wet dream.
I don't know.
They think the world is that way,
do that
but also I really get the impression they want the world to be this way to validate all their resent and their activism and stuff, because that...
Yes, women just want bad things to happen to them, so they feel justified in not wanting bad things to happen to them. Do you have any idea how fucking stupid that just sounded?
Yeah.
Don't get me wrong, there are extremists. Like, there are people who are extremists. And there are people who will try to consistently victimize themselves, but there's that exists in every group of any movement or any, like, so it's just a matter of, like, you've missed you're picking out, you're cherry picking is what it is at the end of the day. He's cherry picking out a handful, which he's not even naming. He's just saying this as, like, this overarching, vague...
Yeah. For someone like me who hasn't watched the movie, right? If I sit there and watch his video, so far he's given me no examples of the points he's making, and I don't know how to trust him on his opinion. And if you go on the opposite way, someone who trusts this guy, watches his channel regularly, they might just think, oh, this movie's not good enough to watch. Sure. So I think this guy is doing... Yeah, this is so dishonest and disingenuous. Like, tell Elmo. What? Let's sit down, have a chat, tell me, why do you feel like that? Oh, this is where I felt like this, or here. Let's talk about it. And for some reason, why is hyper-exaggeration is uncomfortable for you? Because these truths are hidden in the background of the society and we never talk about them. And to say that, to imply somehow they don't exist now?
Yeah. To bring them to the forefront.
Yeah, you don't like it? Oh, let's talk about that, honey. Why don't you like it?
There's also
this idea... because supposedly they don't exist anymore. What?
There's also this idea of, like, you don't... That feminism is inherently dishonest because men and women are treated equally. Yeah. But these are the same men who will complain about the, like, divorce system, like divorce court, and then also not understand that feminism is about helping men have a better spot in divorce court because women shouldn't be just assumed to be good moms because that's ridiculous.
Competent
so, like, they're fighting against a thing because And of course you've got the because he's definitely not being over dramatic and over, like, he's definitely not overdoing it for the sake of trying to sell whatever he's shilling, which is the thing he's complaining the movie is about. But also, this is the same kind of thing where you see these are the type of men who are like, well, men are more rational than women, and men, like, I'm just a big brain logic man. Look at how not emotional I am about this stupid movie.
Or to literally quote this man, men are generally a little stronger than women.
Generally.
The way he said the word generally in that video lives in my brain rent-free. Like, it's in there. It's stuck there. It's not coming out, and it sucks.
Oh, that's so sad.
And who was the one who was flailing his arms around?
Not Shad. I don't know what you're talking about. Definitely not Shad.
I was like,
Shad is...
Oh my god!
Generally, Shad is just peak masculinity.
With that leotard that he is on, that tard, sorry, not a leotard, I think so, that's different. Leo? Yeah, I don't know, whatever. With that thing on, I doubt.
You mean his big safe protection vest that he needs?
Oh yeah, to protect himself from women and feminists.
Means they can really stick it to the man and make propaganda junk like this. And so Ken discovers patriarchy in the real world, takes it back to Barbie world, overtakes Barbie world with patriarchy, and Barbie has to save Barbie world from Ken and patriarchy with I'm not kidding, feminist propaganda, okay?
He looks like he's having so much fun.
Shad, it's called Barbie Land. Get it right.
It's called Barbie Land. Right. Not Ken Land.
Oh my god. How many minutes are we into this video?
He's 7 minutes. He's not. He's not even, like, he's completely bypassing, and Ben Shapiro did the same thing. They're completely bypassing that the Kens don't know how to run anything.
Yeah.
Like, putting
Ken's job is
in charge
speech.
Is literally putting children in charge. Because they don't have jobs. They don't have, like, this foundational knowledge that the Barbies do because the Barbies have jobs. Like, you're literally putting a bunch of dependents in charge of everything.
And with no gradient, no build-up, no education, no foundational...
No training, like...
Yeah. Yep.
And this is a perfect example of, like, this guy, Shad, right? He's not understanding that it's an example of when you let one side to dictate everything, this is what happens.
The end. He's ignoring he's ignoring the end of the movie, where they acknowledge that only Barbie running Barbie Land wasn't necessarily good for the Kens, and so they invite the Kens in and start building them that foundation. That's the point. Yeah, see, Puck gets it.
Yeah.
and what I say, and it's also like the most contradictory, horrible type of, like, what's the word? It's like hyper indulgent, exaggerating, playing into women's insecurities type of propaganda to justify all this type of sticking it to the man stuff. They save it with that. That's the film. It is a film that defeats patriarchy. Patriarchy is the enemy, Ken is the enemy, the bad guy, and Barbie defeats patriarchy.
By insecurities!
By insecurities!
How? Demonstrate it to me. How?
But it's the men's insecurity that they take advantage of. It's divide and conquer, which is like, for somebody who used to do a lot of historical content, he ought to know what divide and conquer is, right?
Right.
So did he just not recognize it because women were doing that, and that was too complicated for his brain?
I guess so.
I really
like,
want to...
you know, women are good at war.
I'm so glad. Really? Who started all the wars till now in this world? I don't know. So I
like to assume Helena Bonham Carter started every war.
I also just like the fact that he's like, they defeat patriarchy with insecurities and like, oh, it plays to, you know, insecurities that women have. I'm like, not really. Like, there's only one point where we talk about insecurities, and it's not even insecurities, it's double standards. So
which one is that?
The part where America Ferrera is like, you have to be thin, but not too thin. You have to, you know, you can't be seen eating, but you have to actually eat, and like you have to take care of people, but like it's, you know, everything's your fault. Like, at no point was it like, oh, Barbie is, you know, or like, I mean, Barbie was insecure in the part where she's like, I'm not good at anything, but like, that's more self-discovery than it is just like, oh, we're insecure.
Yeah, as she's becoming more than just Barbie at that point.
Right. Yeah. You know, but it's weird because like that's the only scene where anything resembling insecurity shows up, and so
except for Ken.
Not that
Ken is incredibly insecure,
but at no point does it really speak to women's insecurities.
Right. And Ken's not the bad guy, also. Either way.
And by how you're describing the movie so far, it seems like they are expressing, the movie's expressing that how patriarchy is bad for men too.
Yes.
That's what it is.
Ken explicitly says he didn't like it.
Yeah. Ken's just a dummy, and that's okay.
So whatever he says should be dismissed. You know, it shouldn't take him point by point. Maybe he might make a good point. Nuh-uh. Everything, throw it in the garbage because Ken's supposed to be dumb.
Right.
I mean, that's just Shad at this point.
Yeah.
And I really want to understand Shad's points. I really want to understand where he's coming from. But he's not giving me anything from the movie. Like I asked Abby right now, right?
Yeah.
I'm like, okay, where do you think that insecurity thing was? And she explained it to me. He has given nothing. So and I'm glad actually that I didn't watch the movie, because now I can just sit here and say, bitch, what are you talking about?
Right. Yeah. It's one of these situations where he's throwing out a lot of accusations, and like I guess I can understand, like, for an intro to the thing is like, if this was like the first 2 minutes and he was like, this movie is this, now we're gonna go through why, because that's what he said, but now he's just making more accusations without explaining any of it. If you're going to accuse it of having this ideology that it's pushing, you need to tell us what the ideology is and why that ideology is bad and why the movie did a bad job in presenting or pushing it.
How long
that would actually be a review.
feminism. And I'm not kidding. You think I'm exaggerating? I'm not. My wife is laughing here because
women are emotional.
I'm not. She's
Women
on
are
the
emotional.
film is like, she's nodding.
Yeah, it was a bit befuddling. Like, I'm like, okay, those are valid insecurities, but why would they make a difference in saving Barbie Land?
What were the insecurities?
Yeah. I still don't know, man.
Like,
She
I don't
doesn't
even
know either. She's just parroting him.
Yeah, like,
Chesh,
I
are you
know
wearing a green top?
Yeah.
That's fantastic. That's cool. That's really
Thanks.
cool.
I don't have to use it more often. There we go on, Abby.
Yes.
Yeah, it's like I know which scene they're talking about, but like I don't even feel a need to like comment on it because they haven't told me which scene they're talking about. Like,
right.
Deprogram them from it's insane. And I felt the insecurities, they really exaggerate them so much so to a point that I feel misrepresents women, does a disservice to them, and this film can't decide if women are insecure messes that need reinforcement constantly or are super powerful that they can stand on their own and get the things done.
Women can be more than one of those things.
They can be both and more, you asshole. Women, why do you...
You know what? Since we want to be in the medieval era,
a homogenous group or something, you know.
Oh no!
I got more.
I got a couple of these.
Okay. Just like
wonder.
casually, like throw it on his head. Oops. Hey, Bulbasaur!
Oh no!
I got.
Oh no! There's something to be said about this because you've got like, that's not gonna work. You've got like some. This is. How do you know, Shad? How do you know what your view of woman is so one-dimensional and so black and white that you can be empowered? It's not possible for you to be empowered in one thing and insecure about something else. And if that's the case, where are you getting your opinion from? What women are you talking to? Who is telling you this?
Agrees with everything he says.
Right, because he's asking his wife. He's not just telling his wife, and his wife definitely isn't just feedback looping him to keep him happy. If this is how much he flips out about a movie, what happens when he's actually angry?
Yeah.
Oh my God.
Around his wife and his kid. He clearly doesn't have...
She just shuts herself in the bathroom.
Why would your wife have to be concerned that you're gritting your teeth at a movie? Why is that something that your wife needs to be concerned about?
Do you have a health condition?
No, like gritting his teeth, like he's scowling, he's angry, he's like...
It was a joke.
Oh, sorry, I wrecked your joke. I'm sorry! But like, there's the red flags. Mm-hmm. And we're not 10 minutes in.
And it's not like as if, you know, women who have been in positions of being CEOs and COOs have not faced like passive-aggressive behavior from their colleagues, which can feed into their insecurities. Like,
well, I mean, why is his wife a cutout?
World if you want to talk about,
if you want to talk about insecurities, why is his wife a cutout on the screen right now?
Yeah, why are you? Maybe she made the request to not be on the video. It's possible.
Maybe, but why?
I don't think so.
You see what I mean?
But then, like, if she's too insecure to be on the camera, then like maybe that's something he needs to address,
right? Or maybe you should get her opinion in other ways. Like, maybe there would have been a better way to do this. If she's, like... It's weird, is all I'm saying. It's weird. It's just kind of weird.
And like we said in the first, like...
camera.
You know, the first 10 minutes of this, or I guess the first, like, minute and a half of this, actually, was, you know, the fact that that's the cutout chosen is a lot to unpack that we don't have time for.
Yeah.
What? And it's also like, it's as if, why is that lady in that frame? Where
that's the cutout
supposed
he's
where
using.
his? Yeah, no. The cutout he's using. Why is that cutout is he using? And why is that lady in the place in the direction where his wife is supposed to be sitting?
Because that's supposed to be his wife. That's the cutout he's using to bring it to represent his wife in the video.
Really? That's his wife?
We don't know.
Ooh, she gorgeous.
No, that's
she gorgeous.
We do not know who his wife actually is. This is just the
I'm
picture
going to assume not,
Me too.
because that picture looks like she's 17.
Yes, which is also
too young, man.
kind of a big... When Abby said there's a lot to unpack, there's a lot to unpack. This is like levels of... Maybe we don't. Maybe we
It's
leave
not
that
even
one
an
alone.
onion anymore. It's like a mummy.
Leave it in the ground. Leave it dead. Don't touch it. It's cursed.
Smelly mummy.
Was bipolar in terms of its depiction of women for me.
Okay, well that part I can speak
You
to.
can speak to. Please
Now,
do.
Oh, okay.
So, the part that confused me. So, most of this movie is pointing about how the patriarchy is the problem. However, most of those insecurities that she rants about are often caused by other women.
Yes! Yes!
I'm listening.
Which one? Which insecurity are you talking about? Please tell me. Tell Elmo. Chesh, why don't you have that fucking gift? Like, that clip here.
You need me to get onto this? If I don't get onto this, Monya's gonna be mad at me forever.
Seriously, it's like, there's so much of it.
Okay.
Like, tell Elmo.
I'll go get it. Go on, Abby.
Here's the thing about like the list of double standards that America Ferrera lists off in that scene that I'm sure they're talking about.
They're
but again,
not
they have
insecurities,
not
right?
specified. Is the like I have known so many men in my life who have been like, "Oh, I love a girl who can eat," and then like 2 sentences later will be like, "She needs to lay off the whatever." Yeah. I'm like, so which is it? Because you're the same person saying these two completely contrasting ideologies about what you want in your women.
And also, like, it's not like that victims of certain ideologies, like, or extremisms, you know, they don't like come up with the mechanism where they try and, you know, work with their aggressor so that they can survive, and in that sense, you know, they beat down upon the same people at the same level, and they're getting treated the same way as they are, just because they want to be a different crowd so they can get some sort of protection. Like it happened in slavery, right? His wife is doing exactly that just now.
Yeah.
She's doing exactly that. The irony.
Yeah. And I think too about like a lot of dads who are like, I want to raise my daughters to be fighters, and then are shocked when that means they fight with their dad too.
Right.
Like, you wanted to raise a fighter.
My dad already knew that I'm gonna
good practice with. So
it's
just
my
dad has no experience when fighting with me. He never had a chance.
Well, it assumes that women aren't victims of the patriarchy, which is absurd. Of course they are. Yeah. It's just like saying that toxic masculinity can't be a real thing because women enforce toxic masculinity. These are exclusive, not mutually exclusive.
These are not silos.
It's not only men can portray toxic masculinity. It's not only men can portray problems in patriarchy. It's a societal problem that affects both.
Yep, structural
groups.
Problem.
That's fun. And what do you think I need Shad to describe to me what he thinks the patriarchy is.
Yeah,
for sure.
Because now he doesn't know what feminism is. He can't describe it, at least. He doesn't know what the ideology of the movie is, because he can't describe it. Because if he could, he would have done it. And he can't describe patriarchy either, because he doesn't know what it is. He thinks it's a boogeyman.
Yeah.
That doesn't have, like, terms or definitions.
How long is this video, Chesh?
An hour and 12 minutes.
Oh, okay, we are in for a long ride. Cool.
Yeah, get some.
Oh, yeah. All these things, I'm not thin enough, I'm not good enough. But it's always comparing to other women.
Yes.
The men aren't the ones making the comparisons. It's us against ourselves and women
even
against
women. Even if we go by her,
and
what she's saying, if I may, even if we go by what she's saying, that, you know, women compare themselves to other women, why do they do that? Why? Yeah. Because they're told that that is what's preferred. By who? Men. Yeah. Welcome to the real world, baby.
Like the whole body positivity is deconstructing what is desirable,
right,
and what is considered sexy.
Mm-hmm.
So
it's like this,
and the marketing around sexiness is dependent on heteronormativity.
Mm-hmm.
It's what women find attractive in men, what men find attractive in women. We don't really do it
that
in any other direction. Yeah. That's it.
We don't do with the same sex. You're exactly right. God.
You know, like every time People puts out Sexiest Man Alive, it's always like, oh yeah, and women love a man in a sweater. Which, like, yes, I do, but...
Basically what you're getting at, to shorthand it, is that the spectrum of what is attractive for men, from a woman's perspective, is a lot broader than it is for what men say are attractive for women, so much so, it's so narrow that it's contradictory sometimes.
Yes.
Oh yeah.
People will say they want a strong woman in their, like, they like women who are opinionated and, like, are badass, and then the woman is badass in their direction and they flip the fuck out. It's like, oh shit, look out! Can't have that. Any interaction where a man 50, is
50,
giving...
but the end decision is mine.
Yeah, the end of... Yeah. The number of fucking times... The number of fucking times a man has given me attitude, and I match his attitude, and to him, he thinks I've jumped to here, when all I've done is match to his escalation.
Come to the same level.
Is hilarious. Like, the number of times.
I spent about, like...
Keanu Reeves is wholesome, man. Keanu Reeves is wholesome.
Yeah. It's like, I spent hours 2 weeks ago talking to my sister about, like, breakups that we've gone through and matching energy with some of these awful exes I've had. And, like, I could sit here and fill up an entire hour just talking about the double standards in those situations.
Yeah. Oh, I believe you.
I'm sure all of us probably could.
Oh, for sure.
Oh, not me, maybe. I know.
We have been live for an hour. Do you guys want to take a quick break?
I've been living in a cave.
I'm okay at the moment. I've still got a pretty full bottle of water, so.
I'm gonna reheat my coffee.
Okay, we'll take a quick break. It's gonna be a little bit shorter than normal. I'll go take a bathroom break, so everybody go get your stuff together, get everything out, maybe refill your water, and we'll be back momentarily. And we have returned. Welcome back, everybody. Are you ready to get through a little bit more of this? Like, this is, like, there's so much wrong with everything that we're struggling.
Yeah.
There's just so much to explain. Let's go.
Like, why would this make a difference of saying we've got all these problems when we're causing them to each other?
Exactly.
It's got nothing to do with the patriarchy.
And on that note, the thing that really highlighted that reality to me...
Nothing to do with patriarchy? Girl, I'm so disappointed in you. So disappointed.
Oh, she's got 2 now.
I saw a comment from Intrigued Feline that said, "You don't want 2 aggressive people." That's okay. I'm prepared.
Hey.
Is that there was, on the Australian Today show, there was a male and female host, and the female host would always get criticised for the outfit she was wearing, where the male host always wore the exact same outfit, the exact same suit, the exact same one, and he never got criticised, anything. And it turned out most of the criticism that was being given to the female host was from other women.
Right, and the male host, he actually went a whole year wearing the same suit to try to make a point that
maybe
men can wear whatever, and nobody even comments about what they wear. And a woman, you know, changes it up, tries to look her best, and gets criticised by other women. And if she repeats an outfit, that's a comment straight away from other women. And
go on, yes. You both had something to say.
Unless it's a tan suit. Because that got a lot of comments when Obama wore that.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. There are dress codes at news channels where they specifically say that women have to wear skirts below their knees and all that bullshit. And plus, it's not like, you know, that women decide with the aggressor. Some women, or even men, they will side with the aggressors, so they are not the targets, and anything that's supposed to come their way is deflected on other people. Who would have thought that that's a survival mechanism that people use?
They missed the entire plot point. The reason why Ken was able to bring patriarchy to Barbie Land was because the Barbies didn't know any better. So women enforcing the patriarchy, thinking that it's something they enjoy because they don't have any other choice. It's in the movie! Oh my god! It's in the movie!
Also, like, I'm not going to be able to get over them basically being like, oh, patriarchy doesn't exist because women criticize other women. Because, yeah, I know women criticize other women. It's also not okay, and it is inherently misogynist to do so.
Right. You don't have to be a man to be misogynistic.
Yeah, like, if you are criticizing, you know, someone's, like, you know, choice of what they're wearing because, like, oh, that doesn't look good on them. Like, they didn't ask you. It is misogynist for you to jump in there and think that your opinion matters in this scenario. Now, like, if you have, like, a legitimate criticism of maybe a, you know, a policy point that they have, no, it's obviously not misogynist. Criticize bad policy, always. But...
Right.
Like, you don't have to then also be like, oh, she has bad policy and her nose is ugly. Because then you're getting misogynistic.
Yeah. And to say that patriarchy is not related to that in any way is either really ignorant or dishonest.
And also, like, you know, kind of going back to, like, 2016 with Hillary and Trump, like, you know, Bill Clinton cheated on Hillary. And yet... so many people were like, oh, well, what did Hillary do to make him cheat on her? Like, it was her fault.
Yeah.
And it's like...
And when she
is patriarchal.
And when she was standing up for the elections and stuff as a candidate, all they did was attack her husband. His infidelity.
Yeah. As if that has
anything to do with her. What the fuck any of that had to do with her standing up as a candidate?
Right.
It's
why do we even know? Why do we even know the, like? It's not like Bill Clinton wasn't taking advantage of his position of power to do that anyway.
Right.
Oh, why really? That's what was he doing? Oh, okay.
Why do we even know her name?
Yeah.
Why do we know the name of the woman that Bill Clinton was assaulting and raping?
Mm-hmm.
So we could call her a homewrecker?
Right. for years.
Oh, definitely. She was the home wrecker, not Bill Clinton himself.
Right. Well, yeah, because it couldn't be his fault. Why would it be?
He's a man.
Why would it be him? He's just the most powerful man in the country. Why would he have control of the situation?
Yeah.
Nani.
So when she went on this rant, all I'm thinking is, but that's us comparing to other women. That's women criticising us for not being a good enough mum or not.
But it's not exclusive. It's not just women who do this.
Correct.
I
Even
love
if you had
how
a point.
she just said that it's us comparing to ourselves to other women, and it's other women criticizing us, or and I'm like, don't say that like you also don't do it.
Right.
I bet you she's the first one to do it. You know why? To get approval from a spouse. She's doing it right now.
Yeah.
She's doing it right now.
Well, I mean, there's no way this woman could have a point in the movie that was scripted to just stick it to the man.
Right.
You know, the movie she was enjoying until she noticed her husband wasn't enjoying it.
Having a job because you're a stay-at-home mum, or whether you're working, why are you working when you should be with your kids, or you're not thin enough, or that outfit doesn't look good for your body shape. It's all women that are doing this.
But patriarchy is the enemy.
I swear there's never been a single tweet or anything ever of Shad being a dick to any woman about the way she looks or what she's doing with her life. Doesn't exist.
Sure.
Don't go
Doesn't
looking
exist.
for it. No. Don't go looking for something. No, never. He never
Doesn't
did that.
exist. Not real. Fake news.
What's his Twitter handle, by the way?
I'm not telling you.
I mean, it's all the fault of patriarchy. And by the way, like, that is an example of a type of kind of, I don't know, treatment that women more stereotypically get than men. And it's a negative type of treatment. But guess what? This isn't like the falsehood that I find with the extreme feminist movement is that all these kind of difficulties that exist in life are unique to women, and men, this film is just like, men have all the power, they're always on top, everyone listens to them, they ask men for the time, they're always given regard and consideration. Well, no, the reality is, men have their own different types of issues that we have to deal with, that women don't have to deal with. For instance, sympathy for suffering, okay? Men get far less sympathy when they're suffering, when they're pain, and everything like
hold on. What did he say? Has he heard of the word periods?
Oh my god. Okay. Patriarchy harms men because you don't get the sympathy for the suffering you're going through. I have a lot of sympathy for men. As a person who is a feminist, I feel a lot of sympathy for men because they do not have this community structure to pick them up when they're that level of down without wanting to fuck the person who is giving them that validation. Oh my god.
He is saying that patriarchy is wrong and then is complaining about the things that feminism is fighting against the patriarchy for. This is exactly what I brought up about with divorce court.
He's falsely comparing the issues that men feel as arising from feminism. The issues that men face, they don't arise from feminism. They arise from the patriarchy itself. But of course, Shad is not going to acknowledge that, because then how will he dominate his wife and force her or, to express the same opinion as he has? He will never acknowledge that it is patriarchy that brings up these issues that men face.
Shad, I guarantee you in this, especially in this video, he does not realize that he is influencing his wife's opinion. He doesn't know it's happening.
I would beg to differ.
I think that might be a bit generous.
No, he's doing it, and he's doing it on purpose, but he doesn't know he's doing it.
Interesting.
Yeah, okay, I see what you're saying.
Yep.
In fact, men are expected to die before women because it is the male role to protect women and children. So if the Titanic is going down, who gets saved, right? And genuinely,
the rich people, that's who.
Yeah, they got saved first.
That was a class issue.
Then children and women, and you know why? Because they're again, patriarchy, that women and children are the future. Women are supposed to bear more babies, when they get back to the real world. They're weaker. Children, I understand. Totally understand.
Yeah, like and like with the Titanic situation in particular, I do think it's very interesting with like folks like J.J. Astor, who were wealthy, could have easily used their wealth to get off the boat and did not. And I think it's a little bit interesting when we like look at the Ocean Gate submersible and like how the arrogance that that guy had to have to take people down in a sub that was not safe. And I feel like folks like J.J. Astor, who were, rich and everything had happened well for them, were like, it's like yes, we'll go down in our best and it'll be fine. And they were like, it's going to be okay. And I think the movie had a really good shot where the water starts coming into the grand staircase, the first class area, and you see JJ and his friend being like, shit. This moment of like, oh, we can't control nature, and this is gonna fucking suck.
Oh, can we also maybe keep in mind what year the Titanic was a thing?
Yeah.
Oh.
And to go back with the Astors, like I think it was Madeline. She was like destitute after that. Like she was a first class woman. She got off the boat. She was fine, but she did not have any money after that because she wasn't married anymore.
Why? Oh, okay, that's why. Mm-hmm.
Because she was a woman. Oh. Damn those women wanting property instead of being property.
No, but is in pain and is suffering. During the Greek times, women owned property, so we are.
Listen, we're not gonna talk to the incel about what was actually going on in Greece. Their little pea brains can't handle it.
Will get
or even in the
more,
era,
consideration, and charity than a man will, even to the point that women receive less, like lower penalties for the same crime than what men do in the judicial system. Okay, that's unfair,
wrong.
And there's a whole.
That's not the fault of feminism problem.
Yeah, it's not. This is what. Yeah, that's what I'm saying exactly, right? Again, that's not something that came up from feminism. No, it came from patriarchy, which says that women are docile and less threat
overall. Yeah.
Do either of you have like a draft or compulsory service in the military in your countries?
I don't think Canada does. No.
Okay, because we still do, and men are the one that get drafted, and it's and it's one of those where it's like if you're going to have a draft everybody. But I'm anti-draft, so like when I've had several conversations, like again, like more than a few, with different people, and we talk about the draft and feminism and whatever, and they're like, yeah, but men get drafted and women don't, and I'm like, men shouldn't get drafted either. The draft should not exist. This is not, this isn't the gotcha you think it is.
Everything that Shad is saying undermines his own position.
Yeah.
Up to this point. He thinks that these things are unfair towards men and doesn't think women should complain about things that are unfair towards them or men.
Yeah. Again, it's the whole, what are you complaining for? Women in Saudi Arabia can't drive.
Right, but and if you think that women ought not to complain about the system because men have it bad in some places, that's absurd. It's not a competition. It's about all of these things are bad for everyone, and we should stop doing those things because they're bad. Nobody in feminism is like, yeah, divorce court's great. What the fuck are you talking about?
Talk about guilty conscience as if the issues brought up by feminism about patriarchy don't make men like this, our Shad here, feel guilty. Mm-hmm. And they overcompensate for it by going this route.
List of things that men have to deal with that suck, and a separate list of things that women have to deal with that suck. And you know what would be great? If we just try and help each other out instead of trying to say, it's only women that are in problem. How about...
You're the one saying that. That's you.
Yeah, that would be great, Chad, if people would do that.
Why
Gosh
is
darn.
Chad expecting a Barbie movie to talk about
to
does
address
talk about
men's
men-
issues? Why
Yeah.
is a Barbie movie the movie that he thinks is supposed to be for girls and the one that's so girly? Why would it be addressing men's issues? Because everything needs to be about men, and if it makes them even a little bit uncomfortable because he's too stupid to understand what the fuck the movie's even trying to portray in the first place, it means it's bad because it made him have feelings and made him use his tiny little brains. Clutch my pearls.
Stop, Chesh.
No.
Choked on my coffee here. Oh, she did that to me once. I spat out my coffee all over my keyboard. Beware.
Well, maybe Shad
Everyone
needs to
has
wait
to
for
go-
the G.I. Joe movie.
That already happened.
That already happened.
It had The Rock in it.
Yeah.
And Channing Tatum, I think.
They had two. And Brendan Fraser in one of those.
Yeah,
is
no,
true.
He had a cameo.
And
he
who
had
was,
a cameo.
yeah, who was the other guy? Was it Dennis Quaid?
I have
Oh,
no
probably.
fucking
It was
clue.
one
I
of the
was
era
just
that he
looking
was
at
in
Brendan
everything.
Fraser.
Oh my god.
Go through crap, and
I
we
was just
acknowledge
looking
that
at
and we try and help
Brendan
each other out and work together. Okay? Instead of this male versus female.
Then shut the fuck up and listen, because you're the one making it a competition.
Yeah.
You are doing the thing.
Again, Chesh, building a problem where there's none and then whining about it.
Well, no, he thinks that working together is women just doing whatever he tells them to do. That's what he thinks. That's what his relationship. That's what his relationship is. What his wife is like. We know that because they've just told us that that's the case. Yeah. I don't even need the additional.
Again and again and again.
I don't even need the additional context of the way Mormonism is relationally set up between men and women.
Yeah.
Oh,
Like, the
God,
idea of them working
let's not
together is
go
like
there.
she does all the cooking and cleaning and he does the stuff he wants to do, which is make videos on YouTube for money.
Yeah.
That's it.
No wonder
Sanity,
his wife doesn't want
that-
to be seen on the
this
same
type
screen
of
as
feminism
him.
in this film is pushing insanely so.
I did notice something that made me kind of laugh because it was kind of contradictory to their message. And so you see in the ad of Ken wanting to...
What was their message?
Yeah.
You haven't told us what their message was yet.
be a doctor. He's like, I'll get a pen, I'll get a white coat, I'll be a doctor. And like, no, you needed qualifications for that. And, you know, reasonably, and he's talking to a woman, I want to see a doctor. And she's like, you're talking to a doctor. And so it then moves on later in the movie where he says, you know, if I had a PhD and an MD, I could be anything I wanted to be. Yes, you were talking to a woman that had that and could be that. You're kind of contradicting your own message there, but that's fine.
The point.
Oh my god, that was
he's
such
a child who doesn't get it.
And that's such a good point. I didn't know that they had a point like that in there. Do you know how much pushback or discouragement women receive in STEM fields? Do you have any fucking clue?
Yeah. And he he literally says, like, you know, oh, I want to speak to, like, he's already talked to her and is like, oh, I want to talk to the doctor because you're telling me no. And she's like, I am. And he doesn't believe her because he's like, you must be a nurse. Like, he's known about patriarchy for all of 2.5 minutes, and he's like, nah, you're a nurse.
Right, exactly. It's taken half of a fucking second.
Yeah, and my mom is a doctor, my dad was a nurse, and when I would tell people, oh yeah, I have one parent who's a doctor and one who's a nurse, I did that on purpose because not every time, but almost every time, it would be like, oh, your dad's a doctor. And sometimes they would go to somebody else and say, oh yeah, you should go talk to Abby, her dad's a doctor.
And they just made that up.
And they'd come to me and they'd be like, your dad's a doctor, right? And I was like, first off, I haven't talked to you. And second of all, no, who told you that? Like,
yeah.
It's the same with
that
my
was
parents.
That was
Like,
my first foray into feminism was
They've
as an
also-
8-year-old.
my
They
dad has a
also
PhD. My dad has a PhD. My mom has a master's in philosophy in music, and my mom is at my mom earns more than my dad, and she retired as a head of the vocational head of the vocational courses in the whole city, in the colleges. So
They missed a big portion in this movie. Right? They missed a big thing. And it's that there was a lead up to the Doctor. It wasn't just the Doctor that Ken behaved this way to.
Yeah.
He behaved this way about the beach and the lifeguard. He behaved this way when he went and talked to, like, get a job as, like, a CEO in, like, a company. And inherently, they had different answers. But the answers were all the same. You need to have qualifications. Oh, we don't do that anymore. Or at least we hide it better. Ha 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 ha.
Yeah, like they made a joke about affirmative action.
There was an undertone to the entire...
Reinforcement.
Well, there was an undertone to the entire point of that sequence that was, he still has the best chance with those qualifications. And he would be at least more likely to pass.
He will get more chances than women with those qualifications, I betcha.
Okay, well, you know what?
That's statistically true, actually.
We
couldn't
had
hear
Elmo.
it though.
Couldn't hear Elmo.
I'm okay.
Oh,
Yes.
cut off weird. I'll fix it
Yes.
later. Listen, I just did that right now, so give me a break. Okay.
But then, not only... I'm just going to go back to that rant for a second. It deprogrammed them when they're already in their...
Tell us what the rant was. Like, I'm getting really tired of these two talking about these things without telling us what these things were, what they said, and then what was wrong with them. I mean, presumably they're talking to... presumably they're talking to people who have seen the movie. But this is Shad's audience, who he's telling not to see the movie.
Yes, exactly.
So what the fuck are you talking about? Who are you talking to? You want to say the Barbie movie doesn't know who their demographic is, Ben Shapiro? Chad doesn't know who he's fucking talking to.
At least Ben, actually talked about the scenes a little bit.
Right.
Yeah. A little bit. He tried. He tried.
I don't know what movie he saw, but it was something.
Perfect doll world that has none of these issues of, I need to be thinner, I need to be better. It's not anything that they've had to deal with. Why would that deprogram them of something they've never had to worry about in their little dream world?
Because when the patriarchy came in, and the Barbies not knowing what the real world was actually like and having this ideal of what they thought the real world was actually like, adjusting that and giving that context to patriarchy defeats it. If Shad understood what the fuck patriarchy was and what feminism was for, he would not be against it because the things he's complaining about are something that feminism fights against. He doesn't understand that, therefore he cannot defeat a big bad that he doesn't understand.
And they originate from patriarchy. He refuses to acknowledge that for some reason. Or he doesn't know, either he doesn't know, or is not educated enough to know, or he is like on purpose refusing to acknowledge that for some reason because this movie hurt his feefies.
The concept is too complicated for his simplistic view on women because women are not people.
Right.
Yeah, girly girl,
Or even just, well, the women are empowered or they're insecure. You can't be both, apparently. You can't be anything other than those two things.
Yeah, you can't be like empowered like professionally and then your partner is making you feel insecure about your, how you look. That never happens, No. And it happens the other way around also. It happens with men also. And that is not coming from feminism. That's coming from patriarchy, Shad. Open your fucking eyes.
Power of feminist propaganda, my dear. That just... and
it's magic.
It specifically breaks them out, because what happens is, when Ken overtakes the Barbie world with patriarchy, all the Barbies in that world become... I guess, male servants, right? That are just there to get the beer out for the men and everything like that. And
it's so relaxing, I don't have to think anymore.
Yeah, like all this insane crap. And it's like this film is vile in the sense that it's trying to depict that this is how men want their women. Okay, in a patriarchal system, like men want their women to be dumb.
Shad, how are you speaking and expecting your wife to behave in this video?
Irony just left the chat and was pushed off the flat surface of the earth by a cat.
Also, the idea it's like, oh, a perfect patriarchy wants its women to be dumb and subservient and blah, 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 blah. Yeah, Shad, as someone who fancies himself a historian, you should know that that is true.
Yep.
Oh, he fancies himself as a historian.
Yeah, baby.
Okay, then he's on purpose refusing to acknowledge that all the problems that he's dunking on feminism come from patriarchy. And that's very disingenuous and dishonest of him. He's doing it on purpose. He's not ignorant. I refuse to believe it that he's ignorant.
He's Mormon. He knows that the faith that he follows is inherently misogynistic towards women.
But he's still different.
Well, of course.
No. That's another brand of feminism, Chesh.
But if he studied medieval history, then he would have an understanding of the church and the church's role in that society and what that would mean. Right?
Yeah. And like the way that like spinsters have historically been made fun of.
Right.
And like if you go look at like dating etiquette books from like the 50s or the Victorian era, the way where it's like, you know, don't be too smart.
Oh yeah.
Like these are actual pieces of advice that were given to women to be a catch.
Yeah.
It comes up in Disney. That's what Ursula tells Ariel. Men up there don't like a lot of blather. They think a girl who gossips is a bore. Yes, on land it's much preferred for ladies not to say a word. After all, dear, what is idle prattle for?
Yeah.
These ideas are something that have existed for a very long time. Babbitt for 10 said he can go on about women living longer if he likes, but 7 years ago, successful, affluent men started outliving the average woman, some by as much as 10 years in England and Wales.
It's almost like having access to wealth and therefore healthcare makes you live longer.
Weird.
And I get that England has better healthcare than the US, but this is, you know, we don't have good healthcare, so.
Yeah.
Servants, basically. And I find that so insulting just as a man. And on so many levels,
just as a man.
There is just such insanity. And
my Mormonist family, where my wife has to be concerned about how I'm reacting to a movie. I'm insulted about how women are portrayed in this movie as subservient to men, because my religion does definitely
reminds
not.
Me how shitty.
Because my religion and my lifestyle definitely does not put a woman in that position. And he definitely doesn't feel guilty about what that's going to mean for his daughter.
Oh boy. Oh boy.
Suck my dick, Shad.
This whole film is a really pertinent, illustrative analogy of what modern extremist intersectional feminism is. Because I'm not saying that feminism hasn't had a role to play in women's rights in the past, but I'm talking about right now.
The only thing... Okay, I'm gonna get to what he just said in a second. Oh boy. What? The only thing that's extreme in this movie is the color of those fucking rollerblades.
Yeah.
So he doesn't want to talk about the history of patriarchy or the history of feminism, which he's now acknowledging is apparently a thing. He's talking about current feminism and currently patriarchy not existing, apparently. Because that's how history works. It just goes away. The annals of time hath no memory.
So as far as feminists and such, I guess I would consider myself a happy feminist. I'm very much in favour of equality.
You're not
on
a feminist,
both
honey.
genders.
You're
I'm
not.
actually happy with the equality that we share at this time period. You know, I can get any job I work for.
Oh, really?
Can you? Can
Really?
you get any job you work for?
Do you share the same equality with your husband? Do you? Do you have the same control of the relationship as your husband does?
Yeah, how much does
Not
Shad
like that.
cook? That's what I want to know.
Oh.
Yeah. Shad, can you cook? Can you clean? Can you wash?
Does he know how the
clothes?
laundry machine works?
There, oh my god. There is a a Tumblr post or something from, I mean, who knows how long ago, but I have it saved in my phone because it just really sticks with me. Is sure he's well versed in leftist theory, but does he do the dishes? And basically getting at the idea that men can be as feminist, progressive, leftist as they want, but if they're not going to actually step up and take on some of those more feminine roles like cooking or cleaning or whatever, then it's like, then what good are you? What good are you as a leftist progressive feminist?
Right. You're performative, essentially, at that point.
Yeah, you have to actually do some of the work.
Right.
Oh, okay. You have to actually perform actions to demonstrate that you are committed towards, an ideology. Oh, okay.
And so, whenever I think about, if someone's gonna, if specifically men are gonna be good partners, it's like, okay, how much are you gonna clean and how much are you gonna cook? Because those are two things that have to get done regularly, and I can't do it all by myself. So, where's our compromise line?
Yeah, it's one of those things where it's when you brag or complain about, I saw a post that said, oh my god, why do all women need to do is cook and clean and have sex? Why do they even, that's all that's expected of them. Why do they even get to have a say in what kind of sex they have? And I'm like, you listed everything you need to survive.
Mm-hmm.
You listed all the things that you need to live, that you need the woman to do for you.
Right.
Yeah. They have kids, right?
Women are still being nice. They have a daughter, at least.
Yeah.
Does his wife get to go out and have girl days or time to herself while he looks after the daughter? Ever?
And how much notice does she have to give versus he have to give whenever they're going out with their friends?
Mm-hmm.
She's not allowed to have friends. Her friends are, I guarantee you that her friends are incredibly limited, very restricted about what she is and is allowed to do.
The Mormon Church Book Club. I bet that's the group of friends she has.
Oh, man,
and there's
that's
no men.
sad. That's sad.
I would love to watch Shad just break down as a fucking person if his wife was actually a feminist, or if his wife started actually enforcing this equality idea, just as a test, just try it. Shad's wife, whose name we don't know, by the way. We don't know your name. We have no way to call you. He didn't introduce you as any kind of pseudonym or as an individual at all. Lady was all we got. Yeah, so congratulations on being recognized as Shad's wife and literally nothing else.
I'm sure she will be proud of
Who
it.
doesn't even have her own body in this.
Doesn't even have her own body in this.
Yeah, at least put a picture on, man. Give her some existence in this in your stupid world.
Or just if you're going, this is oh my god, this is the same as fucking Steven Crowder when he had his wife on. But his wife was calling in, and he was trying to convince her that it's not cheating if you only have sex with them once.
With the stripper once, yeah. Once. And in the same sentence, making comments about her cleavage, wasn't it?
Everything about this is super fucking weird. Because, if you're gonna do this, just have her on audio then.
Yeah.
Just have her on audio. Have her sitting behind the camera. Or, why do you have this fucking weird picture? It's so weird! Right.
And, if it was his kid, I could understand it a little bit better. You get, just a little, cutout of a stock photo baby and throw it on there as, the child, because you want to protect your kid's privacy on the internet.
Yes!
That makes total sense to me.
That makes sense.
But this is your wife, who I assume is a grown woman.
Right.
So then it's kind of is she making this decision, or are you?
Right.
Oh, he made that decision. He made that decision that she's going to be off camera. By now, I think that's what it is. She didn't even get a choice here. She didn't get a choice. And then this is what he put out as a crop out.
Well, it's likely that whatever choice, like whatever thing he said, she was just going to go along with anyway, like what we're seeing in this video. But like for her to say that she's a happy feminist without knowing what feminism is?
Yeah. For me, it's like...
I don't even identify as a feminist.
I think they know what feminism is, and they are jealous as hell.
Maybe.
And they want to show, this is the patriarchy that helps women too. Women need patriarchy in their lives so that men can lead and women can follow.
As he complains about all the men.
These assholes come out.
Well, they complain about all the problems that men have within a patriarchy. Thank you so much for the 10 gifted memberships from Siggy. Thank you so much, Siggy. That is Letty, Shipfish, Jackalope, Scotland, Stephen Mandy, Kamala, Nikki, Dapper Dinosaur, Peter, and Lacking. All please enjoy the pucks in the chat. Thank you so much.
Hey! Any degree I want to get based on what I do, my merit, not on my gender.
Yeah.
And so I'm actually a happy feminist. I'm not complaining.
Yeah. And the fact that you chose to be a mother, okay, and a homemaker does not devalue you in any way. And actually, I think it elevates you.
Did you get a choice?
In a big way.
The fact that you think that elevates her is part of the problem.
That is how we got here. That is literally how we got here. Because, women create life and, we worship them and, but now we have to venerate them, which means we have to protect them, which means they can't do anything. Like, that's how we got here. This is the train that we went down.
Mm-hmm.
And now we're here.
Yep.
So, and if you actually studied history with any worth a damn, you would know that.
Well, he's ignoring all the historical stuff, because none of that, because present day is irrelevant to history.
That's what I don't like about people like Shad. They redefine things and add and blemish things, and then they whine about them.
The thing is
what is happy feminist?
There is, assuming that feminists are miserable, right? The thing is like, you don't... his wife choosing to be a homemaker is totally fine. She's allowed to make that choice. There's nothing wrong with making that decision. Right? That's fine. If that's something that you can support and financially works for you and you have the privilege to be able to even make that choice in the first place, that's wonderful. But did you make that choice?
Yeah.
If the fact that the fact that your husband is enforcing it and elevating you based on you conforming to his ideology, rather than your capability, like you had just said, and he's deciding this based on your gender, he thinks it elevates you because you're a woman.
Yeah.
Is the opposite of the thing it's the opposite of the thing she literally just said. Being acknowledged for her capabilities as a person, which is not what he's doing.
And again, building on your point, Chesh, did she really have a choice, or was there an illusion of choice?
Well, did she have a choice, or was she Mormon?
Yeah, exactly. Well said. Well said.
Boom! Alright, let's keep going.
But this film has a problem with motherhood.
This film has a problem with
it's the opening.
No, it doesn't.
Oh my goodness!
We'll talk about that.
Opening was okay.
But before we get to that, I want to talk about this illustrative analogy of what feminism is in the modern day, and this film shows it blatantly. Mask off.
Oh my
right?
God! Is he actually going to describe what feminism is?
The Barbies retake Barbie Land, okay? And they have an opportunity to restructure their society in a better way, because all the Kens feel really upset.
They feel hard done by.
Hard done by. Yeah. Like the Kens in the Barbie world were oppressed, basically.
Yeah.
There's nothing that shows that the Kens are oppressed, and there's only one Ken that is described and shown to be dissatisfied. The only other person that shows to be dissatisfied in that movie in Barbie Land is Alan.
Yeah. Who the fuck is Alan?
The other Kens do not show this at all. The only Ken who's unsatisfied, and he's not unsatisfied because of his position in life. He's unsatisfied because he has no personal identity to himself without Barbie. That's his arc.
So, for some reason, Shad recognizes that when men are only recognized in relation to their partners, like the Ken's, that's oppression. But when it's the other way around, it's happy feminism.
Shad doing it to his wife is not a problem. What do you mean?
Yeah, it's happy feminism, guys. Happy feminism. Happy patriarchy.
Can we please get happy feminism as a hashtag? Thank you.
Yay!
Siggy for 200 said, "Are you already planning on doing this for the coming opening of Snow White? I read Jordan Peterson is already mad about it and predicting it will fail in the box office, like Barbie."
Oh, that will be awesome.
No, Jordan Peterson. We'll consider it.
He is
I'm gonna have
in front of us.
I'm gonna have so many problems with the Snow White movie.
Oh god, don't even start yet.
Yeah.
They were disregarded as useless set pieces with nothing of value to offer. And on top of that, the Kens don't even have homes to live in. Literally, only the Barbies have the homes. The Kens are homeless.
About the toys.
The toys, yes. He doesn't like that the toy Kens are being treated like women in the real world.
Real world women.
Because what was it like back in the day? Women weren't allowed to own property. They didn't have their own things. They weren't allowed to have jobs. You mean like the Kens?
Also, not even looking at it through that lens.
Mm-hmm.
Where is Ken's dream house in Toys R Us? Right. Show me Ken's house in Toys R Us.
His Casa house?
Yeah,
Mojo Jojo Casa house?
Like, like all of Barbie Land is a joke about the toys.
Right.
And the market for those
How
toys.
ridiculous it
is.
What
has been created.
Right.
Which is why the discontinued dolls are the only ones that don't fall into the patriarchy trap.
Right.
Like, that's the joke.
These guys just sit there and they watch a movie and they let their biases just color their whole opinion about a movie. Mm-hmm. And they refuse to see the nuances that the movie has. You both have come up with so much information about what the movie is trying to convey or is conveying without even once bashing down on men so far or the Kens. Dude. And all this guy has done so far is bash feminism. That's all he has done.
Mm-hmm. And all the Kens are fine with it. The only Ken who's not happy is the Ken who is Beach Ken, who is pining after Margot Robbie Barbie, who is not interested. He's not willing to accept that. And it's because he doesn't accept that.
I got friend zoned. How dare she friend zone me?
That's fair. And he's not the bad guy. He's just a golden retriever puppy boy. That's kind of dumb. That's it.
And can get irritating at times.
He is never portrayed as a villain. There isn't a single shot that's fit. If you look at cinematography or music layout or character design or set design or clothing design, none of it is villain coded. None of it that you ever see on Ken. But you'd think that somebody that reviews movies would know about that. No?
The main Ken felt that this was really bad, and when he goes into the real world and is actually appreciated...
men have value?
He actually feels internal value. The film then jumps the shark and goes off a cliff because they display the real world as male dominant and the insane with misogyny everywhere, but Ken reacts like he has value.
It could have gone well. At one point he gets asked for the
time,
and
he gets good for men. Patriarchy appreciates men so much, so we should let it exist in a society.
I think men should stop complaining about anything in society because it's already so stacked in their favor that any of their complaints can be brushed. They ought to just be happy about it.
Yeah, why are you happy with what you have?
I'm being sarcastic.
Yeah, I know. Because
also, like,
that's what women are told as, right? You have equality now, so what are you whining about? What the fuck are you whining about?
Right. Shad? But and she mentioned the time joke. Does Ken have the time? And again, it's a joke about the dolls. Because they don't have functional clocks or watches on their houses, on their...
I forgot that.
Right.
Stuff. Like, they don't have those. So they never have to know the actual time of day.
And he doesn't get asked because he's a man. He gets asked because he's an adult.
Yeah, he's around.
Which is also part of the joke, because Ken is not an adult. He's a doll.
Which also is like why he's like thinking, oh, do I have the time for something?
Right.
Do I have that time? He doesn't assume that she means like 3 o'clock.
Right.
Like, that was just a funny bit.
So excited because somebody wanted ask him a question. He wanted his opinion. They wanted to know something from him.
Sad, like...
That's not... what time it is isn't an opinion.
Right.
What? What?
Someone gave him attention, and he was like moved by
it. This place is amazing.
Right? And so at the end, all these Kens who feel oppressed and disregarded, right? No. They're still there, and the Barbies, when they're reinstituting their government, they have an opportunity to institute equality, and they don't.
They say, no, we're not going to put you in the government with everybody else. We'll give you a lower spot.
They said,
because you're not competent to run the government, you bitch ass. That's why.
And where are women in American government right now? Where's our female president?
Yeah.
Excuse me.
I'll tell you where they are. Yeah. Clerkships.
Oh, wow. Go figure.
Yeah. Huh. What women got the nearest to at that level was the vice president. That's it. And when Hillary Clinton stood up to run for the president, it's not like she was questioned, her merits were questioned. No, her husband's infidelity was questioned and regarded as making her incompetent to run a country.
Siggy says, imagine how insecure the average cis man is that a movie where a woman are the center of the plot in any way ends up in a total nervous breakdown.
That's what this is.
That's what this is.
I'm like, also with Hillary, the number of women that I heard say like, oh, what about when she's on her period? And I was just kind of like, hey girl, what about when you're on yours? Do you make that level of stupid decisions when you're on your period? She was like, no, of course not. And I was like, then why are you saying it about Hillary? Think about that.
Absurd. Oh, no, well, that means the patriarchy is not real.
We have a man on the Supreme Court, and they're like, no, maybe just a lower representative or something like that.
Yeah,
that's this is the evidence and proof that modern-day feminism isn't about equality, it's about power, okay? And actually, they say it multiple times, actually.
Patriarchy's about.
Partially about power, yeah. That's the problem that feminism is addressing, an imbalance of power.
Imbalance of control.
So women having power unto themselves to be people and to be treated fairly as people, like, things like, I don't know, bodily autonomy.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, what's that?
And men having undue power over someone else's bodily autonomy.
And the decisions like that they can make. She cannot abort that child because my sperm was contributed towards that child. Okay.
Yeah. But it's that whole when you're used to privilege, equality feels like oppression thing.
Right.
Like,
yes. You're taking, but I have power here, and you're taking my power away. Therefore, you're a bad person. It's like, yeah, but the power
therefore you're oppressing me.
But the power I'm taking away from you is your ability to tell me what to do.
Yeah,
it's like what Abby said.
I don't think the audience needs this sorry for overlapping so much.
You guys are stuck.
We're stuck.
All right, you go.
Okay, thanks. So like what Abby said, right? So men are here in society, women are way down here. Women are trying to come up here, and men think they're going down here.
Right.
Yeah.
It's like so absurd.
And like
so absurd.
it's I don't think this audience needs this like broken down this dumb, but like just to put it in like, the stupidest way possible.
It's okay. Shad and his audience do, so please, for their sake.
Yeah. But like, you know, it's like if I had like 2 pieces of pie and you didn't have any and you took 1 piece of my pie and I'm sitting here like, you're taking all my pie. Like you're taking my pie. Like I'm fine.
Also, you're starving.
Right.
Siggy for 100 said, "Of course it's about power." Yes.
Yeah.
Huh?
Oh my god.
Where Barbie is not about being a independent.
What?
I was like, yeah, like he doesn't like that women in that movie were at the same position that men are today in society.
Correct. Yes.
Oh,
and he doesn't
God.
And he doesn't like that the movie doesn't end with a perfect happy ending that he thinks is the case.
And
the movie ends with progress being made, not completion. That's what you see with Ken. That's what you see with Barbie. That's what you see with every character that goes through an arc in this movie. Is not a completed arc. The movie ends with all of them starting a new journey with what they've learned from the movie. Mm-hmm. But Shad is too stupid for that. Sorry.
Yeah, he is.
Too dumb.
Yeah, he
Equal
dumb.
woman is being a powerful woman. It's all about power. They say it, and I've got notes where they drop that. But at the very end, yes, they could have instituted equality, and they don't. They actually institute oppression to oppress the men on an equal level. And then they said, we might make things equal in Barbie land when things become equal in the real world. And so when women are represented...
Does he understand
this
why?
guy like a breakdown.
He doesn't understand the plot point of Mattel.
Oh my god.
Ken cannot be equal in Barbie land.
And he's so mad. This guy's so mad that Ken can't be equal. And this was supposed to be a girly girl movie, you know? About toys.
And I'm never gonna get over these people being like, oh, this Barbie land is like the real world. I'm like, no, it is the toy aisle.
Right. It's Toy Story. It's the Toy Story aisle that has all of the fucking Buzz Lightyears in it.
Honestly, oh my gosh. So him being mad that the Kens don't have equality in Barbie land, which is basically a toy land.
Right.
Is like me being mad that Andy in Toy Story doesn't play more with Barbie and Polly Pocket.
Right.
A boy child does not play with typically girly toys. That's like me getting mad about that he plays with a cowboy and a space guy.
Right. Mm-hmm. Bo Peep doesn't get more action. It's like, Bo Peep is made of porcelain. Bo Peep is not a toy that you're supposed to play with.
And frankly, like, every time Bo Peep's in those, I'm like, why is she here?
Why is she here?
Like, why is this toy in this house? Is she a collectible from his mom?
She's a fry.
What's up?
She's an eye candy.
She's a fry. She's a force of romantic interest.
Oh god.
Siggy for 100 said, I think deep down, more or less, all this guy thinks of women in the biblical sense as property, and they can't stand the idea of property demanding respect. And as well as 5 subs. And so we got one for Mech, Froggy, we got Crystal, Smitty got one, Spooky Bed Hair, Zanuck, and yeah, thank you so much. Thank you so much for supporting.
Nice.
I really appreciate it.
Equally in the real world will represent men equally in Barbie land. Far beyond Barbie land.
We're not going to set the example like we're supposed to be doing.
Setting the example.
No, they're not supposed to. They're toys. They're toys.
They are a reflection of like the real world, not the other way around. Like,
right. And it's Mattel. What happens in Barbie Land is dictated by Mattel, and what happens to Mattel is dictated by Barbie Land.
Mm-hmm.
They don't care about Ken. They say they don't care about Ken. Ken's a doll.
Yeah.
Barbie's not for boys. Does that mean boys can't play with Barbie? No.
Yeah.
It doesn't mean that. It just means
it wasn't marketed towards guys.
It's just not about. It's just not about you,
and that's
Chad.
like it's fine.
It's okay. Oh my god, not everything needs to be, like, demographically catered to everyone.
Not everything is for you.
Right.
Yeah, well, China's right. No. They want to oppress men in the way that they perceive women have been oppressed in the past. They just want to flip the tables, and it's about power. That's why it's not about equality, and that's why I actually despise intersectional modern feminism, I guess, because it's anti-male, it's anti-equality, it's bigoted, and it's vile, and this film just displays it all throughout. It's
How?
He clearly does not understand what intersectional means.
Yeah.
First of all.
Tell Elmo.
And second of all, that is absolutely not what happened, or we would have had Barbie Land meets Game of Thrones.
Right.
Yeah.
There's no like,
where's the blowtorch?
Strategically, like, if we're gonna talk about like how powerful the Barbies are versus how strong the Kens are in Barbie Land, right? We're gonna let's figure this out. We're gonna do a death battle.
Yeah.
Barbie is going to kick the shit out of Ken, and it's not even a contest.
Because there's a black belt Barbie.
There's a black belt Barbie. There's a president Barbie. There's a Dr. Barbie. There is no Dr. Ken.
Yeah.
So any Ken that gets injured stays injured, assuming they even could get injured, which they cannot because they're dolls.
Which they address in the movie when Ken runs into the wave, the plastic wave, goes flying, and then they're in that little like pop-up ambulance.
Dr. Barbie.
Oh god.
crazy.
I love that bit.
And then the final idea where like we're going to
guy's
oppress the
having a
Kens just
meltdown.
like before. It's just like, oh, there we go. You don't want
okay?
equality. Oh my gosh!
No, you're
so
not.
let's like I've got notes. Let's try and go through this
Your notes are
dumpster fire
ridiculous
somewhat
and stupid.
chronologically because there's too much.
Finally.
Like,
The video started now, apparently.
Oh god.
And what's the
How many minutes
timestamp?
in?
We were at 1821, and we've been
We're
live
not
for
even
2
halfway
hours.
through.
Nope. We've had a lot to say. We've had more to say about Shad than we did about Ben. That means Ben did a better job.
Oh my god.
Honestly, like I feel like we've had more to say about Shad because Shad has had nothing to say, and so we've had to just like fill in.
Fill it in. Yeah, you're right. You're right. All right, let's let him go until he actually says something.
We're gonna be here a while.
Yeah.
When I say there's the amount of propaganda in this, in terms of, you know, like feminist one, like insane, incorrect woke one-liners, right? I got really annoyed in Indiana Jones and the Dial of Destiny for dropping the capitalism. I stole it from you. I stole it from you. It's called capitalism. It's like, no, that's not capitalism. It's a lie. You're falsely representing something like that. This film has lines like that, like several hundred lines, like constant. In fact, they have entire
Exemplary
rants where it's one after another of this propagandistic bullcrap where my brain is just like, I'm trying to respond to the first one and it's like another one, and my brain is melting and I can't keep up with it. And
Shad, maybe you should have waited until the movie came out on like DVD so you could pause it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
This sounds like
Also-
a you problem.
Yeah.
I love it. He's like, my brain is melting. I'm like, could it melt a little more?
You need a brain for it to be able to melt in the first place.
And he has not given us one line that he's talking about the woke lines that he is.
Yeah, he gave
But
us like
he brings up an example from another movie.
yes. Then I
What
couldn't
the
even
fuck?
understand because he was going so fast through it. So I'm like, what are you
What
even
the
saying?
fuck?
I had to give
What
up
does
making
Indiana
notes because
Jones
there was
have to do
too
with
many. It was all the bullcrap was being assailed onto me too quickly that I couldn't keep up with it all.
It's not Barbie.
I just ended
fault
up getting a bit
that
brain
your
numb.
brain is
They were
slow, Shad. It's not the movie's fault that your brain is slow, Shad.
No, he's not writing fast enough.
Yeah.
I didn't say something that was supposed to be deep and insightful. I'm just sitting there going, what? What? I don't get it. It's not making sense to me.
Well, see,
So they said something that was deep, that they think is deep and insightful, and you didn't get it. Therefore, it's not deep and insightful.
Also, I thought you thought this was a little bit funny.
Yeah, what happened to that? Well, she did say until she thought it was funny until her husband was having a bad time. Then it wasn't funny anymore, even retroactively.
Yep.
It's 18 minutes in, and these both buffoons. I'm calling you buffoons. Oh yeah, 20. These nincompoops, buffoons, blithering buffoons have not given me one line, one scene that will say, okay, yeah, that's what you're talking about.
No, the only thing that they've been the only thing that they've specifically mentioned is the lady asked Ken for the time. That's the only thing that they've said.
20 minutes of ranting
to the deprogramming, but they never like specified what was actually happening there and how that deprogramming was working.
Right, or what it even involved.
Yeah.
Elle said Shadversity, an episode of Paw Patrol moves too quickly for you.
What I would love to do if I don't know if I've bothered to do, because it would be painful to do, is to go through this film and call out every single one of these one-line bullcrap things.
Your job?
Do it. Here's a line where the daughter accuses Barbie of being an example of sexualized capitalism and how vile and evil that is. And then but before I could even write that down, I was like, okay, right. Bang, there goes again, and she drops all this other insane woke stuff. And it's just like, I couldn't keep up with it all.
He couldn't keep up with a 14-year-old.
Yeah.
That was the teenager in the movie.
This is an adult watching a movie about Barbie, and it was supposed and couldn't keep up.
And remember, she's a teenager. Her perspective of it is from the perspective of a teenager. If you recall in the movie, which I'm sure Shad does not, the mother is trying to explain on more than one occasions that the daughter doesn't quite have a full grasp of what she's talking about. On more than one occasion. And it gets sidetracked by a couple of different things until it culminates into the rant deprogramming portion of the movie. So even what he's saying this movie is presenting Barbie as by this line is incorrect, because the movie says that's not right. It's just an interpretation of a 14-year-old whom Shad could not keep up with.
And also, like, he locked onto the like sexualized capitalism part, but missed like the big and I get that he was like back there whenever she said the word fascist, so he wasn't caught up yet. But I feel like you maybe would remember the word fascist.
You'd think. I thought that's where he was gonna go.
Dropped here, but then instead he's just like, but then she says all this other bullshit. I'm like,
this man could not keep up with a Barbie movie.
What did she say?
I do enjoy that Barbie is an over-sexualized icon of capitalism and fascist.
I'm pretty sure she says the word consumerism.
Yes. Yep.
Oh yeah.
Which is more accurate anyway.
Yep.
I actually found it really confusing, that rant, because, she's calling her a fascist and all these other things. I'm like, Barbie's a toy and is often about fashion and showing girls that they can do lots of jobs. Like, they can be a vet, a doctor, a president of the United States, an astronaut. Like, I don't understand the rant. Like,
can we just have Shad's... Can we get Shad out of the picture here and just, have Shad's wife watch the movie and form her own opinion without him? Because I would love to hear what she... Like, I feel like there's a conversation. Like, I feel like we could talk. I feel like there's a chat to be had there.
With Shadna. With his wife.
What? Women can't talk to Shad. Women are property.
Oh, okay.
He's obviously much smarter than any woman who can't keep up with a 14-year-old girl.
Obviously.
Particularly over the years, tried to show many races. They have tried to show many body shapes, hairstyles, so many different variations to show that this is every woman.
They also missed that the teenagers are Bratz dolls. They missed that.
Yeah.
That's okay.
Yeah, I don't expect them to pick up on that.
No.
And also, like, after how
That's
much
deep
Hugh
bullshit.
cried, after how much Hugh cried, did they start the lines for like different races and different body types, and we still don't have enough body types. We don't.
Right. And and that's one of the things, like, going back and watching some of the older movies, like, I mean, they are based on the Barbies that existed at that time, and so a lot of them are in the same body shapes, and then the side characters will be completely different because they're not Barbies, they're not going to get marketed. And so
There's,
with
this movie is acknowledging that as a problem, right?
Yeah, like, and 12 Dancing Princesses, like, all of the sisters, or I guess the top 6. Wait, hang on. I got 7. The top 7 sisters are all Barbies, so they're all the same shape. And I would have loved it if we had the different body type Barbies so that we could have different body types on these sisters and them not all look the same.
Right.
But
just
that
even
also
from
was
a
made
character
before
design
we were
standpoint.
doing that. So,
yeah,
like, I get it. It's still not the good choice, but it is the choice of the time. Whatever. We're going to move on. Because it ain't that deep.
And then, of course, they have to...
She's also describing the thing that Shad's not understanding. They're dolls!
Attack her for being the blonde version.
Yeah.
The white blonde version.
Stereotypical.
There are things to talk about.
For some reason, when Ken is being oppressed... For some reason, when Ken is being oppressed, he's taken as a human being. But when Barbie is being talked about, she's a doll.
Right.
Yeah.
Funny
almost
thing,
like to dehumanize women there, Shad and his wife.
Weird.
Shad, I'll get to that, but let's start from the beginning, right? And there's something pretty disgusting in the very beginning of this film, where they have little girls playing with dolls, and they try to be...
From the beginning, little girls have played with dolls.
And there was no... And look, they're being tongue-in-cheek, but like, there was no other doll in existence, and
Stop
they could only play with
her.
little dolls.
They were baby dolls. They only played with baby dolls.
And then came Barbie, and all these little girls look up to Barbie and are enamored by it. And then they...
And they could have been a bit quirky and gone, okay, that's a bit tongue-in-cheek.
But then they decide to just... This is Hollywood, remember? And so the little girls destroy their baby dolls. Well, not destroy, like smash them. You see baby doll heads exploding
against each other, against the ground, just...
But they're
I
dolls.
could not help but see that as a pretty apt allegory of how Hollywood likes to treat babies. You know, usually it's unborn babies that they want to kill.
Dolls.
What?
Oh, that's some shit to unpack.
Has he not seen a 3-year-old or a 2-year-old or a 4-year-old throw their baby doll across the room? Have they ever not seen that? A child literally picking up their doll by their foot and they're just throwing it across the room because they want a new toy. You jackass.
He has not. Because he has been in this studio filming shit for YouTube while his wife is trying to get the kids to stop it and fixing the dolls and teddy bears whenever they do get ripped and torn up.
Yeah.
Yep.
So he never sees it because he's not a good parent.
Additionally,
it's never happened. The boys never do that. You know, they smash their previous trucks because they want a new one, and they're like, "Oops, this one is broken. Mom, get me a new one." Kids don't do that.
Shad, your inability to compartmentalize things is showing. Because you have a scene breaking, like, children throwing a tantrum because they want the new toy. filmed as like a Michael Bay slow-mo parody is
with the
suddenly
playing in the background.
The fact that you interpret that as Hollywood pushing this idea of a positive view of abortion is that's a reach.
Also, like, this is on my mind because of the Leonard Bernstein movie that Bradley Cooper's been cast in. Have you seen this yet?
I did a little bit, but I haven't followed up to see what it was yet.
Yeah. So the short version, the short version is there's a movie about Leonard Bernstein. Bradley Cooper's been cast, and they've put this really, like, awful stereotypical Jewish nose on the guy, which Leonard did not have. So there's that. But then some of the response has been like, "Oh, Jews control Hollywood. Then why do we have to see this?"
Oh, God.
And so, it's like, oh, if Jewish people controlled Hollywood, this would totally not be going down. But that is like something that people believe, is that Jewish people control Hollywood and the narratives in Hollywood. Which then, if he's like, oh, this is Hollywood and this really shows what they want to do to babies, I'm like, that's dipping pretty close into blood libel, my man.
Yup.
Back it up.
Yeah.
Dude. Oh, okay. Chesh, you know I'm a troll, right?
Yes. Why?
What'd you find?
What did you do?
Or that, yeah.
What I might do.
Oh, okay.
So where he says that, you know, they show that kids about killing babies. What if I just casually share that timestamp with the Barbie manufacturers, you know, on Twitter if they do exist?
I doubt they're gonna see it or care, but you never know.
You never know. You never know.
I mean,
Chesh. You never
well,
know.
at what point? Well, at what point does his interpretation of Hollywood count as like slander?
Yeah, it will count as stupid.
He's accusing
not
Hollywood
slander.
of murdering babies. Like, what the fuck? Because of the Barbie movie.
It's not like
because the Barbie movie said that sometimes little girls like to play with more than just baby dolls. Like, what the fuck kind of leap in logic is this?
And they were just being kids.
Because Ken got friend zoned.
And,
oh no!
And again, like, just the way so many girls treated their Barbie dolls, as is shown in Weird Barbie, like, you know, and the number of dolls' hair I've cut, and, you know, the number of dolls that people have popped the heads off of, like.
Yep. Oh yeah.
Tearing up toys is not exclusive to baby dolls, and also don't give your kids glass breakable baby doll heads.
You know,
it was actually, I would dare say that because with Barbie the expectation was, you know, was set up that you can be anything. Girls are actually started experimenting with the looks of their Barbie dolls. You know,
he is mad
cutting their
because
hair, coloring the hair, you know, adding different types of blings and shit. That's good. But the baby dolls got smashed.
But he's mad that this movie didn't pander to him.
Yeah.
That's what he's so mad about. Everything that he's described up to this point is that he's mad that this movie didn't cater or pander to him. He's mad that the women in the movie that are complaining that they have to pander to men were not pandering to him.
Uh-huh. Yeah.
How Can I borrow that knife? Thanks. Thank you.
But also a statement on what they think of motherhood is like, you know, these dolls were just teaching girls to just be mothers throughout their whole lives, and Barbie came along and showed them how they could break free
and have power,
break free of homemaking and the.
Yes, they were.
Why is that a bad thing?
I don't get. It's just a doll, right? Barbie is just a doll. These baby dolls are just a doll. But nah, Ken is getting oppressed. He's a human being for some reason. Okay.
No.
Gotcha.
Earlier, she said that she's a happy feminist who chose to be a mother. And now Shad is presenting choosing not to be a mother as a bad thing, that having other options is not acceptable. So you're not for equality. You're not for women being able to have these options. So, therefore you're not. Therefore you're following what the patriarchy is enforcing. By any other name.
Because also, children break their dolls for new type of dolls, they should not be allowed to have new type of dolls. That's what it's saying.
Right.
It's so
so Shad's anti-capitalist now? Okay.
Okay. Uh-huh.
Sure.
But the other thing too is with Barbie, she came out in 59. And someone made the comment earlier about like, oh, we're back from the war, so get out of the factories and go back to the kitchen. Which was a thing that happened in the late 40s, early 50s.
Yep.
And the 50s are one of the most like stereotypical times for that like woman homemaker type, and like they looked pretty doing it type of deal, right?
Yeah.
And so like the idea that like there was a war and women took on jobs, and then the men came back and women had to go back home, but now they're like, hey, I worked and that was kind of cool. Well, now they're socializing the kids to not want to do that, so we get baby dolls. And so then in 59, it's like, but what if they're a fashion doll?
Right.
So yes, baby dolls were there to condition girls to be moms.
Correct.
That's what the market was at that time.
You would think somebody who's so concerned about propaganda being everywhere, he would be aware of these things. But hey, you know, whatever.
No.
Think of the children!
He's selectively blind and ignorant. He becomes selectively blind and ignorant. That's what it is. And it's not like the Mormon community doesn't have like high rates of like teenage pregnancy outside of the bonds of marriage.
Oh, and it's definitely not that, like, our big brain, rational, big intelligent man here can't, like, pump the brakes on his emotional attachment to his ideology, that he can't actually just look at the straight-up facts of the matter. 500 from Siggy said, it's rather depressing to see how close he is at times of understanding why he's wrong. He's like a slap in the back of his head away from realizing how idiotic his whole argument is. If only he had one friend willing to help.
Or even his wife.
Right. Well, he
wouldn't listen to her for one. Second off, even if she did, she's got to survive. And she's got kids to protect.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. And to, like, again, with, like, the dolls conditioning thing, like, I mean, the 50s are not when dolls, period, were created, obviously. Right. But, like, kids' toys prior to that, you know, Victorian, Regency, Georgian, going further back, are, like, tops. And, like, that little, like, hoop on sticks game. Like, they were games. They weren't just toys for toys' sake. Often. Or they were, like, fashion. Things like that.
Maybe a teddy bear.
And because in, like, I think it was, like, the 1600s especially, but, I mean, it wasn't just then, was kids were tiny adults. And so kids were expected to, like, learn to read to pass the time. And
work.
Girls were doing, like, needlepoint and painting and, you know, things like that. They were doing things adults did.
Yep.
Toys are relatively new in the grand scheme of, like, mass marketing.
Because needlework would help them catch a good guy, you know.
Yeah, exactly. You gotta be a catch
with that. Yeah.
Yep.
God. I think so. There was this movie with Julia Roberts in it. I don't know, but there was this movie that she comes to this all girls like college, and she teaches an arts class, and all the girls there are interested in the how to be a hostess class. How to cook perfect dinner, how to set out a table classes, and they laugh at the art class because it's like very generic, you know. According to them, just like Shad is treating this whole Barbie movie, it's very superficial. They learn all the facts and they just fuck off from that class. But slowly and steadily, they rediscover themselves and they turn around that they're just more than that, you know, those classes that they're taking to bag a good husband. So I really don't remember the name. I need to find it. I will find it. I'll find it.
We're gonna take a quick break, so Monty has a chance. We have been live for a considerable amount of time. We're almost at 2.5 hours. We are actually getting a little bit further, a little bit faster, but god damn it, Shad. Fucking, there's so much to unpack. There's so much!
The halfway point.
Mona Lisa smile.
Actually, we're almost at the halfway point.
Okay, cool.
Alright, we're gonna take a quick break. We will be back soon. And welcome back. You know
what?
Yeah.
I'm realizing I should have done is I should have made like a pink Borg and poured a shot every time he says propaganda.
I went and got some rum. You're muted, Manya.
I'd probably be dead.
Let's go. That's awesome that you got rum. Why not get the whole bottle?
Don't do this to me. We're not doing another Destiny situation. I refuse. Although I would be amused to have one of like Shad or one of his like followers or something, like somebody who enjoys his content and agrees with this to have a chat with us. That'd be great. I'd be totally down. I promise I'm only gonna embarrass you all of it.
Shackles of marriage and the man, and so you kill and destroy your babies and go after the careers, because being in the workforce is clearly a means to gain greater happiness and satisfaction, stereotypically for women in general.
That is emotional.
That is a really extreme interpretation of children of a cinematic action sequence film of children throwing a tantrum for a new toy.
Also, but men just have to suffer so much that women don't, like jobs.
Damn.
But of course, like they've actually found that women's happiness has been going down a lot, and being in the workforce doesn't provide women stereotypically with happiness a lot. Like, shock and horror, turns out
we're not getting into the economy. We're not getting into like the economy of self-fulfillance in a workspace. Oh god.
This is what is called the illusion of choice. You should be a mother rather than work, because you will have more fulfillment as being a mother. You will be more happy as being a mother rather than as a working woman. This is what I call patriarchy, giving an illusion of choice to women and men. Because men are told they are supposed to be the breadwinners. If they look after the kids, they're being submissive for some reason. So this is exactly what I was talking about. He's sitting in front of he's talking to his wife, where he is explaining that she chose motherhood, while at the same time he is berating that women who work are not happy. I need the statistics for that. I need the which study did you read it from? Citation needed, please.
This is one of those situations where, as much as she wants to say that she's happy in her choice, he would make her life miserable if she didn't make this choice.
Yep.
That's not a decision, that's an ultimatum. That's not a decision, it's a threat.
Yes.
And what's kind of also wild is the fact that women are less happy now that they're working than they were when they weren't. Well, also, a single income can't support you.
Right.
In today's world,
there are other factors that make people less happy than they were several decades ago.
Yes.
That's not exclusive to women.
Inflation is a thing, Shad.
It's also it's also a step backward for feminism, because one of the main reasons to be able to work was to be able to be self-sustaining. And what has happened is the system has went a roundabout way to make sure that was not the result at the end of the day. Because now we're back to women need women, or women need men, or men need men. We have to operate as more than an individual.
And guess what? Men suffer from that too. Because
and if you're not right, and if you're a man wanting to be with a man or a woman wanting to be with a woman, you get shit on for it by people like Shad. So it means that he's presenting a situation where you totally have a choice, but the only choice to be successful and not get dunked on is to be a straight individual. If you're a woman, you're in the house, and if you're a man, you're out working.
Yep.
On YouTube.
And you have them babies, even if you can't afford them.
And you have them babies no matter what.
Yeah.
Yay.
That a lot of women find a lot of satisfaction out of being mothers.
Funny that.
It always seems like there's this biological instinct that gives a hormonal kind of fulfillment in the act of having children and raising them.
Citation needed, Chad.
But to fathers as well, by the way. Like, I think children are one of the sources of the most profound happiness in the world.
He's gonna talk to them a lot nicer than he was just talking to women.
Mm-hmm.
And it's the biological nature that women, if a man or woman wants to raise a family together, it's going to physically affect the woman a bit more than the man because they have to carry the child. And so, shock horror, this basic biological nature starts to kind of mold traditional gender roles, and that it's pretty convenient for the man to provide for his wife, his partner, while she is in, like...
Why is your partner working then, Chad? Why is she doing? Why is she working?
Why? If that were the case, if that were the case, then, oh God, there's so much. There's so much. Oh my God.
Yes, some women, some people. Some people do get satisfaction out of being parents, whichever type of parent, whatever. Yeah, some people do get a lot of satisfaction out of that. Yeah. Some people like to be parents and not be and only be parents and not have any other thing going on. That's their choice. That's fine. I don't want to be a parent. I get a lot of satisfaction out of work.
Same.
I do.
Same.
Frustrates me, but I like it.
That's
fine.
Why do I love my work so much?
Carry children does not mean that I'm going to naturally be like, ooh, babies.
Does it mean
postpartum depression is a thing?
Yeah. Also, again, not to dumb it down too much, but I fucking can't stand peanut butter. I hate it. I'm not allergic to it. I can't eat it. I don't like it. Just because I can eat peanut butter doesn't mean I'm just like, oh my God, peanut butter, I love it.
Do you think that people who want to be parents will be better parents than people who don't want to be parents?
Yeah.
Do you not suspect that women who don't want to have children might not be happy having children and being forced into a position to be required to have children? What makes you think that would be satisfying? And I can't. As much as I'm fine with you having an opinion that you think or you have some kind of citation of women that you've dealt with in your life that get fulfillment out of that. Who are the women in your life? Are they Mormon?
Yeah.
There's a context here. There's a context and a bias that you've built around yourself, that the women you're talking to are women who already agree with you and don't have any option but to agree with you.
And chances are, if, he has his own kids, so they're hanging out with families who have kids of a similar age, and what are they going to do? Say, no, I fucking hate that I had children?
Right.
Something which has been reported. For all the oh yeah, there's studies that show women are happier being moms. There's also studies that show that people are really unhappy being parents. That they're oh shit, we shouldn't have done that.
And people are not happy in the workplace because of external economic issues, not because they are women or men in the workplace.
Can I say something about that?
I'm mad because they make stupid decisions.
Can I say something about that? For Shad to say that, like you said, Chesh, that there are external factors. There are so many factors. Instead of being just a parent that affect how you feel, what you're going through, your mental well-being, your genetics, your environment, your economy,
your economic status,
what's happening globally, the pandemic. Did you forget how many babies were born during pandemic, and now those parents are struggling because they don't know where to get their child care for their kid?
And there's no programs, especially in the US, there's no programs to help with that.
Yep.
There's also an entire additional issue of Shad in particular is already not listening to anybody who doesn't agree with him. He's this pissed off about a movie fictionally presenting the idea. What woman is he we already see how he talks to his wife. What woman that doesn't agree with him and isn't giving him sex is he gonna listen to?
Right.
Oh, and I do say giving him sex, because we're not gonna go into whether or not marital rape is a thing that Chad may or may not believe in.
Yeah, well, again, we don't have time.
That we don't have time for that. We're already like way 7 levels too deep into the layers of hell right now. Siggy for 500 said, quote, so it's pretty convenient for the man, end quote, to control the finances of the house, thus making all the decisions while leaving the whole weight of raising kids and taking care of a house by herself, because traditional gender roles. Did I get that right? Yes. Shad wants to be lazy.
Very lazy.
Bring a child, and then they have to traditionally nurse the child as well, and there's a lot of other things, and children, especially infants, really need mother attachment. Okay, this is really important, and when children grow older, they really need fun.
Shad, what is your citation for what, like, early childhood development? What do you know about this?
When did you become an expert in all that?
Yeah, well, he already presents himself as somebody who knows. Well, he's already somebody who presents himself as somebody who knows history and then dismisses it whenever it's convenient and just doesn't know about it conveniently also. So what the fuck does he know about childhood education?
And again, historically speaking, guess what a lot of women did, especially rich women? Gave their babies to someone else to nurse. So clearly that infant mother attachment ain't that deep.
Wow.
It's like you need a good parent rather than a biological parent. A good parent can be anyone, even the person who's not related to that kid.
No, apparently any adoptive kid is fucked, according to Shad. Boned.
But he's okay with introducing children into the world of adoption via teenage and unwanted pregnancies. I'm sure
he thinks the whole
that.
family should suffer.
Oh, yeah, okay.
You're in it together, baby.
Yep, in it to win it.
Yeah, what about girls who don't have a family?
But, wow, shock horror. This film, from the very beginning, clearly despises traditional roles like this, where break free, girls, it's evil to give girls baby dolls.
Why is he so emotional and dramatic?
He is literally still talking about the first 4 minutes of the movie about a kid throwing a tantrum for a new toy, filmed in Michael Bay cinematography style. It's not even Michael Bay.
And I've already said what I need to say on the gender roles thing.
Kind of see a fulfillment in being a mother and playing mum.
And they showed them so
There's a pregnant Barbie
with their little dolls, and the novelty wore off, much like motherhood, and they just went on this big long spiel about it, and then destroyed them.
And so then they exaggerate that, they say, and Barbie fixed all the problems and taught girls all the possibilities of the world. And this is kind of the setup, that the Barbies think Barbie is responsible for women's liberation, but when she goes into the real world and discovers that's not the case, she's like, it's a falsehood. But they believe that Barbie did all this, right? And they fix it with feminism, and it's all thanks to Barbie, is the setup for this.
That was the setup. So, but to begin with, you can kind of like, I can kind of cringe through the first little scene and go, okay, the Barbies think that because they've set a good example, that women will know that they can choose any option, whether it's, a career or, and it doesn't matter what career.
But anything but a mother is unacceptable as it's been presented to us in Shad's video thus far.
Whether it's a garbage woman or a cook or a vet, it doesn't matter.
Well, this is where I guess my own personal, opinion comes in. Where I've absolutely.
Now his personal opinion. Everything up to this point has just been the facts of the matter. Now we're getting into his personal opinion. All right, strap in, everybody. We gotta get ready for this.
Women feel like they're gonna have great fulfillment in career in the workforce. All power to them. Go ahead. I personally think most women find the most satisfaction out of motherhood.
Citation needed, motherfucker! You dense motherfucker! Citation needed! You braggadocious, vacuous, dyspeptic nincompoop! Sorry excuse of a homo sapien! Citation needed, you...
He's unfucking believable.
Like, he literally just said that too. He just said it, like, not even 5 minutes ago in the video.
He's repeating himself.
But this time it's his personal opinion, not the studies he's read.
Where did this
Based
personal opinion come
on
from?
what? Yeah, like all the women you don't talk to and don't listen to?
Yeah. I have a few friends who are moms, and I have a few friends who are planning to be moms, and I think I'm probably at like a 50-50 split of friends who would be satisfied with motherhood and friends who would not. And I'm probably at like 60, probably 70-30 of friends who, like 30% of my friends who are mothers and are satisfied with that. But that's
Cindy
like,
said, I find it ironic having grown up in the 90s when people said Barbie was a negative influence for setting unattainable beauty standards, that it is Barbie who's bringing down the Western civilization.
It is pretty great.
It is pretty great. There is something special about this. And then they touch on that in the movie, right? There's a section of the movie, because I'm going to go back to the movie instead of Shad's stupid-ass opinion about society.
Where he's not talking about the movie at all. And
the opinions of women that he clearly has no idea about because he doesn't talk to women. There's something that they touch on in the movie that is the intention of Barbie versus the effect that Barbie had. Mm-hmm. What Barbie was trying to do and where it went wrong from its intention into what it is potentially doing in the future. So, I mean, is Mattel actually going to make any changes to their Barbie line or their advertising or anything to actually assist in this? I don't know. Maybe, maybe not. That has yet to be seen. Whether or not it actually has the intended effect, I don't know. Whether or not current Mattel has this ideology in mind, I also don't know. What I do know is that at least what was shown in the movie is presented quite well from like a historical standpoint up into this point, as well as it is it is one of the best like it's been a long time since I've seen a franchise or a company be so willing to take the piss out of themselves like this. Also, the part where he's like, this movie's so anti-motherhood. Hey, Ruth Handler has that line at the end that's like, we mothers stand back so our daughters can see how far they've come. The main character's a mom!
Mothers!
Yeah, like,
mothers.
I mean, like, that line, honestly, like, it didn't really do a lot for me personally, but, like, it's a good line, and it really is talking, like, between America Ferrera and Ruth Handler, it really touches on motherhood, whether that's of a creation or of a human. But there's also a major note on mother-daughter relationships. Mm-hmm. And, like, that your mom is also a person. Mm-hmm.
Oh, who knew that? Oh, okay.
That all comes up in the movie.
Which America Ferrera says in her, her rant, where it's like, God forbid you say you hate being a mom. Right. You're not allowed. He's complaining about the shit that's in the movie, but complaining that it's not in the movie? Yeah.
I refuse to believe that he watched the movie now. I refuse to believe
Oh my god, are we back to he didn't watch the movie?
He didn't watch the movie. He just watched the trailer and shit because all the scenes he is talking about, we can see them in the trailer somewhere. So, nah.
Yeah. Nah! Yeah, he watched the trailer and he was ambiently in the room when his wife was watching it. Which is why she enjoyed it.
Just don't have the opportunity. And it's good that they can know that whatever they want to be, they can actually do with the right education and the right motivation and skills. And that's great that there are women in whatever role that they want to be in.
But that's great that you want to do that.
We should necessarily.
That's adorable.
Yeah, it's great you are in the role you want to be, but wouldn't you rather be a mother because that will be more fulfilling and will make you more happy? That's what you're born to do.
No, listen to the way Shad addresses her after he has to work very hard to try to not interrupt. Mm-hmm. That's great.
Really say that therefore that's the preferable option. I think if most women do find incredible satisfaction out of motherhood, family, and even being homemaking and stuff like that, it's not wrong or bad to speak that truth, the reality, to let girls like, hey, you probably love growing up to be a mum.
Did
be
he
a
just
mummy.
sweep
It'd probably
his...
be a great thing. But guess what? If you also find that you really enjoy this and that and you want to do a career, you can do that as well. But wouldn't it be wonderful to be a mummy as well?
Why are you saying that it's a good idea for you to enforce your fucking personal ideals onto your child?
Number one.
Why do you think this is good parenting?
Number two, again, he's repeating something he has presented no citation for. Number three, way to disregard and actually completely dismiss what his wife just said.
Yep.
That it's okay for women to be what they want to be and what they want to do.
What I think is interesting is that he says that's also fine. As opposed to, if you want to do that instead, that's fine.
No, and he also, on top of that, said, but wouldn't it be great to be a mom?
Yes, that's what I said.
So, what he's saying...
the only option, and you can get these little bonuses as a treat, if you're a good mom.
Yeah.
Right.
I'll let you go out and hang out with your girls, you know, maybe once every 3 months, or once every full moon, you know, as long as you make sure that the laundry's done, you know, and the food's cooked when my buddies come over and we have a boys' night, you know, together and watch a football game. Yeah, you can go and hang out with your girls once every full moon.
Can we just can I pull in a favor? Can I pull in something here that's kind of like a little bit offside? Hey, Jazza, can you come get your brother? I think you might need to like get together on like, I don't know, a fishing trip. Or maybe like get together in your YouTube studios. Maybe like Thanksgiving or something. And maybe you need to sit your boy down and have a bit of a conversation.
That's going to be a wonderful brotherhood. Such a wonderful brotherhood.
And guess what? Most women love it, and you probably love it too. And I think that's fine.
Now he's gone to most women love it.
No, he's talking about the way he would speak to his daughter. He's saying that, oh, I think, daughter, you would make a wonderful mother. In fact, so what I'm saying is, I want you, child, daughter of mine, to get unprotectedly plowed by your husband all the time and just pop out babies, because that's not weird.
Yeah.
My mom,
my daughter,
when I told her,
let me put some of my, you know, expectations on you this young. That you start feeling insecure about what you want in life right from the start. Let's go, baby.
He's already, because he's dismissing it, right? He's already dismissing it.
I'm not going to ask you what you want to be, but I'm going to tell you that being a mummy is a better thing than, you know, you should be a mother. That's the most satisfying thing.
The way he said this,
lie.
The interaction that he just described was him, the man, like the father figure, talking to his daughter, saying, you would make a great mother. And yeah, maybe you can also do this thing that you're interested in, but wouldn't it be great to be a mom? In fact, most women really just like being moms.
A child.
Yeah.
You're talking to a woman about being you're talking to a child about being a mother.
It's not you're talking to a child about being a mother. It is that the father figure is enforcing and dismissing what his daughter is interested in, to say that her value lies in what she can produce for another man.
Oh my god, that's so disgusting.
And this is that short little example that he's trying to portray as wholesome is so incredibly fucked up. This is a psychology textbook.
When my mom and I have a really good relationship, and when I told her that I did not want to have kids, and I was like actually sure about it, she made a joke that she was like, you know, it's like, darn, half the reason I had kids was so I could have grandkids. The other half was manual labor, because we did like a lot of chores as kids.
Yeah.
Like, and my mom would be an amazing grandmother, and I do kind of hate that, like, she's probably not going to get to be a grandma, like, to, like, mine and my sister's kids.
Sure.
You know, her new husband has a grandchild, so she gets, like, an adopted grandkid.
She gets in that direction.
That's a grandkid is a grandkid, man.
She might not get to have like the baby grandbaby, like, you know, and she'd be great at that. And so I'm like, oh man, that would be really cool for, you know, for my mom, and I would love to see that, but not at the commitment of 18 years, me raising the kid.
Right.
Yeah. Your mother
that wouldn't be fair to you.
that you don't get everything in life you wish for.
Yeah. And again, we have that
that's a gamble.
Like, oh man, why did I have kids then? And it'd be like, I don't know, Mom, you made this choice.
Yeah, you produce human beings who will be capable in future to think completely independent of you. With some expectations.
Good job. No, that's
good job.
And that's how you knew you did good as a parent.
Yeah.
Saying or encouraging in the slightest thing for girls to be mums and homemakers is like, how dare you want to keep the women down?
No, how dare you talk to your daughter that way? How dare you be so dismissive as a caring and loving father figure? That's what the issue is.
It's not evil to encourage your kids to want to be parents. It's evil to not encourage them to do other things.
Right. Yeah. That's the problem.
Yeah. Why would you want to keep them in the kitchen barefoot?
I bet you.
It's an acknowledgement of reality that.
I bet you. His daughter's his wife knows what his daughter actually wants to be, and he has no fucking clue. He has no fucking clue what his daughter wants to be when she grows up.
Yeah.
Or who does she admire? Who's a role model outside of the family, out in the public domain that she admires? He has no but his mother will know that, and she does not speak up. And she should speak up about it. She should have said, "Oh, honey, she wants to be this, actually, you know." And if he had said, "Oh, that's fine by me," that would have been a big example of, yeah, I'm implementing what I'm talking about. I believe it. This is just him preaching down on his wife and completely dismissing her opinions.
Yeah. And
his daughter might watch this in the future.
Oh, when I was in high school and I was like, "Hey fam, I think I might want to do, blank." Like, "Oh, I think I want to be a lawyer," because that was something I wanted to be in high school. My dad never discouraged me from being a lawyer. He just encouraged me to do it, go to the military, get college paid for, become a lawyer, and then go and be a military lawyer. And I was like, okay, well, I don't want to do that. But I appreciate that he wasn't just well, that's dumb. That he had a really weird way of encouraging it, but at least he was trying to.
Nobody's gonna be perfect. Your parents are people. That's part of what the movie talks about. Your parents are people, and they're gonna make mistakes, and they're gonna do their best.
I told my dad
in general.
Dad had a path that he wanted for me, and that's not the path I wanted for myself. But the end goal was roughly the same.
Right.
Here's a way you can do what you're saying you want to do.
Yeah.
Right.
I told my dad when I was a kid I want to be a pilot, and he said, "Oh, girls don't become pilots." Straight up, just slammed it in my face. But for some reason, he still wanted. But for some reason, he still wanted me to get an engineering degree. And then when I said, "Okay, I'm going to solely focus on my career," he was like, "Please get married." I'm like, "Is that why you encouraged me to go for an engineering degree? So in the end, it would raise my status in the marriage market? Mm-hmm. Is that was all about?" It was, if
Bonnie gets married, it's gonna be to me. So anybody trying is gonna be competing with me. So good luck.
You see your competition?
Thanks.
You see your competition?
I'm a floating head.
Get ready for some thunder.
Most women throughout history have found great fulfillment. Okay. And it's appealing to the exceptions is undermining the happiness of the majority, basically, because there are exceptions where.
Why are we responsible for the happiness of the majority?
Isn't for every woman, but therefore, if we encourage that, again, so.
All it takes is one. All it takes is one person wanting to have access to that one thing, because everybody should have access to it. That's the point of choice.
Mm-hmm.
That's the point of autonomy. That's the point of being able to be allowed to exist as a human being. Even if every woman enjoyed being a mother, and he was right from some kind of biological point, it doesn't matter, because choice ought to be allotted because we're people.
Mm-hmm. And not to be too American about this, but he is putting the onus on women to sacrifice for the happiness of the majority when we can't even get a few people to give up their guns so that the majority of children are safe.
Right.
So why do we have to then give up our careers and our own satisfaction and happiness, something that does not affect you?
Actually, side note, he went on this spiel about how pregnancy and like creating a child falls specifically upon women's or those with the plumbing to do so, like on their physicality, right?
I like that.
I'm never gonna get plumbing out of my head for that. That's very funny.
Yeah, I would like
Thank
it. Nice.
Thank you. So, if this is the case, then would it not make sense to have the man stay at home, have the woman recover as if you would from any other like major surgery, and then go back to work? And let the man do the supporting as needed?
And again, historically, people came over so that the new mom didn't have to do anything.
Right.
That's partially where the whole like it takes a village comes from. It's
Right.
not all of it, but part of it, because you had people coming to check and cook and make things for them so that, you know, the new dad could keep working and keep making income while the mom stayed home and rested.
What was it called? Like a nursemaid?
No,
There's
that's
a term
not it.
I'm
That was
looking for. Yeah, there's a term
Yeah,
I'm looking for.
there was a term for it. And I don't think it's doula. Doulas are like midwives. So I think they're on the prenatal part.
Yeah, there's a terminology for basically two types of jobs. One of them is like postnatal care, and the other one is like just general mothering and nannying. Right?
I bet I know someone who knows.
Oh?
My mom.
Know a guy? But a wet nurse, yes. A wet nurse.
Mm-hmm.
And then there's like the additional of like the nanny. Tell me, Shad, why are these no longer a worldwide popular job? And in some countries is a job that doesn't even fucking exist anymore. Why is that? Because there's reasons. There are reasons why. But I'd love to hear what Shad and his fan base's opinions as to why that's not really a common job anymore actually is.
I want to ask Shad, what does he think about women who can't have children? Should they get married or not?
Yeah.
What do you think about that, Shad?
When we get into conversations about like moms and like, you know, the satisfaction about being a mom, it's like there are people who would love to be moms and can't.
Yep.
Yeah.
So
yeah. And then there's the entire adoption system versus the economic system versus like it's a nightmare. It's a shit show.
And what does
patriarchy
do? Yep.
And going back
what does patriarchy do?
Fuck over everybody. Going back to like the wet nurses and like governesses and, you know, the women who actually nursed other rich women's babies, like their own children suffered because they didn't have enough to give out to two babies when they only had one.
Right.
That was so yeah.
By appealing to the exceptions, you're undermining the potential happiness of the majority, and I'm seeing damage in society.
Mom said it is a doula.
Oh, there you go.
As a result, and there are lots of women who are in these careers and they're not happy, and they're just thinking, why can't I get a man? I want a family and stuff. And so, okay. So Barbie solved all the problems. We're introduced to Barbie world.
And this is the cute, fun little part where you kind of get shown in the trailers. This is what you kind of expect from the movie.
You thought the film would be something like it.
You know, it's cute. There's dream houses. There's, you know, a swimming pool they walk across because it's plastic. The cars drive themselves. They all call each other Barbie or Ken, and it's cute.
There was something that I found conspicuously missing amongst all the Barbies, because they like. This is where the film actually tries to rewrite most of Barbie's history and stuff like that, where
when does the movie try to rewrite Barbie's history?
Yeah.
Is that what's conspicuously missing?
No, there's a specifically missing Barbie.
Why
are they forgetting about Alan? Rude.
The film is almost trying to portray that Barbie has always been an equal representation of diverse versions of Barbie. That the quintessential Barbie has never been a tall, skinny blonde. like the...
How? Margot Robbie is stereotypical Barbie, which is the blonde, you dumb fuck.
And again, Barbie Land is a reflection of Mattel and what they've been putting out, which they've been putting out more and more diverse Barbies. Everyone in that movie represents a Barbie you could find at either now or at one point in the aisle.
Shad's a fucking moron.
Character Barbie has never been... And they say, oh, Margot Robbie represents stereotypical Barbie, and they acknowledge that. But no. Margot Robbie is Barbie, like the Barbie. And the variations of Barbie throughout history were only exceptions, temporary things. Like, Barbie has always been a pretty standard person, but the film tries to tell you that's not the case. Barbie's always been...
Why does this man think he knows what is and is not stereotypical Barbie and what was being fucking presented?
Yeah.
God.
It's because he thinks this is what Barbie has been.
Yeah.
He's just projecting.
Mm-hmm.
Siggy for 50 said, maybe we got it wrong and he's actually a huge Barbie fan and he's just complaining that the movie is not canon.
We'll see what he has to say about her last name before we decide that.
Under the sun. And I was like, you're kind of trying to rewrite history here a bit, aren't you, film?
What do you know about... As somebody who's been ignoring history, throwing history out the window, getting history wrong, what the fuck do you know about the history of Mattel and the history of Barbie in particular, you dumb fuck? Because I bet it's not dick shit.
Wikipedia article.
Yeah, right? I bet he only read the first paragraph of a Wikipedia article.
All these other different Barbies with all these other careers and everything like that. There was one career, occupation, that was conspicuously absent of all the Barbies that represented Barbies.
Which was?
Which was? Correct me if I'm wrong.
There's
a lot of types of Barbies.
I thought he said Korea occupation, like the occupation of...
Yeah! Yeah! Great! I was like, what?
And I was like, what in the world are you talking about?
I had to reprocess. Oh, maybe he means career. That's what he means.
Yeah, it took me until about right before I started saying that I realized he said career instead of Korea.
He says that the conspicuously missing Barbie is the homemaker Barbie. Missing the entire point. There's babies in Barbie.
My Barbie
Midge is there.
Midge is there.
Midge is there.
And not only is Midge isn't just there though. Keeping in mind, like, Weird Barbie lives out in the middle of fucking nowhere. We never see where Magic Earring Ken or Sugar Daddy Ken are around. We never see them beforehand. And we don't see any of, like, we don't see Skipper. We don't see any of the other discontinued Barbies. But we do. Midge is front and center. Midge lives beside stereotypical Barbie. A canceled Barbie is living beside stereotypical Barbie in Barbie's dream house. She's not, sorry, stereotypical Barbie is living in Barbie's dream house, just to be clear.
Yeah.
Midge is living in another thing that came with, right. That means that they are elevating a discontinued Barbie on purpose.
Mm-hmm.
The one that's pregnant.
And the Barbies that are most similar to homemaker Barbies are stereotypical Barbies.
Yep.
They just come with a kitchen. Like, that's what made them the homemaker Barbie. Crib.
Right. He's missing the stereotypical Barbie. Right, stereotypical Barbie is the homemaker Barbie.
Mm-hmm.
You could buy that had kitchens and aprons and Barbie would be...
The other thing about it is Barbie's supposed to be a teenager.
Yep.
She's not a
Oh shit! Oh shit!
Yep.
Okay, hold on. What is age off for Barbie?
She's supposed to be 16
Barbie probably,
in most.
In fact, she was born as a 19-year-old. Yep, that's right. The first ever Barbie was officially 19 years old, which would make her age closer to now 82, 83 years old.
Huh? Oh well, yeah.
Yeah, and then like in the 2000s, she was like 16 most of the time because she was thoroughly in high school.
Yeah.
Filling traditional roles and stuff like that throughout the past. I remember my sisters, they had Barbies and stuff like that, and the homemaking aspect of Barbie was there. It was a prominent part of the
so
Barbie.
What are you complaining about?
Barbie.
Completely removed.
The closest they get is continually shaming the pregnant doll.
Yeah, exactly.
Marge.
There's a pregnant version of Barbie.
That's not her name. That's not her name.
It's not. Yeah.
What is her name? Shad?
Midge.
Stop dehumanizing her, Shad.
Well, I mean, if you're gonna dehumanize her, at least acknowledge she's a doll.
Yeah.
But how is she shamed? She's not shamed. They just said she was discontinued because it was weird to have a pregnant doll. That was it.
It encouraged teenage pregnancies.
Because people like Shad complained that because you could get Midge on her own without Alan, it encouraged a single mother household.
Yep.
This guy
Chad,
is
you're the one who was shaming pregnant Barbie. You dumb fuck.
That everyone just is freaking out and doesn't like.
Yeah, that's the closest they get, is the freak out.
They don't want to encourage girls to be, mothers. So that's the oddity. It's just like, so.
Oh my god.
There are things like that that were
just
just
has no fucking clue what he's talking
warning signs,
about.
right?
No.
The film wasn't necessarily ruined because they were like, all right, if you're just going to be lighthearted and play minor lip service, you could almost dismiss it as it's harmless Hollywood junk that they can't help putting in that I could mostly ignore.
And you're like, oh, if it continues like this, it's just cute and funny. You can, get away with it.
Yeah, and so while they're in the Barbie world, that's kind of okay. She starts to change, and there were some fun, quirky things like the.
I'm so glad we got Shad's approval for Barbie Land being Barbie Land. Thank you.
Kind of
fun
okay.
and quirky.
Kind of okay.
There's my stamp of approval.
Dance party thing. There was one other warning sign that I found odd throughout this thing, and it wasn't that Ken was a goof. I went into this film expecting, because my point of reference is kind of the Dreamhouse cartoon show, right? In that, Ken is a simp for Barbie. Everything's about Barbie. He will do everything for Barbie, and I get that. Barbie's the main character. She is the more competent one. This would be like, if it's done right, a girl wish fulfillment fantasy where everyone loves her. She's the most competent, most beautiful, everything like that, and she has this perfect boyfriend that is just there.
Will do anything for
her, right? And that was the Ken of the Dreamhouse cartoon show,
right?
Where his purpose was to help Barbie out, and he had like this sense that if Barbie was ever in need, bang, he was there. And it actually had some charming kind of things, because there were things that Barbie in the cartoon just couldn't do. She didn't have the experience, and Ken would just be, I'm here, Barbie, you need my help.
Have the experience? Or what?
He was so close.
So close.
He's so close.
And this is me who has not watched the Barbie movies.
He's so close, and then he just completely offsides it that the Barbie Dreamhouse movie or TV show was okay because Ken was competently there to save Barbie when Barbie needed it, and that doesn't happen in this movie.
And he's mad. He's so mad. Why isn't that a copy of the cartoon? I hate it.
Oh, he's so close.
This is making me think about all the different Barbie movies and who does the day saving in each one. And so much of it is a mutual saving of each other. And in Princess and the Pauper, the princes go after the bad guy and the horse is the one that turns them around. They don't catch him. The horse is had enough of him and turns around.
Yeah.
So
this is one of those situations where Shad doesn't understand the complexity of trying to tell different stories to an audience to try to introduce ideas. Like Princess and the Pauper making Barbie gay, but throwing Ken in there to distract that Barbie's gay.
and then somehow making it a polycule as well.
Yeah.
And
it would be funny little things like a spider on the wall,
yes,
or opening a jar.
And it had an aspect of the damsel in distress, man coming to save his lady.
Which is the way it should be,
goddammit. It was. But he was a goof, and his only existence in the show was to serve Barbie, and I'm perfectly okay with this. This is a girls' show.
I'm okay with this because Ken was still competent in saving the day, and Barbie still needed
still the one
saving.
to open a jar.
Yeah, Ken was still the one to squish the spider.
How dare the Barbie movie didn't, copy that frame by frame.
How masculine.
Character by character.
How expecting it. What I was not expecting was the disdain Barbie had for Ken, even in the
There's
opening
that word again.
Where?
Barbie does not like Ken. She finds him annoying. She's trying to ignore him, and there's even moments like after the party, she says,
wrong with that?
"You can leave now. I want you to leave."
Yeah, so what's wrong with that?
Where does she ignore him? Doesn't happen. Go ahead.
But if she did say that to leave, she's establishing boundaries. What's wrong with that?
Well, and she asked him to leave her house at the end of the party.
Mm-hmm. Don't you ask your guests to go away?
Everyone's out of the house. Go home, Ken.
And it's girls' night.
And it's girls' night.
And sure, she makes a point later where not every night had to be girls' night. Sure, that's fine. But it's girls' night. Go home. And she doesn't ignore him because whenever he's in the pop-up ambulance, she's the one next to him. Can I come over to your place? Yeah, no problem.
Yep. He stows away in her car and she brings him along. She takes care of him
really well
while they're in the real world. In some cases,
let's just
disregard. He runs off on his own and gets into trouble, but
yeah.
Ken doesn't save Barbie from the person slapping her in the ass. She punches the dude in the face. Ken doesn't do shit.
And screams.
Right.
Oh no, that's what he was expecting. Shad was expecting.
And I was like,
that Ken would punch the dude, not her.
He's expecting Ken to be adherent to patriarchal toxic masculinity. And there is zero reason for the doll, Ken, to suffer from those issues.
So again, he's putting
in the franchise, in this cartoon, Barbie loved Ken and Ken loved Barbie, and Ken was a perfect boyfriend, and there was an endearing relationship there. Here, Ken is a simp who is doing everything. I need Barbie's attention. His whole identity is for Barbie to just look at him, and he
wasn't he a simp in the cartoon? He was a simp in the cartoon too. So what's wrong if he's a simp in here also?
Because he's incompetent.
Oh, he's not saving the day. Okay. Okay. It's Barbie saving the day, not him. Okay, that's
12 Dancing Princesses. Ken has a bird that talks, and he gives the shoes to the 12 Dancing Princesses, and he's just head over heels for the Barbie one, the classic Barbie one. And the bird's like, "Oh, you've got it bad, Romeo." Total simp. Man gives up his horse for a goblet of her mother's.
Yeah.
Total simp. We love Derek. Sweet boy.
He even says that. I just need, her to... It's
a perfect day if she looks at me.
Was that? Yeah. That's the extreme extent.
Narrator.
And in response to this desperate kind of servitude Ken is giving her, she disdains him. And so I was...
He's so mad that Barbie friend-zoned Ken.
And what certitude?
Yeah,
what certitude? We don't see him doing shit for her. He tries to show off.
There.
Yeah, he tries to show off.
And then we get into the beach off.
Yep.
And then he's over at her house, and then she tells him to go home. He's constantly
then
trying to show off.
That's it. Imposes himself on her party.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
But he doesn't. There is no acts of servitude that Ken serves up until this entire movie. The only thing you see him doing that's a servitude. Yeah, the only thing that you see him. The only thing that you see him doing that could be considered servitude, in which case, if Shad's gonna reference that, which I don't think he's actually going to, but what is alluded to, or this is the closest thing, which is really gonna tell on him, is he's hanging up the laundry in the travel scenes.
Oh.
When they transition from when they travel between Barbie land and the real world, you see Barbie sitting down at the fire, moving to sit down at the fire reading a newspaper, and Ken is hanging up the laundry. And if that's the only act of servitude that you see Ken actually doing in the entire thing, what does that tell you about Shad's opinion about motherhood? It's servitude to a man as far as he's concerned.
No, it's not. It's self-serving because they get so satisfied from it.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, okay.
But of course, you're miserable if you're a mother by yourself.
Yeah.
Yeah. Definitely miserable.
Mm-hmm.
I would rather die.
The only reason
around me.
The only reason why Ken exists in the Barbie universe is to fill gaps in the lore. So in a way, Ken exists so no parent like shady Shad has to have any uncomfortable conversations.
Oh god, that's so accurate.
That's the whole point of Midge getting discontinued.
Yeah.
Even started slightly before that when he's like, oh, can we do something tonight? She's like, yeah, come on over, I'm already having a party and everybody's coming. He didn't know about it. He wasn't invited until he said, let's do something tonight.
You're right.
Why do you think why does Barbie
so-called boyfriend wasn't
information?
He's not her boyfriend.
He's a friend. That's it. And even then, she does not owe him that. It was
invited to her big hit party, which apparently she has every night anyway, but he didn't know about.
He didn't know.
And he would know.
Because he is an idiot, a big idiot.
So what's the problem?
And so, that was some warning signs, but I was like, all right, we're going through. So Barbie then, her foot gets flat and she's thinking about death, and then she's told that she needs to go and find the girl who was playing with, because she has a companion doll in the real world that a girl is playing with that has these thoughts and is altering her. And the plot is just nonsense, okay?
Which, you can kind of accept from Barbie movies, like, okay, nonsense thing.
Nonsense, whatever.
She's going in the real world.
Why do you think it's nonsense? They don't establish the real why, causality, it's nonsense.
Why? It's so straightforward, dude. Like...
They do absolutely establish that. It's just because we know that Shad can't keep up with a 14-year-old, he can't keep up with a movie plot.
Yeah, a lot of these kind of shows, like I've seen lots of really simple little girl shows that you're like, okay, let's just go with it.
The world builder in me.
It's not a show for little girls. Stop it.
Could justify some of the things a bit better.
PG-13.
But they don't do that.
And
so she has to leave. Ken won't leave without her, so he follows.
Won't let her leave without him because he's been challenged by one of the other Kens of not being invited.
Yep. And then they arrive in the real world, and this is where the movie just dies. It explodes. It becomes the biggest, disgusting, vile mess of propaganda.
Get on with it.
Drivel.
You've said this a lot.
They don't show you in the trailers.
Well, they show little bits,
but only the bits that don't.
Yeah, I
give enough away.
Yeah, exactly.
Like, they show her.
Why are you complaining that trailers don't spoil the movie?
Yeah.
That's a fine line that trailers have to walk.
They're having her photo taken in jail, but they don't say.
Well, they showed one guy grab her rear end and punching him.
Yeah,
so
that happens.
So they kind of show
that's what happens.
Like, lead up
not to the extreme level it is when they.
But that's the whole event. They actually just take that trailer happens in the movie. Dude smacks her ass, she turns around, punches him. Next scene, taking photos in jail. That's the scene. It's the same scene. There is no additional thing. You don't need any more context to that. And Ken
is part of the promos.
Yeah.
Arrive there. This world is an insane parody intersectional feminist wet dream. I actually believe that they want the world to be like this to justify their own bitterness and activism, okay? And also, I do think the world is that way. They're just grabbing all the different misogynist...
Feminists are delusional, is what he's saying.
Yeah.
None of the actual things that have happened to women, none of the things that are in the news, none of the feelings that women have about the things that do happen to them are valid. It's all delusional, guys. Yeah. Everything is delusional. A man slapping your ass, and that being assault, and how you felt about it, delusional. Didn't happen.
Yeah, don't worry your little head about it. Let the men worry about it.
Yeah, it's a men problem.
And I didn't think it was that big of a deal. Because I don't want to.
How did Ken didn't punch the guy?
Things are just the world, and they're.
Sorry, go on.
Going back a little bit, where they were talking about like it being for girls, I am so much more over it with this video of people talking about the movie being for girls, even after they've seen it, and it's like, quit infantilizing it.
Right.
It is an adult movie. And it's one of those where it's like, you know, adult men get called men and adult women get called girls a lot.
Yeah.
And it's gross. Like, don't do that. And you know, and the idea that like, oh, you're just a small woman, whatever. Like, and people will talk to me a lot and be like, oh, you're like what, 24? And I'm like, I'm 29. Like, and you know, and they'll be like, oh, you look so much younger for your age. I'm like, okay, first off, 5 years is not that long, and I look like a 20-year-old going on 30. Like, I look like an adult. Don't tell me I don't look like I'm 21. And whenever
I made it a meme.
And whenever people are like, oh, you know, you look so good for your age, and you've got, you know, great moisturizer, whatever. It's like, oh, you'll be grateful for that later. It's like, I don't want to look that much younger. I want to look my age.
Well, then it's an excuse, right?
Yeah.
And people just use it as an excuse down the line to treat you poorly. That's all it is.
Yeah. Yeah.
You just look so
You don't know what you're talking about.
Yep.
Putting them together in a series of events. And it's insane. Like, every single guy that sees Barbie is catcalling her and stuff like that. And,
not every single guy is catcalling her. If you look at the background, women and men are both looking at both Ken and Barbie, and the way Ken interprets it and the way Barbie interprets it are different. The people who catcall her are construction workers! Which is a stereotype of construction workers. It's half kidding.
Yeah, and like the very first guy that is in the frame.
Yeah.
Like, those are the only ones that make... Because he makes the blondie comment.
He makes the blondie comment.
All this misogynistic bullcrap, but people are acknowledging Ken, and it's so... one of the things
acknowledging Ken.
Barbie asked Ken what is he feeling, and he's like, I'm feeling good, I'm feeling confident, and it was something
I'm feeling acknowledged, and...
Yeah. And there was this one line of like, just be feeling safe, right?
Yeah, he's like, I feel safe, and
then she's like, I don't feel safe. And it's like,
right.
To try and tell women that they should not feel safe in every single situation where men is present, I feel is disgusting and extreme.
You fucking bitch!
We're not.
You're not. Fucking asshole! How dare you, Shad?
That movie is not telling me that I need to feel unsafe. That movie is affirming the feelings that I already have.
Holy shit, this guy unfucking believable. How to dismiss
this
what
guy
women feel
is unfucking believable.
Let me just dismiss what women actually feel and what they communicate to me, and tell them what they should feel in a situation where they should feel otherwise. Like, bitch.
Bro.
And again, not to be too American about it, but like, in a nation that is covered in guns, I don't feel safe hardly anywhere with anybody. And since men are the majority of mass shooters, I feel the least safe with men, especially if I see they have a gun.
Yep.
I don't care how responsible, law-abiding gun owner they are.
This movie isn't telling people how they should feel.
Yeah.
This movie is reflecting how people currently feel.
Yes.
And although it might be overt about it, it's because it's a movie. It's overt about it because it's making a point. It's making an argument. it's not because it's saying this is literally the way the world is. It's saying this is a reflection about how the world is viewed from this and through this lens. Women often do not feel safe. We all talked about it at the beginning of this video when we heard your wife, who said she was enjoying a movie until she noticed how much it was bothering you. Why is that her concern? Why is it her concern so much that she can not only no longer enjoy the movie that she's currently watching, but then has to turn around and dunk on a movie she was otherwise enjoying?
Yeah.
Stop it. Whether or not you think the statistics line up in your favor, it changes nothing about the way women are raised, nor does it change how women feel about the matter. On top of it, removing their rights, step by step, doesn't help. Invalidating them does not help. Taking historical references and then using those to push your fucking political agenda to say that women are just not generally as strong as men when it comes to medieval bow wielding?
Yeah.
Fuck off!
Like an
Shut
asinine
the
thing.
fuck up! These are the same men who have these channels that are incredibly large, bitching that they don't have, like, the people don't listen to what they have to say. Well, I'm getting canceled. Oh, my voice is getting shut down. Oh my god, this movie about women is talking about women's issues from women's perspective, and it doesn't make any sense, and I felt offended as a man. Fuck off. Fuck off. Fuck off. Fuck off. Fuck off. Like, at this point, why would anybody listen to anything more that you've had to say? You've wasted everybody's time up to this point because you have yet to actually present shit.
Yeah.
You think this movie hates men because you think Barbie doesn't like you. Yeah, but it's because probably Barbie wouldn't like... It's probably because Barbie wouldn't like Shad. Shad probably doesn't get to bang Margot Robbie. Sorry. She's too liberal.
He's probably calling her mid at this point.
Oh, yeah.
Oh.
The fact that the reason you were able to live the life that you want is because you were lucky enough to be born into a religion that enabled you to take advantage of your wife says a lot. And I would love to have a conversation with your wife and talk to her one-on-one, because I'm sure she'd be very upset about what I'm saying about her husband and take that as an affront to her. It's not. It's not an affront to you, Mrs. Shad's wife, who has no moniker nor name, that has been granted to you by your husband in his little man cave space that he was generous enough to invite you on for, so he could justify his shitty opinions and try to come off not as poorly to the public because he had a token woman to speak on his behalf, at his behest.
Oh, yeah.
I'd love to have a chat with you, and that's totally fine. We can chat.
I'll stay out of the way. You both can have a good chat.
Your husband being a piece of shit towards women in general, being completely ignorant of politics and economy and history of feminism, is not your fault. It's not on you. It is not a criticism of you to say that your husband is treating you like shit in this video. Because it's not on you to have to defend yourself in his space. That's not reasonable and that's not fair. So as much as you might view my criticism of him as criticism to yourself, it's not. It's not. You're fine. You're doing your best. You're working with what you're stuck with. And I'm sorry for you. And I'm sorry for what you're stuck with. I'm glad that you're able to find some kind of happiness and some kind of satisfying way to live your life in the situation that you've found yourself in. But I'm sorry. Not because I think you're making bad choices, and not because I don't think you should live the life that you want to live. But it's because This guy's a piece of shit!
Yeah, what the hell? You deserve better.
It has nothing to do with you or how you live. It has to do with this guy's an asshole. He's an asshole to you, he's an asshole to your daughter. And neither of you deserve that shit. I watched him be an asshole to his own brother on his brother's channel.
What?
Yeah. I watched that happen. I reacted to it live. Shit. It was kind of funny. Not gonna lie. That was a bit amusing. But, lady, he's undermining you left, right, and center. He's saying, yeah, and then just completely throwing you under the bus.
You said that, crumple it up, throw it in the garbage bin. And that was 2 points.
I mean, it's hard to, I'm not gonna sit here and criticize her choice in men when her options are this small group of Mormons.
Mm-hmm.
What other options does she really have? Let's be real here. But if you have to cater your reaction to a movie to satisfy your husband, I think you might need to take a step back.
Yeah.
Anyway, my rant is over.
Yeah, okay, you say.
Because most men aren't like that. Most men will protect women, okay? And it's only the most scummy type of men that...
Most men aren't like Ken, you mean? Most men aren't... Ken?
I'm literally trying to think of the number of times a man has stepped in to protect me in any way, and as of right now, I can think of one.
No, I can think of none. None. I am the one who would end up getting chastised. But why did
I'm having to fish for these. And people who have said, if anyone disrespects you, if anyone's rude to you, whatever, I'll step in, I'll take care of it. And the moment someone has been rude or disrespectful, they step in as it's a good cop, bad cop situation. Because they come in and they're like, oh, I'm so sorry, I'll handle it. And they're so kind and polite to this person instead. And I'm like, that's not really what we're doing here. If you're wanting to step in and show them the bear, that's not it.
Yeah.
That's pacifying. And what you see, who you see as an ally.
Yeah, it has been very few and far between
how
when
many
a man has stepped in and got me out of a bad situation.
How many? Can I get a ratio of how many men are defending bodily autonomy rights for women?
Mm-hmm.
Can I get a ratio on that?
And one thing that's always ticked me off is when, men who are pro-choice are like, yeah, because it's none of my business. I'm like, it is your business because we need you to fight with us.
Yeah.
Well, it's also your business because you're the one who's going to get stuck with your loved one who is basically brain dead on a table after an accident, who's being forced to stay alive to potentially carry the child that's still alive, and you don't get a choice in the matter. That's a you problem that you get to suffer.
You're the one that could lose your partner because they won't let you abort the baby. That will kill her or them.
Mm-hmm.
If you don't want that kid, you're the one that's going to get the child support court order. This does affect men.
Yep.
And so it's wild that, it's like, oh yeah, it doesn't affect me, so why should I have a say? Because it does affect you, and it does affect the people you care about.
What happens when...
Stand up for it. Going back to the leftist theory thing, do your fucking dishes, and go march with us.
Yep.
Yeah, it affects... Do you know who it affects, really? Men and women both at a certain income level, or below a certain income level.
That's an issue too.
Affects both, both genders.
Prey on vulnerable people, both, and when I say vulnerable,
like you,
vulnerable men and women. The victims of violent crime mostly are men more than women. Men are more willing to be violent against other men before they are violent against other women.
Citation needed.
And any man that preys.
Violent crime includes assault of getting a fight in a bar.
Yeah.
Violent crime includes, like, dudes getting into scuffles over shit.
And if we want to talk about, like, you know, Shad's whole stereotypical gender role shit, men take more risky decisions, which puts them in the line of danger more often.
Right.
So if we want to use that logic, let's use that logic, Shad.
Mm-hmm. Believe it or not, women don't tend to get in fist fights at the bar. It does happen, just not as often.
Right.
And I don't know why you think men just being violent is a flex.
On a woman,
or why that would mean women shouldn't feel, like, unsafe. Your whole point was, like, it's ridiculous that women feel unsafe around men, and now you're like, men are really violent! Right. What? Fucking Jesus Christ. So maybe stop going off the cuff and write yourself a fucking script, because this is ridiculous.
Also, I'm up to 3 that I've thought about of men who have stepped in. I'm up to 3 situations.
Nice.
So,
and the thing is, when a man does prey on a woman, usually greater injuries can occur because most women are less equipped to defend themselves against men.
So why? Why are women less equipped to defend themselves against men, Shad?
Yeah, tell me, Shad. Why is that? Also,
and why do women need to equip themselves to protect themselves in the first place? Why do they need to do that?
Also, I'm a woman. I am pretty weak, if I say so myself. I am not the strongest. I do not stand a good chance in many a fight. I am also scrappy. So, like, I'm scrappy, I am creative, I am resourceful. I'm getting out of that situation. By whatever means necessary.
And if it results in a death, so be it.
Do we actually want to talk about whether or not a woman defending herself against a rapist gets charged with murder? Is that the conversation Shad wants to fucking have right now?
Mm-hmm. Let's go, buddy. Let's have that conversation. Let's go for it.
And also, he was saying how, like, you know, men are victims of violent crime too. You know, vulnerable people, sure, but, like, when we talk about, like, sexual violence, that doesn't happen to grown men as much as it happens to boys,
right?
Who are vulnerable,
yeah,
who are not seen as equals.
Yep.
Yep.
Yep. Let alone the gay and trans community.
Yeah, mm-hmm. I was about to say that. Yeah. Colleen Ballinger's situation.
I would love for Shad to take his fucking opinion and shove it right back up his ass where he pulled it from.
About this whole movie was a feminist satire. Like, let's push everything to that max level of what it could be. So instead of one person,
right? It was a little bit satirical. It did take things and push them to an extreme. That was the point.
Mm-hmm. Doing something crude or whatever in a given day. Let's make all of them do it. So it's that bit of satire that's trying to make it funny and yet shove it down your throat at the same time.
Yeah. And so I was seeing all this and I'm just thinking, oh my gosh, this is a feminist wet dream. This reality is insane.
What's wrong with that?
And what worries me, right? If young girls actually watched this film and took on board what even the messages of this film, right? And it's trying to teach women that you should always feel afraid if you're in the presence of men, and that men will always be misogynistic to you and stuff like that, and you should feel vulnerable and all these.
None of the Barbies felt even remotely intimidated by any of the Kens.
Yeah, and also
ever.
That's not the message. The message is that that's where it is now, and we can be better.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Disgusting things, and it's depicting a world that is a horrorscape, and it's not the real world.
And just the whole thing of, I don't feel safe. I've got a man walking next to me in broad daylight.
If you think you're so okay, I'm drawing a line here. Shad, if you think you're so safe being as a woman being out there, go do it. Mm-hmm. Go be a woman. Go present yourself as best as a woman as you can, and go exist as a woman in your day-to-day life.
Yeah.
Go do it. Go get gas, go to the grocery store, and then go and actually do the job that you expect your wife to be doing.
Mm-hmm.
You do it. Do it for a month.
Every one last of them.
Do it. If you think it's so easy, it's so safe, go on. Go walk around as a woman in the middle of the night at a bar down a dark alley. See how you feel about it.
You won't last even 2 hours.
No.
There is a song that I have saved on Spotify called A Scary Time for Boys. I can't remember who sings it off the top of my head. But it's like, I can't walk to my car late at night when I'm alone. I can't live in an apartment if it's on the first floor. Like, it just has all these different things that, like, oh my gosh, like this is what I cannot do as a woman to keep myself safe. And the chorus is like, but it sure is a scary time for boys.
Right. Yep.
Who will protect her at the drop of a hat.
Who adores her and would do anything for her.
Ken doesn't protect Barbie in this movie, ever.
Ever.
Doesn't happen.
And she feels unsafe for some reason. Is quite a strange thing to me. Like, I've walked around cities and suburbs by myself and felt fine. And it's only the rare occurrence where something might happen that you're like...
It's so nice that none of those things have happened to you, therefore they don't exist. Name that fallacy?
I walked around Sydney at night, I walked around Melbourne at night, and I felt pretty safe in those two cities. Personally, I don't feel safe in many US cities. Gee, I wonder why.
Oh, I'm actually not feeling comfortable right now. And it's the rarity, not the constant bombardment.
Rarity?
And can we just point out, my wife is very
I think she said rarity.
short and busy.
Yeah.
And so I have no...
Your wife is a housewife. Where the fuck is she going?
Yeah. Without you.
She's a Mormon housewife. Is she going out to the bar?
Is she? Does she go?
Or are you just suggesting that wherever she goes is naturally safe for women, and therefore women should only be going to those spaces?
There's a reason that people look for homes in safe, unquote, like low crime rate neighborhoods.
Does she think that, like, oh well, as long as women exist in the house and in the church and at the grocery store, they should be safe? Are we gonna talk about how there was a law that was passed in America that allowed or said that you weren't considered like the safety of expected privacy for men to take pictures up your skirt at the grocery store?
Right.
Does your wife just happen to live in a bubble that's relatively safe for her because she exists within the bubble that you've enforced?
Yeah. And the promise of safety in the US goes down and down and down with the whole gun thing, partially because it's like, oh, you know, we don't want to give up our guns because blah, 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 even in the name of public safety, because, well, you're in danger every time you leave your house.
Right.
And that's just becoming part of the mentality. So the idea is that if I leave this room, basically, you know, go to the other side of this wall right here, I am no longer safe, period.
Right.
And that shouldn't be where we have to live. Like, that is not, it shouldn't be
not acceptable. Not acceptable.
Strength, I couldn't beat off an ant.
like, honestly, since being married to my lovely wife here, I've been shocked on multiple occasions of the vast disparity in strength between us. So, like, just small little things like boxes,
I'm a big strong man.
He's the man who's like, I'm not a real man if I can't carry all the groceries in one go. He takes it seriously. Shad, do you even lift, bro?
So, you know, as someone may have guessed, because I have all these daggers, my boyfriend and I do sword fight each other. Not infrequently. That is like one of our hobbies that we do.
Sparring, hell yeah.
He has more practice than me, so he is definitely better than me. But, like, I have my own set of advantages. Specifically, his knees.
Right.
Like, I'm short, he's tall. I can take out his knees pretty quick.
Right.
So, there's that. Like, that's just, it's a matter of like different strength levels. And like I have a jar of lotion that sucks to open. Like I hate opening that jar of lotion. It hurts my hand every time. He has taken to opening it for me because I do not like it, whatever. But I've also pinned him in a wrestling match.
Right.
Like this isn't zero sum.
It's one of those situations where there's something sus to me about this man who's going off about how much stronger he is than his wife after she displayed her uncomfort at him watching this movie that she then needed to emotionally cater to. and then he is bringing her onto a public space, which we can assume she's not entirely okay with as to why she is not physically present.
Yeah.
So she can, like, cater to him and, like, cater to his opinions and basically mirror whatever he's saying and back up whatever he says. There's something sketchy about that dude.
Right.
Yeah. Ugh.
All right. I've got to be right back. Hang on.
Yeah, well, let's take a quick break. We've been at this a while. This is a long one.
Oh,
a
boy,
doozy.
yeah.
Hello.
Oh, that's the wrong one. There we go. And we are back. Hello, everybody. Welcome back. Oh my god.
So I was thinking on the break, Jill Barup had a video talking about like, men versus women in sword fighting, and was like, I mean, sure, they can have an advantage. Like it's not there, but also was like, your advantages are going to come more into like height and reach.
Yeah.
And that's really where she was focusing on. And that it really aggravates me how Shad's just like, I'm so much stronger than all these women that I know. Blah, 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 blah. Whoa, what happened? Oh, my cat switched my page. That's what happened. Okay, why did my tab change? Cat.
That's a very nice
versus
looking
like, actually looking at like why that is a
Where
general
the
rule.
are coming from. Yeah.
It's like, because men are often taller.
It also seems like Shad is lauding an advantage because, like, it's his job to do so.
Mm-hmm.
It's like, of course, it's not her job to do so. So why would it? This is like saying, like, oh, I lift weights. I'm so much stronger than this person who does art. Yeah, no shit. Like, why is that a competition? What are you talking about?
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
And there are women who train to.
Yeah.
I try to go to the gym once in a while. And it's like, it's not like women don't train to do heavy weightlifting. Like, yeah, they don't participate in weightlifting championships, or just as a hobby. Like, yeah, they don't do that. Mm-hmm.
No, they gotta be moms. Too busy.
Yeah.
Can't lift.
Yeah.
I things that you've struggled with, and I'm thinking, okay, and then it's like, well, okay. You struggled with that. I wasn't expecting that.
I'm a bit of a weakling.
Hey, do we want to talk about the lady who lifted a car because her kid was underneath it?
Right.
Oh, yeah.
There's been very few cases that I can recall where I have felt that I'm unsafe or that I should find somebody to be near that would protect me.
Projecting your own experience on the whole population of women.
Can I assume something, which I feel is quite accurate, is that
Can you?
in
You
many
already
situations
did.
where you feel you might feel vulnerable, stuff like that, do you feel safer when I'm with you?
Yeah, I and even like before we met, I would look for
The
a man
smugness
that looked
said
trustworthy or that I recognized.
The smugness, how smug he was when he said it. Just.
I am so strong. You're so
Wouldn't
weak.
Don't you feel safer when I'm with you? And not another, like, woman? You don't feel safer with your buddies? You feel safer with me? Bitch, go off.
People ask me,
Is there
people ask me
another
how I'm
man
going to
you
defend
would
myself.
feel safer with?
Oh,
Yeah.
God. He will be the first one to turn around and run away. I bet you. He will be the first one.
He'd be like,
And
wait, baby,
people
let me
ask
go
me-
home and get my swords.
Yeah.
I can't fight without my swords.
I need to get my armor, my lady.
Eyes or knew,
Right now.
and that's where I would go. It would be to another man.
Yeah.
It wouldn't be to hide in my shell and go, I'm a victim, I'm scared. It's
Exactly.
like, okay, can you just walk next to me for a bit? I'm not feeling okay right now, and then I'm fine.
So you do feel unsafe.
That's
why you need him around you.
I
Oh, fucking Jesus Christ. So
That's
close,
the
so
thing.
close. Oh my lord.
felt unsafe one time in Paris, and I did not go to a man for help. I went to a mother with children.
Yep. Yep.
I literally walked up to her and I said, hi, I do not feel super safe. And I was told, by my own mother to find a mom with kids if I ever felt unsafe. Can I please walk with you for a
Children
little
do
while?
that. Children do
And that's
that.
all
They
I
don't
said.
go
And she
looking
was like,
for
yeah,
men.
absolutely. And she was like from Minnesota or something. She was very sweet.
Zings also specified and caught that she said she went to another man, not to her husband.
Yeah, or that she would go if he wasn't around. Yeah.
Yeah. The thing is like, but that's the thing. That's you feeling unsafe and looking for shelter from somewhere else. That is you being a victim, or that's you trying to prevent yourself from being victimized further from whatever is happening. So you're describing the thing.
That's
Yeah.
it.
And
It's
our honor and pleasure as men to provide that, to try and make women feel safe.
Well, lady.
Okay? In situations where they might not. And
let me
that's
be
one
your
of
guardian and protector.
No one fucking asked you. You know what we asked you to do? Fucking stop being douche nozzles. And you're not capable of doing that.
Exchanges that happens in a relationship between men and women, okay?
I protect you, you give me sex.
Bitch, he's been fucking... This asshole has been fucking doing nothing but dunking on women this entire video. What do you mean? But if you don't search for my attention and my protection, I'm going to attack you.
Yeah.
You're the
you're
threat!
not looking for my validation? Yeah.
The exchanges that happen. I'm sorry, you
not a
can't just be a good
transaction,
person and protect people?
Marriage is not a transaction, you idiot. Oh no, actually, Mormon-wise it is, isn't it? Because marriages were built to, like, exchange property and all that shit, isn't it? Oh, okay. So it's a transaction.
Should always offer and be honored to offer to their partners, because there's an exchange in roles in what we're able to do for each other.
Where are they at?
But this film...
Where they at?
And that's just one aspect about be afraid of all men, right? But then Ken goes off to try and discover the world.
Well, she tells him to go away.
Yeah, she does, doesn't she?
She's like, I'm trying to think and process. Go away. Further, go over there. Not too far. Go away.
She even said,
how dare Barbie not look for protection from a man?
Or how dare Barbie want space to be able to think and process about what's going on and what she needs to do. Well, he's hovering around her and won't shut the fuck up.
Right.
Says you'll slow me down. Well, I think that's when he appears in the car. Yeah. When Ken appears in the car. Go again, that disdain, you'll slow me down, I don't want you with me and stuff. But yeah, when Ken goes off, he discovers that men rule the world. And there are all these like things where they're just showing men in advertisements. There's like images of the Rocky movies and stuff like that, and of course, I mean, women don't appear in media at all. Like in this world, they're trying to show that it's a man-ruled world and that women do not appear anywhere. And it's like,
says the man who says that motherhood is the most fulfilling thing that a woman can be.
Shad.
But which movies get the most money? Surely it's not the superhero franchise that is disproportionately male.
Shad. Why is this the image you put up to represent your wife?
Yeah. Also, on the topic of, like, Barbie telling Ken to go away so she can think, you should always feel safe with your partner, or even just, like, your friends, to say, I love you, I cannot, like, do this right now, I need a few minutes.
That's called being healthy.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The fact that he thinks that Barbie not catering to Ken's needs is viewed as disdain says a lot.
Yeah.
You're like, there are industries that are majority represented by women, okay?
Do you mean porn?
Oh. Yeah, there's that. Also, nursing, something that people are like, oh, you're just the nurse. And teaching, where a famously underpaid profession. So tell me more about the industries that are dominated by women and how they have been treated since they became dominated by women.
There's, and of course, there's industries, the majority are represented by men, but they're showing like billboards and stuff.
I know none of the advertisements featured women at all, which is mind-blowing, because, you know, you almost can't walk past a billboard without there being a woman in it.
This world is a parody, but it's actually trying to say, this is the real world.
No, it's not.
It's not trying to say that. It's also things that are geared towards men and things that would have been directed towards men via the algorithm. What do you think those things would have been?
I would like to ask Shad a question. Who do you think the lingerie industry is catered towards? Women on the billboard, yeah, but who is it catered to? Victoria's Secrets? Yeah, who? Food for thought for you, Shad.
men dominate and rule, and that there's this patriarchy that's keeping women down, and men know about it, and they're happy and all about it, and they want to keep it in force, and all this stuff.
So close.
I did find one thing interesting, just backtracking a little bit, about the motivation Barbie has to leave the thing where she didn't want to leave. She didn't want to leave.
Obvious
until she found out if she doesn't leave, she'll get cellulite. Cellulite, sorry. And it's to maintain her beauty is the motivation for her leaving. Beauty.
So what's wrong? Oh, okay, so why are you laughing about that?
Because he doesn't
get the
funny
joke.
about
Yeah. Also, Manya, going back to what you were saying about the lingerie industry and going to a different Will Ferrell movie, is when Elf gets the lingerie for his dad because it says for that special someone. Like, the lingerie is not marketed as to feel your best so you can feel sexy. It is for your partner.
Even makeup. But men are mad that now women are using that market for themselves, for their self-gratification now.
Mm-hmm.
I mean,
they're like,
stereotypical.
I don't give a shit about you.
It's stereotypical that women don't even run fashion. It's gay men that run fashion.
Yeah. And with makeup, it's like, oh, I don't like when women wear too much makeup, but then they'll be like, you look tired if you don't wear any.
Yeah. Chefs. How many like world famous Gordon Ramsay, is his peers all men? Huh?
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
So why not
go shopping? Go shopping to buy a TV, or go shopping to buy a computer, or go shopping to buy a laundry machine with a man and a woman. See who the attendant talks to.
Uh-huh.
It's not even for the man.
Yeah.
In youth. There might be some dishonesty there, rarely in this film. But I think Barbie could have had a more genuine motivation.
Well, she was trying to motivate her that it would be the end of, Barbie Land and stuff. She's like, but can we just go back to how it was?
Yeah, she doesn't care about the fate of Barbie Land. It's just, my looks.
Huh?
And you could have given her a bit more...
yeah.
She's a doll who got cellulite, which is a reason to freak the fuck out. That's like somebody growing an extra leg in real life and being like, why the fuck have I grown an extra leg? The joke part was the amount of work. The joke? Because apparently I need to explain this. The joke was about the lengths that women in the real world will go because of how bad cellulite is and how bad that's advertised to you as a person when it's really not that big of a deal.
I think it's funny that people are criticizing Barbie so much for being like, I don't want to have cellulite because I'm supposed to be stereotypical Barbie. And heard none of that when Fiona in Shrek was like, but I'm supposed to be beautiful. I'm supposed to be the beautiful princess in the fairy tale.
Yep. Mm-hmm. And you know what Shrek's response was? But you are beautiful.
Noble, reason to do this.
She started off pretty shallow.
Yeah.
These folks are talking about being shallow.
Yes, correct.
Pop the neck on and you can see inside.
Imagine a character having character flaws at the beginning of the movie, which they work out through and experience through a story. Wow! What a concept!
It's as if the Barbie movie was not based on the cartoons at all, and it is its own thing.
No, it's more like Shad and his wife would prefer to watch a movie where there is no character development, which would generally be your action flicks, where there isn't really any character development for the main male character because his job is to be an action hero.
Or jars.
Some might call that shallow.
Also, Thor. He's like, I'm supposed to be the mighty Thor, and now I can't lift my hammer?
And then he ends up being a single dad who's cooking and doing all types of shit.
I didn't see this last one.
That's so cute. That's so cute. A single dad looking after.
I don't know what Barbie, she ended up actually.
But Barbie is a character, the stereotypical Barbie character that, say, the Dreamhouse cartoon show. She's actually not shallow. She's depicted as the idyllic nice girl, basically.
She's nice, she's competent, she's friendly. Yeah.
She's the best friend who will...
Margot Robbie
and in other
is
movies,
competent.
she's insecure.
Right.
You know, be
And in one,
happy, help her
Happy
sisters
for
out.
you when you do
Yeah,
something, you accomplish something or get something, she's happy for you.
Shockingly, a role model. A great role model for little girls. This Barbie is not.
How?
This Barbie is not for little girls.
Dude, you're so close. You're so close. So close. So close. And disappointing every time. Every time.
I genuinely, this film, I feel, would be harmful and destructive for little girls to watch because of how subversive and violent it is and what it's trying to... Like,
Wow, it's a good thing. Think of the children that we must protect from a movie that's not made for children. I think Les Mis would be really destructive for little girls to watch.
Forget the guns. Forget the guns. We need to protect them from the Barbie movie.
Yep.
if little girls actually took on board, not anyone, little girls and boys, rather.
Why do
I
feel like we're listening to the exact same thing he said 20 minutes ago?
Because he only has like one thing to say, and he's just like padding it with other words so that he can repeat it for an hour.
My brain is melting.
This depiction of the world, this is depiction of men, this depiction of women, everything like that, that will be harmful with their interactions between men and women going forward.
In
their
what way?
view of themselves, their internal value and everything like that. And if they take the lessons of the characters, including Barbie in this,
Tell
they will
Elmo.
be worse people as a result by emulating the characters of this film.
Yeah, I wouldn't want anybody to emulate, I think, anybody in this film.
Yeah. Yeah.
I wonder how he feels about Yu-Gi-Oh! Because my parents made it so that I could not watch Yu-Gi-Oh! So because I was 8 years old and was imitating the characters, and they talked ugly to each other. And my parents were like, listen, you can't do that. So until you can figure out what's real and what's not, you're not watching this show. Which, you know what? Fair.
Yeah, that's kind of reasonable. That's a better reason than I got.
Yeah.
The thing is like, you don't think they should emulate anybody? Including the mother and daughter relationship that is repaired over the course of this movie. A mom who is married and works hard for her and her husband? That you don't want them to emulate the mother character?
Whose job is just Duolingo.
Yeah. Oh, the dad?
Yeah.
You don't want them to emulate those positive traits? Why not?
Hyper focused on the Barbie character for some reason.
Or Ruth Handler, a successful businesswoman.
Right.
With tax evasion problems, but that's okay.
You
He
know.
has contradicted himself so massively here. He's contradicted himself. He thinks that women are more satisfied being mothers, but Barbie is a good role model for all the girls. How?
Yeah.
Two very contradicting things, and you were bitching about that there was no homemaker Barbie.
Yeah.
Or
Barbie at no point has ever had a baby.
so they were all nieces and
There
nephews
have
of the
been
dolls that I got.
babies.
There's been babies, and you could make Barbie a mother in your playtime if you wanted.
But not in the
and
lore.
Barbie had a sister that she took care of, Kelly.
Mm-hmm. But like every like package that came with a Barbie and a baby was heavily implied to be a babysitter Barbie.
Oh yes, you're right.
It was never
You're right.
mom Barbie.
Yes,
Ever.
you're right. Yes, you're right.
Okay, so
Why can't Kenny be a
Barbie finds the girl, or she thinks she finds the girl's playing with, and it's a daughter of the actual. It's a mother that's actually playing with her, but there's a connection to the daughter and everything. And this was insane. Like, and so
Wow.
she approaches
Completely
the daughter
skimmed over that thing.
at school, and the daughter just goes on this unhinged rant.
Which you've already talked
Against
about.
Barbie.
Against Barbie.
Or Barbies.
And this is where she drops the line that Barbie is just a form of sexualized capitalism in action, and that she has put the caused...
Have we entered a time loop?
Yeah,
I
think
feel
we're
like we
in a
must
time
have.
loop. Check the
Yeah,
timestamp.
image issues for girls and all, and it's one after another. There is so many insane and just wrong remarks that are dropped.
Where? What?
There was too many to even
What?
record.
Nani the fuck what?
He's
her
conveniently too
opinion.
stupid to keep up with the 14-year-old, remember?
Yeah. Also, I think it's so funny that he
And the
started
movie.
this video with, I tweeted out the most succinct thing about my opinion of the movie, and here he is spending an hour reiterating the succinct tweet.
And he still hasn't actually explained anything. He's just stating what it is. Without actually justifying it, which he did promise he was going to do. He said at the beginning that he would justify it. I think that might make him a liar at this point.
Yeah. Why the fuck you
Gaslighter for sure.
What the fuck you lied?
All of it was intersectional woke ideology
Use
in
that
the
word
extreme.
again.
Define
And
woke.
it's crazy. It's just all of it was just nuts. And the film isn't trying to say that this girl's in the wrong. A lot of the film is actually reinforcing what she's saying here to be correct.
The mom literally has
okay.
a line telling her that she's wrong. She
Wow.
says it's more complicated than that.
My
On
head.
more than one
Yeah,
occasion.
and it is.
My grey and white matter.
All this bullcrap that she just starts laying into Barbie about. But one of the things does come
It's
up
like
about
teenagers
Barbie
can get
being,
can get
being
influenced quite quickly.
a reason
and
to
easily.
cause unrealistic body images and damages to girls and stuff like that. There's that vein that kind of dropped in this.
How's that way?
And it's good to get your insight on this because stereotypically, guys respond very differently to the idyllic masculine
that's a joke. That's different.
image that is presented in male consumed media, like He-Man and Superman and stuff like that, where it's this
Do you think
almost
Barbie is not male consumed?
perfect physical form of the masculine physique. And guys, for me, that was a very positive thing for me growing up. It encouraged me to try and exercise and work out because I wanted to be ripped like that.
Why are you not ripped like that though?
Take your shirt
Yeah.
off.
Yeah. Why are
Take your
you
shirt
why
off,
are you wearing
Shad.
such a stupid shit to cover your fucking
I'm down
Beer
to
belly.
play. I'm down to clown. Like, come on. I got my I'm not like badly shaped. I'm alright. You can't really see it because
Listen, I love my curves. I don't care.
gonna say,
how
I
I got like a
Right
butt.
now,
Like I'm like shaped.
She's
decently.
been exercising.
I ain't fugly.
I'm
Like-
shaped is the best sentence.
I'm a shape. You know, like, and like in some
Why
cases
is-
a little stereotypically shaped. But like,
Why is he trying to hide his alcohol chin with his beard?
come on, Shad, if you're gonna say that there's like that you emulate this and want to be this,
Why aren't you?
show.
And again, they're projecting their own personal experiences and thoughts onto the wider population because Superman has hello, you look so pretty. Because Superman has been a point of unrealistic body standards for men.
We are not gonna talk about Rob Liefeld art.
Wanted to be fit and healthy. And look,
Okay,
did I achieve it? No. But
You guys don't get that? You guys don't know Rob Liefeld? Rob Liefeld is a comic book illustrator who is notorious for having like insane proportions for everyone.
Is this one of the guys that like
so beautiful, Abby.
isn't she so pretty?
She's pretty. Her eyes are so pretty.
Is he the one that has like the women's like super suits like crawling up their butt?
Yeah, we got like the you're talking like scoliosis. We're talking like it looks like this the action scene looks like this guy just tried to slap this man with his dick. There's like the if I'm not mistaken, he's the one who did like the quintessential Captain America bod, like the side standing one that's got like the chest all popped out this way.
Okay. I think I know which one we're talking about now.
Yeah. I'll send a picture of it. You'll see what I'm saying.
I was more fit and healthy by that positive, reinforcement than if I didn't have it.
I doubt
And
that.
so, like, I know there's a discussion about that, for women and Barbie and the way that Barbie is presented, that
Where
can
is that
cause
discussion?
some insecurities and stuff like that. But is there a positive aspect to it that encourages women to try and like achieve that idyllic, representation?
Well, not so much of aiming to look like that because it is unrealistic. Like you can't
Well, when you say unrealistic,
do the kids know it's unrealistic?
Hard to achieve.
Who tells the
would that
child
be better
it's
to say? Because
unrealistic?
it can be achieved. There's people who have that.
You can only right, exactly. You can only achieve that when you're born with it. There are certain body types and there's certain
genetics, maybe.
Right, there are certain genetics that you can get that will do some things for you and other things for you. Right? There was a whole issue with particularly in the modeling industry and in Hollywood, where particularly in the late 80s, early 90s, that was like incredibly unhealthy.
The heroin chic, yeah.
Right. And so you have a thing where you have women who, like, men can't tell. Men, for the most part, men can't fucking tell. They have a general idea, and then that general idea is imposed upon to women, and women use different tools, whether it be makeup or clothing, to accentuate and change and make their bodies look a specific way. And that's basically called wearing what fits.
Oh, yeah. Oh, okay, yeah.
I have had a guy tell me that I was at my hottest when I was borderline anorexic. Like, I was wildly unhealthy. And again, like, I'm going to sing my mom's praises. My mom rocks, because she was like, we're not doing this. Absolutely not. And she, like, called a bunch of friends and had them call me, and they were like, listen, like, we can talk and whatever. And she got me early. We were fine. But when I was dipping into that and was losing so much weight, he was like, yeah, she's hot. And then I, like, got to be, like, a real adult. I wasn't 19 anymore. And I had, you know, a healthier body. And he was just like, yeah, you kind of let yourself go. And again,
wow.
Where? Tell me where.
What the fuck? Yeah. Unless women suffer and don't die.
This is where the meme, where are her organs, came from.
To look stunning, yes. But the traditional Barbie doll, I think, actually has proportions that actually would not physically work. They've altered it over the years.
Okay.
It was a joke it's a joke in, like, many movies where somebody has the proper Barbie proportions on, like, a real life person, and it looks absurd. It's a joke.
So it wasn't physically possible.
Okay.
It's changed over the years to make it actually a lot more compatible with what a human shape is.
I would add to that. That's actually the same with a lot of males, heroes and stuff, where the shoulders are too broad and they don't.
That's a good
conform
point.
To,
and they got
like,
little bitty waists and huge shoulders and all that sort of thing.
Yeah, it's exaggerated.
And so,
but Skeletor is also Skeletor. He's not exactly supposed to be realistic. I'll give you a He-Man. I'm also going to give you a He-Man in that there were other people in He-Man that were more appropriately proportioned. He-Man was supposed to be an extreme, supercharged with magic.
Mm-hmm.
You know, his normal Adam human form, and, like, the guy with the mustache who was, like, the general, who was just, you know, normal shaped.
It wasn't even, like, for the shape.
You know, like, it's like, yeah, your friend can turn into an 8-foot tall lady with a sword. And yeah, I was gonna go to the prom as She-Ra because she has better hair.
Ooh.
Of Barbie, that as a child I enjoyed playing with Barbie. It was for the fashion and the creativity side of things, like the gorgeous ball gowns and all the different things that you could make with the outfits. And so it actually promoted creativity and imagination.
Fashion doll.
I find that Barbie's not one of the causes of low self-esteem and shape and stuff. It's more of all the Hollywood, the advertising, all that other stuff where you see actual women.
So close, and then just slipped right past it, like into a toilet bowl.
It can be both.
A very good point. Yes, it can be both. She brought up a very good point. Barbie, the proportions that the first one was kind of realistic, but then the models that came out the body structure became highly unrealistic, right? And what happened, and that's why he got tongue-tied, because he said a minute ago that the Barbie it has a positive influence physicality wise, because he was talking about his physicality, so he's comparing that for the women. So this is like,
and
this is
he's projecting what he finds sexually attractive in women onto Barbie.
Exactly. But his wife has raised a very good point that it was unrealistic. But I want to see what his response is about that, what he's going to say in the response to that point, or if he's even going to address it.
Slim and make that the norm. You know, I'm never going to look like a lot of those models. I'm short. I'm little. I'm not going to be a tall supermodel. It's just never going to happen. I can lose weight. I can gain weight. I can do.
But being short shouldn't be something that inherently makes you not be able to be a model.
Yeah.
You're so close.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
It's like the point is licking your asshole, and you're just not sure about how you feel about that.
It's also like she has her own thought process. And if she did a review by herself, it would have been fantastic. Amazing.
Bet you
this Shad is sitting there though.
Yeah, I bet you any money this would be a fascinating conversation with her if someone else was in the room.
Yes.
All that sort of thing.
Anyone but him.
What I can do is play with fashion, have dress up, have clothes. And so that's the part of Barbie that, for me as a child, that I hung on to. I didn't know I was going to be short, but I really loved pretty dresses. I still love pretty dresses.
See, that's a very positive thing. For me, I don't think we should ever abandon the idyllic, aspirational kind of aspect of both Barbie, for girls, superheroes, boys, and stuff like that.
Yeah, what is the aspirational part of Barbie? It is not the body. It is the career.
Yeah.
He thinks that the aspirational body, though, because he's bringing up He-Man,
or him,
is the unattainable. We should aspire to the unattainable.
Yeah.
But that doesn't apply in this. That's a nonsense thing to say in this context. Like, why would you aspire to a body that can't exist? Like, proportionally,
that's going to actually make you more depressed.
Not possible.
And again, like, I'll bring up that article I mentioned last week, which is Barbie can do all these things, and she doesn't even have functional ankles.
So what? So are you saying handicapped people don't get jobs? Huh? Nani the fuck?
To have that ideal present to something to aspire to, even if perhaps, I don't think I'll ever be Superman, ripped, but it is something that
Superman, fuck you.
You've missed the attractive point of Superman. The attractive point of Superman was never how ripped he was. The attractive point of Superman is what a home-down, respectful, lovable country boy he is.
Farm boy,
dumb fuck.
Who comes to the city and is like so charming and everything, I never viewed Superman for his powers. Never. I viewed him for his ideology that he had. He was like, I am strong. I know that. Yeah. It's like, I'm strong. I know that. I have powers. I know that. I need to be in a restraint. I need to always restrain. Responsible. And I need to work within the bounds of the law. That was also one of his things. Unless extreme measures, out of exceptions were there. Always. Of aliens and all that. And dark side and all that bullshit. So that's what I liked about Superman. Because Batman is on the other edge. He's like, I don't give a fuck about law. I don't give a fuck about law.
Yeah, Batman ain't cute.
I don't care what people think about me. I don't care what people think about me. I don't care about the law. And I'm not here to impress anyone. I'm here to get the job done. That's it.
Which in a good way. Cool. But he's not cute, right? Like,
no. Yeah. Batman has, the reason Batman is attractive is for entirely different... That's the bad boy. Batman's the bad boy. Right. This is a whole other...
you can like Batman and you can like Superman too. That's fine. I'm just giving my reasons why I like it.
Yeah, but the thing that is attractive to Superman is being ripped is great, sure. But the thing that's attractive to women about Superman is not just that he's ripped. Eye candy's great, but it's the eye candy from Superman isn't for women. It's a power fantasy for men.
Exactly.
Since Shad has such an issue with power being the point, he ought to have a big issue with any type of power fantasies.
and again, with like the Sexiest Man Alive covers, we're not seeing Hugh Jackman in his Wolverine glory on the Sexiest Man Alive cover. We're not seeing, you know, the superhero ideal of these men. We're seeing them in sweaters, and the interviews are like, so what do you cook for your wife whenever she's feeling down?
Yeah, when she's feeling down, not like on a regular basis.
You know, and whatever, like, you know, societal issues with that aside, but it's like, but those are the questions they're asking. Is like, you know, what do your wife and you do for fun? You know, how do you take care of her? What do you cook? You know, what's your favorite hobby? Like, it gives them a personality and covers the bod.
If you want to talk about superheroes in different, like, idealistic bodies, the women almost all look identical. The men have different body types.
And when they don't look identical, like She-Hulk, everyone's like, there's no way a woman could be that ripped.
Yeah. They were only, I think so, for Justice League, if I'm like, and that universe, I think there were very few side characters of women that had like different body types, but those also were staying very close to the main body type.
Big Bertha is like the main exception.
Yes, Big Bertha. Yes, that's who I'm talking about. Yes.
I could admire.
These same dudes are the ones that are super all pissed about fucking She-Hulk too, so...
Yeah.
Higher dream and encourage me even in small ways to try and get better in that regard. And I do think that... So I actually disagree with all this negative kind of stuff where Barbie is enforcing, you know, insecurities in women and
he
everything.
Disagrees with a 14-year-old.
And so this film really tries to, I guess, both acknowledge that, but then sidestep it a bit, where...
But they acknowledge it and disparage it at the same time.
Like, she's so good.
Because at no point did I see
she's so good.
The film actually say, hey, this idyllic kind of, you know, feminine state that Barbie kind of represents can be a positive thing. I didn't see the film even come close to that.
Why would it say that? Why should it say that? For you?
There's one point in the film where someone says no one can look like Barbie. And
no one.
Like, you do realize you have an actress that you cast that, like, and then they have the lines like, Margot Robbie was probably the wrong person. Literally, like the film.
Barbie says something like, "I don't feel beautiful anymore. I feel ordinary." And then
the film pauses, and there's a narrator voice that goes over top of it that says something to the effect that Margot Robbie was probably the wrong person to cast in this film to convey that message, and then it continues on. It's like, so
why?
That is the active contradiction. It's not like, yes, women can achieve that. It's not impossible. It's just hard and rare, and sometimes you need to be blessed with certain features that
and
not everyone has. Certain genetics, okay?
So it's not aspirational because it's not attainable unless you were born with it.
Yeah.
The movie pausing to acknowledge that Margot Robbie, a beautiful person portraying a character that feels insecure about the way they look, is not contradictory, because attractive people feel insecure, because the world puts a lot of pressure onto attractive people.
Yes.
Fuck, I bought a retinol because my forehead lines are too deep, in my opinion. Like...
Oh man, did it help?
Yeah, it actually did.
Oh, that's cool.
So even though the majority of us perhaps don't have those genetics, it doesn't mean that we can't work towards that ideal. And I think that ideal is positive, especially.
Yes, it
does. Why are you working towards that ideal, man?
You can't work towards the ideal because it's not possible for you. Pretty people have to dedicate a lot of time to being pretty, especially when it's part of your career and it's part of your job. You're not pretty because you passively want to be, because you're pretty because it's work. Go ask anybody who does any kind of, like, weightlifting. Modeling. Go ask anybody who does any kind of modeling. Go ask anybody who does any kind of, like, I work to maintain my body in this particular way. And they will acknowledge that there are some things that they would like to see change in their body that they can't have.
Even just like, and again, like even just like my hair, like if my bangs are doing like, you know, this like Farrah Fawcett number, I'm like, oh yes, divine. Who is she? I love her. And if they're like over here doing this number and they're kind of curving the wrong way, I'm like, oh God, who's she? I don't want to know her.
Oh damn.
Sometimes it's a matter of a hair day, and you're not gonna bully your hair into doing it. Your hair's gonna do whatever the fuck it damn well pleases.
I ain't got the patience, and I'm just like, all right, pin it back.
There is a reason why there is a reason why Shad presents himself the way he does in his videos physically. There's a reason he chooses to wear a full beard. There's like all the way down full beard. There's a reason why he wears a full, not fitted, long-sleeved hoodie with lots of padding in it.
Are you talking about me?
Everybody has a reason for... Right, there's a reason why Manya chooses to wear what she wears when she's appearing on camera. Everyone, like, particularly when you run a show like Shad does, there's a reason his wife isn't on camera.
Yeah, and that thing is on camera.
Yeah. What is this?
What is this? Seriously, that's like so distracting. So distracting. And I just want to ask Shad in the end. Oh, you think that Barbie is good enough to be aspirational towards, and even like He-Man, he said, and Superman. Why doesn't he do what he preaches? Let us see you achieve that.
Elle in the chat.
Then we will take you seriously.
Okay, well, if it's aspirational and you think being a girl is so easy, do it. Go get Barbie proportions, dude.
Yeah.
It's aspirational, right? Elle in the chat said, look at Arnold now versus Conan. Conan, like, the way Conan is filmed and portrayed, that's obtainable by some people, right? Some people who have the money, the time, the dedication to be able to, and the opportunities to reach those kinds of heights. Resources, right, exactly. And somebody might have the potential to have a Margot Robbie figure, but that's not against Margot Robbie. And it's not even against that person, because their potential doesn't mean they're going to be able to. Potential's not enough.
Right. Yeah. And like, and I know Jesse Jurdak was here earlier, and he has talked about online before his own fitness journey, and how like previously, like in, you know, the best like looking shape was when he was in the gym 8 hours a day. We don't have that. Whoa. Like if you work and have an income, you don't have that kind of time.
Yep.
Especially when the reverse is starting to get pushed in the world, whereas there is this body positive movement. And by the way, I think it's good to accept yourself as you are. I've been at different weights in my life, and when I was heavier, I was happy with who I was, and I knew that, hey, I should lose weight. I'm gonna find time in my life. There'll come a time in my life when I'm ready to lose weight properly, and I'll work on that then. But I didn't get myself down. But at the same time, I never accepted that this is the perfect state, that everyone must acknowledge that is the greatest state ever. I was like, no,
but that's what
one,
you're
you can't
saying.
impose that on others, and two, it's not true in regards to just health, like, and stuff. And so, I don't like the reverse of that, the complete abandonment of trying to achieve the ideal, I guess is what I'm saying. And Barbie represented that.
But the ideal is relative.
I'm not even sure how you got anything out of that word vomit to have a response.
Not everybody has the same ideal. What you find attractive isn't going to be the same thing as what the next person finds attractive.
Beauty's in the eye of the beholder.
The ideal is also not necessarily what men find attractive. That's the fucking point. Women's ideal is going to be ideal for that woman, not for what you think that woman should suspect a man wants to find attractive about her. You fuck!
And vice versa.
A man's
ideal
right?
should
Like,
be
if the woman's
ideal for them.
The woman's ideal... have you ever looked at Olympic athletes?
Oh boy.
And how different...
Yes, I have.
Right? And how different they all look based on their fucking sport.
Categories, yes.
And about what... That none of them look like Barbie, by the way.
Nope. None of them. You're right.
So what's the ideal then? Well, it depends on what you're fucking doing, doesn't it? Guess what? Most parents, women who have had children, will not be able to maintain Barbie figure after the fact, especially if they're working and have other shit to do.
Even Kim Kardashian, after she had her kid, was like, oh my gosh, I need to get my body back. And that was like such a huge deal for her. And she has the money and the time and the resources to make that happen, and then stand a champagne glass on her butt, which like cool, dude. But
more power, go for it.
But that's losing your pre-baby bod is very common, and you hardly ever get it back. And like I have referred to people as mom-shaped a lot because there is a body type that comes with postpartum.
Yep, and there's a whole fucking mean joke that women are into and accept from men that's called a dad bod.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, but mom bod is not acceptable.
Why do men get dad bod?
Right.
Yeah. The reason why men get dad bod is because they're letting themselves go. That is generally what it's considered the cause of.
Yeah,
and it's because they are happy and content and no longer need to be attractive because they are married, settled down, and with children.
Mm-hmm. One of the things that I thought was very funny was when a beer gut turned into a dad bod.
Right!
Because they're the same thing. And like, do whatever you want to do. It's your body. I'm not saying positive or negative on either end of it. But it is very interesting that it was called a beer gut, and that was like, oh, you got a beer gut. Gross. And it turned into like, oh, dad bod, that's kind of cute. It's like, they're literally the same. So what happened?
Yep. Body positivity. More yeast.
That happened.
And there's this kind of tone in the film that really dislikes it, is what I get from it.
He's so mad.
So Barbie is shocked. She runs away. And then she basically, she ends up getting picked up by Mattel. This is bizarre. I don't know what they were trying to say.
I don't even know where that was going.
Like, Mattel, it's a board of men, and there's this weird thing where Barbie's like, where is the women, head of the company? And then the CEO goes on, and basically trying to make a parody of some excuses, but not even excuses, some acknowledgements that explain why. So, like, because the CEO says, we've had a women's CEO before, and then there was another one, I can't remember her name, and something like, I have daughters or something, but they're trying to make a parody that...
It's like, I'm a son of a mother and
exactly.
A nephew to an aunt woman.
Mm-hmm. And they're trying to make a parody of the actual true reality that men can be in positions of leadership or companies and stuff like that, and still adequately serve female interests, okay? Just
Can they? Do they? Statistically, no. Not at all.
That was his takeaway.
It's a joke.
Did we just leave that? I feel like we just leave that.
I don't know what else to say about it.
Or just leave that one in the air. Okay.
Like, I believe women can adequately serve male interests. It depends on their experience and
women can adequately serve male interests. Oh yeah.
Like what, having babies?
Are you sure about that one? Did that sound better in your head before you said it out loud?
That's what I was saying. Does he listen to himself? Like, does he?
I think he thinks it sounds fine out of his mouth too.
Abby's like, oh no.
Capabilities. I'm more concerned about someone doing.
Was it just me, or did anybody else's brain immediately go to like blowjobs?
Yeah.
Yeah, mine did.
Okay, okay, thank you. I'm glad it was. Yeah. I know that's not what he meant, but that's like right where my brain went to.
Mm-hmm.
Women can adequately serve men and their desires based on how good they are at their capabilities. But don't be well practiced. Because if you're well practiced, then you're a whore.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
We want you to be good at blowjobs and good at servicing us, but you can't practice.
Yeah. Considering he said like, oh, men protect women and, women give something to men, whatever it was about the transaction of that protective relationship. I'm not sure he didn't mean a blowjob.
That's fair.
I think that's what he was imagining.
I think we're well within our rights to think that a blowjob would apply under the umbrella that he's putting up.
Because, you know why? I'm quite sure that he was thinking in that direction, because he has said again and again that the most appropriate career he thinks a woman can have is to be a mother.
Mm-hmm. I mean, I guess that wouldn't be blowjobs then. That might be considered murdering babies, according to him. So we might have to go the other direction.
Definitely wasting them.
Well, yeah. Well,
Doing the job
maybe.
right, not what's between their legs. And if it's a woman that is going to support my interests, everything like that.
But the man is between the legs.
Wait,
Always.
I love that he's just. I'm dead. And he's just saying this with like zero self-awareness of like the cost.
And he has given no He's given no example for any clarification. He's given us no examples.
My brain is in the
At all.
gutter.
Do you mean a woman being a surgeon and doing the surgery on a man, or a dentist, a female dentist, pulling out a man's tooth? Is that what you mean?
No, we know
What
that
do you
he
mean?
means that the best thing a woman can be doing is at home making babies and servicing men, which means it doesn't matter what's between her legs except as long as it's her husband.
That? Yeah, put her in charge of male institutions if she's going to do the job. I don't care about the gender. I care about the job.
Yes, you
So I
do.
can kind of see their agenda there, but then they kind of got lost in trying to put her in a box.
Yeah,
And
put it
that's
back
just
in a
kinda-
box.
Put it back in a box.
That was a metaphor, I reckon.
And so they're just like, let's just put her away. And then they have this big parody slapstick chase through the building that you just kind of go, okay, well, this looks like a good old 19...
I didn't get anything out
something.
of it.
It was Scooby-Doo! It was Scooby-Doo! Come on!
Scooby-Doo-Doo.
And they were going all their directions, and they were crossing each other, and it was Scooby-Doo.
Huh?
The box as a metaphor is a wild thing to say when Barbies come in boxes. It was literal.
Yeah.
Like, it can also be a metaphor, sure, but it was a literal joke.
Yes, correct.
And funny that he might, if he is taking it metaphorically, because he's the one who puts women in a box of motherhood.
Right.
Yeah.
He's projecting onto the joke.
I mean, he literally said that the plot was hard to follow earlier. So, like, I get that this very, like, point blank joke went straight over his head. But
he's also
my brother in
politicizing.
Christ,
He's not able to
figure that out.
He's also not able to put his political agenda in his back pocket to just sit and watch a movie. And so because of that, it means that he's not capable of just enjoying a joke. And the same reason why he's not capable of following what a 14-year-old had to say. He's so concerned with being able to pick apart what someone said that he's not actually listening to what's the whole thing.
Yeah.
He's like, oh, this thing. Okay, I can pull that apart. Oh, they're still going. Oh, they're still going. Shut up. Listen. Then you can talk about it after you've actually heard what they've had to say and what the point was. The reason you're missing the point of this movie is because you were not capable of sitting down and just listening to what it had to say.
But then she ends up finding the ghost of the person that invented Barbie.
Yep.
That was also a joke.
It was just kind of there to do lip service for that.
Yeah, it was just kind of a tip of the hat.
Yeah.
And that was fine. Like, they had that in...
Why are you mad about that it was lip service, when you say that women just are good at being mothers?
I would agree with that if she didn't come back at the end.
Yeah. And, like, even if she didn't, it's, like, it's just a little nod to, like, the creator. That's fine. Like, you know...
The Little Mermaid.
Did they? I missed that.
Oh, so you know in The Little Mermaid where the lady offers her the fork with their food?
Yeah.
That's the voice of the original Little Mermaid.
Oh, really?
Yeah. So they do little...
John Cena.
Tip of the hat to...
Yeah, and Ming-Na Wen
before,
introduces
so
Mulan to the Emperor.
Right.
It's an Easter egg.
That's okay. I'm okay with it.
Yep. So there's parts where Ken is on his own, and...
Did you hear that? He says, oh, this is kind of like, oh, yeah, blah, 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 they're making a thing. And she's like, yeah, it's just a little thing, whatever, I'm fine with it. And he's like, oh, okay, anyway.
Anyway, what's the next thing that I can hate on?
You're not just flat out agree with me? Sure, whatever, moving on.
Next!
Yeah.
Again, when he's seeing all the the misogyny,
Man
the man
stuff.
world. But literally, like, it gets to a point where men are just saying men ruling everything, and it's comically
Yeah, he's like a
ridiculous
businessman with a secretary that tries to interrupt. He's like, not now, and so he's trying to imitate it. No.
Yeah.
That happens.
There's just constant, awful, like, lines that are just there for ideology and stuff. Like when the CEO is there, it's like
what?
we give them sparkles, and then that transitions to female agency, and it's like.
You are not allowed to take Will Ferrell's position in this movie seriously. Fuck off.
Right.
Fuck off.
He's a parody, you idiot.
He's a
dipshit.
joke
He's a
character.
parody.
It's
Yeah.
a commentary on
clown.
performative feminism.
Right.
Oh god. This guy is so ignorant.
Everything
oh
is just
God.
flying right
Uneducated.
over his head. The movie's
Yeah.
too smart for him, essentially. The movie,
Yes.
Yeah.
this movie played him
dumb
like
dumb.
a fiddle.
Yep.
If I ever got this, like I said, it would be interesting to break down
violin.
all these lines that are just complete bullcrap and break down why they're just they're just propaganda and they're wrong.
Why are they bullcrap?
You know, just one would be good. You keep talking about how you're thinking about making this thing where you break down each one of these lines. Just providing one in this video would be nice. In your hour-long video.
The only line he could provide is from a 14-year-old. He remembers
He didn't,
nothing
though.
from any other woman.
He did.
Yeah, not the full line even.
No.
Not even the full line.
He paraphrased it at best, and only a
Oh
portion of
god. Oh god. So not even the exact quote. Okay.
Yeah.
It was too many for me to even. It's just it was
Then
real.
why are
relentless.
you
I promise I'll
making
do
this
but it was
review?
too many. It was too much. It was too hard.
it. Yeah, what is this video about then?
Yeah. Holy shit.
Yeah. Completely
Okay,
lost the plot.
so Ken, he learns about patriarchy, and he's talking to the guy. Well, basically, he tries to. He thinks.
Does he learn about patriarchy though?
Nah.
He learns about John Wayne, like,
And horses.
yeah, like he learns about cowboy movies. That's pretty much it.
Yeah. He doesn't really learn patriarchy. That's part of the joke.
I think so. By what description you both have given so far, I think he gets introduced to entitlement that men have.
Yes.
That's
one aspect of the patriarchy.
Men rule the world, so now if he gets the jobs, he can then have position authority, and he tries to get jobs, but he doesn't have the qualifications, and he gets turned down. And he eventually.
Except for the lifeguard one. The lifeguard one he doesn't get because he does beach.
Yeah.
goes
Not
to
swimming pools, nuh-uh.
a businessman and is like, how do I get the job? You need this, and that. There's a conversation, but eventually it comes down to him saying, but I thought patriarchy will allow me to get the job. And the guy's like, but basically the final line is like, yeah, it was more blatant in the past, but we just learned how to hide it better now. Like, and basically trying to say that, all
And
the...
that's true. I can explain how.
Completely slaughtered the context.
Yep. And that's true, and it's still, and that's actually true, that they're getting better at hiding it. So what they do is they let the women who have the same qualifications as men enter the door, but they don't let them enter the office. That's what it is.
And they
Only a man
get away
will
with
be
paying
allowed.
them less because of the different
Yes.
job descriptions. There's one other thing in the job
Yes.
description, not in
They
the job duties.
They will make a separate paragraph, an extra paragraph in the guy's job description, and just for that one paragraph, which might be a repetition of the whole fucking thing, the job description, and he'll get paid more.
And they will
And this
start...
guy I know hasn't worked a job because he's talking some bullshit about everything.
They'll also make women start off in a lower position and work more
Yes.
to be able to move
To
up.
get up, yeah.
Yeah. And this is
I almost
excluding
lost my
this
bonus.
is excluding the absolute nonsense that goes on in the the educational portion of getting
STEM field.
this fucking degree in the first place. Sorry, go ahead, Vanya.
And it's also not
I
addressing
almost lost my
maternity leave.
bonus. I almost lost my bonus because my male plant manager was like, "Oh, I should give it to the male supervisor." And it was my injury manager, who's also a lady. She said, "No, she deserves it more because we both worked on it. The supervisors have been dragging their feet. We have to drag them to get the stuff done." Well, I almost lost my bonus. So and also like maternity leave, it's been recently introduced here in New Zealand. Yep.
I'm like, if when men go to their boss and say, "Oh, my wife and I are going to have a baby," men will get raises. And when women say, "Hey, I'm going to have a baby," some of them will get fired. Like just straight up fired because they're about to take maternity leave. Or they'll lower their duties and start paying them less because they're going to start taking maternity leave.
I think so. We are lucky in New Zealand in that regard that we don't get discriminated so much.
The world is just as misogynistic as before. It's just hidden better.
Yes.
Men are still running around. You're still under an oppressive patriarchy. It's keeping women back and all that stuff.
Correct.
Just another one of those lines.
Where's the lie, Shad? Demonstrate.
What's the lie? Why is it a lie?
Tell Elmo.
Yeah.
Lines. That is just there for a propaganda ideology, and it's just
Quote one.
wrong.
Quote one line. That's similar to
He
that.
has yet to quote a single line. He's gotten close.
He has yet to describe
film about this evil thing. It's what Ken
single
literally
line?
grabs because he takes that with him to the Barbie world.
And so at this point, I'm like, okay, this is a bit crazy, but maybe Ken's just going to go back and have like a revolution where they're like, we need to be treated better. That's not what happens.
No, basically.
Yeah, because what the fuck happened?
Sorry, that was me. My bad. What? Why is it?
What in the?
Why is the movie bad for not being cookie cutter?
Yeah.
Yeah,
You
that's
had an
wild.
expectation. It went beyond your expectations. Why is that a bad thing?
Yeah, because
People
it makes them
complaining about movies
uncomfortable.
being samey for ages.
Because it makes
like,
them uncomfortable. It makes them feel guilty. That's why.
I was like,
Please
I did
let-
not like
please
Force
let's
Awakens
be-
because it was just a new hope to me. I was like, this is the same plot.
Right.
And I wanted a different movie.
Yep.
And everything like that. It's an insulting depiction of men. I've never identified with that. Final line is like, yeah, it was more blatant in the past, but we just learned how to hide it better now. Final line is like,
Sorry, I couldn't
it's
help
achieved,
it. I've
hasn't
never
really achieved
identified.
anything. Have achieved, hasn't really achieved anything.
We're just
It's-
hiding it.
Well,
Bit
the
better.
world is just as misogynistic as before. It's just hidden better. Men are still running it all. You're still under an oppressive patriarchy. It's keeping women back and all that stuff. Just another one of those lines that is just there for a propaganda ideology, and it's just wrong.
That's not the line, though.
So patriarchy is just all throughout this film about this evil thing. It's what Ken literally grabs because he takes that with him to the Barbie world.
And so at this point, I'm like, okay, this is a bit crazy, but maybe Ken's just going to go back and have like a revolution where they're like, we need to be treated better. That's not what happens.
No, basically, Ken turns all the other Kens into frat boy misogynists that are
And they
just
have
like,
their man caves
give
taken
me a
over.
beer and everything like that. It's an insulting depiction of men. I've never identified
Why?
with
Because
that.
that's you?
Is it wrong?
I've never
Considering you just said that
identified
they were frat
myself.
boys.
I've never identified myself this way. That doesn't mean you don't do it. When I said earlier that I said I didn't identify as a feminist, that doesn't make me not one. That's just,
Right.
especially from other people's perception of me. I talk a lot about a lot of equality issues. It makes sense that people would interpret me as a feminist. I personally do not identify that way because I think there's an additional. I've had a higher expectation on what I actually do, right? I don't think that I do enough when it comes to like any kind of activism to justify calling myself a feminist.
Yeah.
Like, the fact that he's like, oh, they made him all frat bros, and it's this really insulting, depiction of men. I'm like, Shad, you have literally spent a good chunk of this video talking about how you're built different. So, like, I know that Shad looks at, like, fratty dudes and are like, ugh, disgusting. I'd never treat women like that, right, m'lady?
You fucking incel, bro. The neck beard
Yeah,
is
I
strong.
know he's that person.
Well, I mean, he's been that person this whole video.
Exactly.
Oh,
so
God.
he's been that person for most of his YouTube
men.
career.
It was insulting to men to show, like, an example of the worst kind of men.
The worst.
I don't even think that it's the worst kind of men, because none of those Kens abuse their Barbies physically.
Yeah, like, again, the worst part about it is that Ken takes over Barbie's house. Yes. I'm not mad that they're drinking beer and getting into horses.
Yeah.
Right, it's that he's doing it in Barbie's house. It's not his. They can do that on the beach if they want.
Yeah, Ken's job is beach anyway. Go nuts.
And the worst thing that they do is be condescending and take their shit.
Yeah.
That's about it.
Like, far from the worst that men have to offer.
If you want an example, if you wanted, like, the worst example of men, cops in America have, like, a 66% of cops don't abuse their wives.
Yeah.
What about the rest?
What about the rest? Great question.
Yeah.
Well, what a statistic. What a statistic to be proud of.
The Kens in what they're doing are still at least innocent. They're not malicious.
They're children who have been taught, like, wrong thing, if I may say. Dare say.
Yeah, pretty much. Like the
they're children whose parents let them keep watching Yu-Gi-Oh! Even after they started imitating them talking ugly to each other.
Right, exactly.
Bullcrap. Like, I'm a nerd, alright? And I've always treated them with respect as well.
I'm a nerd, therefore I can't be the frat boy sitting on the couch asking for demanding a beer.
Look at me, I'm so different. I'm so unique.
I'm a nerd, therefore I can't be condescending to my wife on a live or on a video that I edited together.
Ay, ay, ay.
I don't know dude. The only thing I can think of that is, like, outside of, like, as if esports aren't a thing. As if, like, being a nerd doesn't have its own amount of competitive garbage. As if we're really gonna talk about how nerddom and gaming has treated women historically, you fuckhead.
Yeah. Every single
I can give you
gaming in nerd culture has a story. Every single one.
Chesh knows my story. The amount of bullcrap I received from a guy who was younger to me by 12 years.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
Like,
I've never gone into a game shop, and I've been completely ignored.
Wow.
And I go up and I'm like, hey, where are your dice? I'm looking for dice. And they're like, oh, I guess we have a few here. And then, like, someone else is on the other end of the counter with, like, this huge assortment of dice. And, like, and we have this set and this set and this set to some guy. And I'm like, neat.
Really?
Yeah. That's actually happened. Game shop
Generic in the
me.
chat said Shad does look like a third-rate duelist with a fourth-rate deck.
Oh no! Shots fired! Shots
this
fired!
This is a comical vilification of the character of men, okay? And it's belittling or insanely oversimplified, but this is what the film wants to try and convey patriarchy and male dominance to be, and what men want women to be, because they can also somehow brainwash all the women to be just servants that I like not thinking, and here's a beer and all that stuff.
I don't have to make decisions now. It's so liberating.
And there is a line, and it might have been amongst the scenes.
Do you think that maybe the Barbie movies was attempting to make an additional point in saying that women being overburdened, it is reasonable to be like, I am overexerted and overexhausted from doing all of this stuff. Sometimes it's nice to take a break to not have to be the one doing everything all of the time.
Well, I think that goes into, like, the emotional labor of, like, you know, oh, if you just tell me what to do, I'll do it.
Yeah.
But, like, we shouldn't always have to tell somebody, hey, the floor needs to be swept, or the kids' toys need to be picked up. Like, those should be things that you see and you're like, oh, I'll do that because it needs to get done.
Exactly.
Like, and so it's aggravating when, you know, like, yeah, it's like I don't need to necessarily like
it's understandable
have you do everything, but I cannot micromanage what you're doing. I need you to look around and figure it out.
You're an adult. Yeah, it's one of those situations where like it to me resonates that if Ken are children in this and men behave like children when it comes to, oh well, I don't know how the washing machine works. It's like this weaponized incompetence.
Yes, exactly. Thank you.
That it makes sense for Barbie to be mentally exhausted because they have to tell the Kens what to do all the time, which you don't actually see them doing.
No.
And so like that seems to me of more of like a very like maybe there was like an undertone of making that point. Where it's like the women who live in the real world and in these societies become mentally exhausted therefore it's a lot easier for them to just give up and be like, you know what? It's just easier for me to treat you like a child and like a baby and just you tell me what you want and I'm just going to get it done because it's easier to do that. Yeah. It's easier to cater to men and their feelings than it is to fight against it sometimes. Case in point, Shad's wife.
Yep. And even like on an individual level, my sister and I were talking right before this, and she made a comment about like girl dinner and like it's exhausting to be creative with what you eat all the time. Like, yeah, even just that, like it is exhausting to be like, okay, what do I want to eat? Okay, but that doesn't sound good, so what else? And keep going through that list.
And what you
so yeah, sometimes it is really nice to just
like from a resource
have
standpoint.
macaroni and cheese in the pantry and be like, I don't have to think about it. This is great.
Yeah.
Also, like, if I may dare say, it's like, for some reason, like, what do you say, the incompetence of men is weaponized in homes, but for some reason, then they suddenly become competent in the real world out there. For someone who has a degree and has a full-time job, to say that they can't figure out how a laundry machine works or how a washing machine works is absolutely asinine.
I have a roommate right now who worked in the back in like a kitchen at a fast food chain.
Oh boy.
Who does not know how to use the dishwasher.
Oh, come on. I refuse
this
to
is a
believe
little
that.
bit this was a little bit stupid, but like
weaponized laziness.
When my dad was going through cancer treatment, he was understandably not the best person to be around. And he had a few other issues he needed to work on, so he was kind of an asshole.
You can be sympathetic and empathetic to somebody's scenario.
Yeah, but then, like, he got the Sunshine Award at work for being this sunny personality, and he came home and showed it to us, and all three of us, my mom, my sister, and me, were like, who is this person?
Yep.
Like, Sunshine Award? Are you kidding me?
Well-deserved mockery.
Yeah. It's so funny.
CEOs where basically, I forget the setup for it, but it's where
what do you remember about this movie at this point?
I'd love to know what he remembers about this movie. I really think that, like, she was watching the movie, right? And he was like, watching it like that.
Yes.
And picking up bits and pieces.
Oh, they said fascist. They said fascist. Okay.
Shad wasn't even good enough to pick up on that.
Oh, yeah, his wife had to remind him. About women with power and men and stuff like that. And there's one of the lower guys who says, I'm a man. Yeah, I'm a man with no power. Does that make me a woman?
Yeah, it's the guy from downstairs.
Yeah. And again, it's just another one of those lines.
It's all the line?
Trying to convey the propaganda.
Barbie says, so women don't have power. Oh, I don't have power. Am I a woman?
Exactly. Yeah. This film wants to try and teach girls that they don't have power, that it's all stolen.
But no context.
No context. Just the
he's
one
not
line.
Actually providing he's not providing like the scene, when it happened, what it's trying to say and why it's trying to say that, and then why it's a problem. He's finally given us one line, but he's given us no context around it or what it could be, like what it's trying to portray. He's just saying that it's propaganda. And it's like, what if it was a joke?
What? Yeah. Also, like, what's the point of having those notes that you have when you can't even write down the lines you want to address? Okay, you can't remember things. I agree. I empathize with you. It happens with me sometimes. I can't remember shit. So what I do, I write it down. What's the point of writing it down when it's not beneficial for you and doesn't add quality? Especially when you're doing your job of being a content creator like this.
I'm of the opinion that if you are going to review something and not just react to it, you need to watch it at least twice. One, just to watch it, just to get the overview, the basics, okay, and you can write down some first reactions, like, where is that about to go?
You can turn it, you basically take your opinion, like, take everything that you're going to do for your review, throw it in the trash can, watch the movie, and just see how it feels. And just, like,
and again, you can put down a couple first reactions that you're like, maybe this will get explained later. And then you watch it again and you take detailed notes. And then you really break it down. And that way you have your notes of, like, this is what my first reaction was, and this is what I thought now that I finished it. And have heard that line or seen that scene again.
So, I'm looking at Shad's layout, right? And it's clearly supposed to be books.
Yes.
So, I'm not sure if all of those are real books or props.
I think most of them are real.
Some of them definitely look real. Some of them I'm not sure about, but I'm willing to assume that they're all real. There's a lot of blue.
Mm-hmm.
So, like, there's blue on the swords, both of them. There's blue on the books on the left-hand side, and up at the top, he's wearing blue. There's blue in this sword that somebody's holding up over, like, behind his head.
I see that one.
I see some blue behind the cutout, but... And I'm wondering, like, especially at least considering that his brother is an artist, how much color theory he's utilizing in portraying a message? Because color theory is part of visual media and visual storytelling. And
I mean, Ben Shapiro did make the Moto Dojo Kaza house for his setup.
It's true. He did. And blue is generally supposed to be, like, chill, calm, pleasant, like, relaxed, soft color. And so, I don't know
the color your mood ring always happens to be.
Right. And it's just, like, I don't really understand why. Like, there's a reason if you look at the Powerpuff Girls, there's a reason why one is green, one is blue, one is red, pink.
Yeah.
Right? The Power Rangers, same thing, color theory. Like, the color theory is a very common thing. There's a reason why the Na'vi were chosen to be blue in the Avatar movie.
Yeah.
So, why is Shad using blue when he's trying to portray aggression? And, like,
he's gaslighting. He's trying to gaslight. He wants to present himself that he's not being mad. He's enjoying it, but he's actually mad. And I think so there's also, I noticed one more thing. So as you go from left to right, the blue disappears. So the focus stays on him. Focus stays on him. So if you want to
the other thing
automatically glance, go on, sorry.
You can finish. No, go ahead. I think you were still talking.
So I was like, yeah, so if you hear his wife's voice and you try and look to the right, you're met with that disaster on the screen. So he's trying to keep the focus on himself, so, like, full of himself. I think so he's doing that on purpose, like from left to right, the blue just disappears.
I mean, he's also the only thing in the frame that's moving.
Right.
Yeah.
Like, why is it even, why is he not centered?
Yeah, that's ridiculous.
Yeah, I don't know.
At least for this one, since she's not going to be on screen. If he normally has, like, a co-host that maybe they wear the red, right? Like, maybe that he's got that red versus blue style thing going on, in which case I don't understand why both of the swords would be blue. But that's not even centered. So, like, I just don't, like, why does your setup look like this? Why have you done this to me?
But the other thing, too, is if he's using blue to, like, not to convey anger, but, like, using blue and conveying anger in the same video, it does kind of read in that way of, like, anger is a viable emotion for men. Like
Right.
men are more logical, even though anger is an emotion.
It's also possible that he doesn't even consider this at all.
Oh yeah.
I think that's probably
I
the
would tend
most
to believe
likely,
that.
but since you pointed it out.
Yeah. Helios said another key thing about reviewing movies or any medium is to recognize what story is being told and who the audience is and what logic is being used in the story. Shad is reviewing Barbie like it was a political cartoon and not a movie for girls and women who grew up playing with Barbie.
Mm-hmm.
I think we've talked about that quite a bit. But yes, you're
yeah,
correct.
I mean, it's kind of like when I talk about the Barbie cartoon animated movies, it's like, these are for children. Like, these are not cinematic masterpieces. They are lovely, they are cute, and they are fun, and they're great, but they're not cinematic masterpieces. They're not Howl's Moving Castle. They're not Little Women. They're not, you know, whatever Oscar bait is out there. These are for children. Yeah.
But, like, at the same time, this movie is also still not for girls. Not for kids.
Yeah.
Not a kids movie.
PG-13, dude.
I would also, even with some of the jokes in there, I'm pretty convinced the target audience is somewhere between 30 and 60.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Even 20. This is a little, some of these jokes are a little bit like, I wouldn't expect a 20-year-old to get that joke.
Yeah, some of them do feel dated. A little bit like millennial.
Little dated, yeah.
From the patriarchy, men are keeping them down, and it's the type of thing that really ruin interactions between men and women. If boys take on board this type of views and ideas, or girls, what do they get? Oh, they get all. It's going to cause division and hatred between genders. And
why?
No, you are causing that.
Why would acknowledging that people came before you didn't treat people fairly, and that you should treat people fairly, whether or not it's
like
true.
saying. It's like saying not recognizing that in America for a long time, black citizens were treated way worse than animals. It's just like saying that, oh, it's going to create a divide, so we shouldn't address it or we shouldn't mention it at all.
Literally conversations that are happening around policy right now here.
Yep.
this film just exaggerates that because that's the whole thing of the film. It's a fight between men and women trying to oppress one another, and women winning, being able to oppress men in the way that they want to. That's the film. They have the choice not to,
give him a
but
glass
no,
of water,
because
please.
women are oppressed in the real world as they perceive it, they're going to oppress men in their world. That's the takeaway.
Barbie is not women's world. Barbie Land is not women's world. There is no, like, it's not like the mom chose to abandon her daughter and live in Barbie Land. That's what it sounds like you're trying to talk about. If that was the conclusion of the movie, then I would agree with you. But that wasn't the conclusion of the movie. Nobody stays in Barbie Land. The Barbies stay in Barbie Land.
Again,
toys stay in Barbie Land.
That's the message of the film. The message and the ideal goal is to achieve female supremacy and male oppression. That's the ideal of feminism, right here.
So he just doesn't understand feminism. Feminism is not the oppression of men.
Again, when you're used to privilege, equality feels like oppression.
Yep.
And so Barbie escapes, but then she is saved by the mum, who, like, recognized her, basically. And then the mum realizes that she's the one causing the changes.
We're still outside Mattel. Holy shit.
Oh my god, I can't believe it. He acknowledged that there is a positive mother figure in the movie.
Oh, wow.
Thus contradicting everything he's said thus far. We are getting close to the end, just so you guys know.
I was like, how are we doing on the time?
We got about 15 minutes left.
I can't believe we have 15 minutes left of this hour and 12-minute video, and he's just getting to the part where she runs out of Mattel.
Yep.
Right?
Wow.
There's no structure.
Whatever. And there's even lines in the car scene about, like, things that's going on with her and women and all propaganda. Like, it's relentless. The relentless just
What?
barrage
Specifically
of
what?
feminist propaganda.
He's ignoring the heart-to-heart that the mom is trying to explain to the daughter about how the daughter is wrong about her rant that they were complaining about earlier. And he's calling the thing that he should agree with propaganda.
That scene is one of the most nuanced in the whole movie.
Yep.
Bullcrap that's forced into the dialogue in this is everywhere, and this
What?
is just another.
It wasn't until like a little scene when they're going off to go help Barbie, and they're like, "What about Dad? Oh, he'll be fine." And they've got him off in his own little world,
Won't he?
clueless.
All the men are
Is
either
he a child that needs to be taken
morons,
care of?
misogynists, or idiots, or incompetent. Like, there's no positive depiction of a single man throughout this entire movie.
What?
Alan.
Alan's great.
Yes. Alan. Who the fuck is Alan?
There's also no problem with the dad. There's no implication of any kind of negative relationship with the father at all. It's just that he's not there. He'll be fine. He can make dinner for himself. He's competent.
Yeah, it's not his movie.
Right. It's not about him.
You can take care of. How dare a man cook for himself?
And yeah, the dad is just this.
Don't know. I don't even know
He's a
what
brainless
it is.
idiot who's trying to learn another language, who's not concerned
Where?
about his wife and daughter.
What?
Huh?
Okay. I have a hypothesis. Hear me out.
Shad is a brainless idiot who doesn't care about his wife or daughter? And
Or
that was
learning
all
another
just
language.
everything he
Okay.
just said was projection?
That and because somebody said he's a history nerd, right? That's what he calls himself. I bet you he tried to learn Latin or Greek or something like that and gave up.
Probably, yeah.
And that's why he's calling someone else who's learning another language useless. I bet you. And Chesh knows my hypotheses are always on point about men. Anyone
She's
actually.
almost always like nail on. She's like if she's not nail on head, it is so close. Oh no.
That's what it is. Definitely.
Yeah.
Yeah, learning another language is not brainless, and accepting that your wife
As
is
an
a human
adult?
and your daughter is a teenager with your wife, that they can go out and do things on a whim, and that you sometimes have to fend for yourself for dinner is not incompetence. That would be incompetent if you were to do it, because you wouldn't be able to handle that, and you wouldn't be able to make dinner for yourself. And you couldn't handle
just
your
sit on
wife
the
and
floor
daughter
and
going
cry.
on like a, oh hey honey, we're heading out to go do a thing, bye.
Yeah.
I am going
Might
to
be a
now
few days.
go and look for old videos where he has tried to learn any language. I'm gonna look for it. I know that's
Basically.
happened.
Like, there's a line of I think that's in the
What?
diagram. You
What
need to be
the-
thin, but you
what?
can't be too thin. You're always answering for men's bad behavior and all that stuff. I think that we'll get to her rant. Like when
What?
Ken.
You know you won't.
Did you see
No, you
that cut?
Yeah.
He's trying to describe,
Oh.
I finally understand patriarchy. Everything exists to expand the presence of men. That's Ken's definition summary of what the world is. Everything exists to expand the presence of men.
It took him
And?
59 minutes to describe how Ken views patriarchy. In Ken's brief fucking stint in the real world.
Mm-hmm.
So it's like he remembers what Ken says, how Ken was treated, but he totally forgets the dialogues that Mother says, the daughter says, Barbie says.
Well, because those aren't real. They're just illusions.
I would love
okay.
for somebody to
Ken's
check
real.
this video just to see what percentage of the amount of time he's actually talking about Ken and Ken's feelings and men's feelings versus how much he's actually talking about women in the women movie.
I'd
So
like
he
to
has
get the percentage of
mentioned
how much
Ken-
he actually talked about the movie.
In this whole thing, he has mentioned Ken 64 times. Barbie, 132. Yeah, it's Barbie. Okay, cool. Men, 406 times. Women, 101 times.
Make sure you're not getting the comment section in that if you're doing the find tool, because sometimes it'll pick up comment sections.
Oh, okay. Sorry, my bad. You're right.
Margin of error.
And that could have, like, I have heard extreme intersectional feminists and stuff, and that's just right out of their playbook. I'm sure they probably got it out of one of their books, honestly.
Where? Who?
And there's like, there's lines about it's impossible being a woman. That was from the mum, I think, in the car. It kills me to think that you're not good enough. Okay, so anyway, they get there, right? Everything is corrupted and overtaken and stuff. And what happens next when Barbie confronts Ken? She doesn't really
Don't you remember?
And that's right. She then decides it's time to leave, and she just collapses.
Lays down on the ground and gives up.
You mean when she confronts Ken that Ken has taken her house?
And that's where the line is like,
someone's taken
really
my house.
Like
Yeah.
It's like, you're Barbie, and then they had the line about. So anyway, she gives up, but then they're taken to the weird Barbie who gave her the quest originally. And this is where the mum goes on this rant. Barbie is basically...
He is completely neglecting all of the other cancelled Barbies and Kens, and completely ignoring Alan.
Yeah.
And completely ignoring that the mom and daughter chose to leave Barbie behind and go back home and then change with Alan and then change their mind and go back, and Alan kicks the shit out of all the Kens that are building a wall upwards.
Falling into because the weird Barbie is trying to deprogram the Barbies that have been brainwashed by the Kens, and she can't do it. And the main Barbie was immune to this type of brainwashing because she, I don't know, went to the real world or something. She's given up.
What?
She wasn't there.
This guy, oh my god.
I can't believe that Shad is too stupid for the Barbie movie.
Right.
Yeah, this is like basic plot shit. She was not there.
Like, again, Ben Shapiro got like all the wrong messages from that. Like, he definitely twisted it, but he at least could keep up with the plot.
Right? Like, he said the plot was stupid and made no sense, but at least when he described the plot, he was describing it accurately.
Yeah.
And so suddenly the mum just, like, I don't know, she gets upset and she goes on this long rant about female insecurities, and she just goes on this huge list of all these contradicting elements that are fully there to reinforce women's insecurities.
When was the last time his wife said something?
It's not, a while. He probably cut it out. The list is not a list of insecurities. The list is a list of double standard expectations.
Mm-hmm. What if his wife is behind like a confession screen? I know they don't do that in Mormonism, but like, what if she's behind something like a confession screen and he can't tell that she's gone to go like take care of the kids or make a sandwich?
She walked away. He doesn't know.
What if that's why she hasn't talked in forever?
That would be awesome. Honey. Oh, she's gone. Okay, by the way.
And it's just line after line, which just like, are you trying to make women feel like they're victims? That yes, the film is. They want the film wants women to feel like victims, feel victimized,
asking or
oppressed,
answering? And
this whole like diatribe rant is, I feel, was constructed for that type of thing. You did say you had thoughts about the rant a bit?
Yeah, so
she's back.
I could understand a lot of them.
Mm-hmm.
That's all we needed. That's all we needed.
Oh my god!
Sister, we hear you. Sister, we hear you. Come, be a better person. Come with me, be a better person.
Yeah, I think he did the cutout so that she couldn't blink twice if she needed help.
Oh no!
No! Dear.
That's all we need. That completely negates everything that Shad was saying about the rant.
Mm-hmm.
One woman who is his wife, who is here to agree with him, just said, I could understand a lot of where that was coming from.
Yep. Let's see what else she has to say.
They're very common, and I think part of what they were going for...
They're very common, are they?
was to try to get that connection with women, because it's just the internal dialogue we often have of, you know, not good enough.
That we often have.
Look at him. He's just ready to dismiss that. Yeah,
So everything Dad was saying, that this speech, that this rant was just there to make women feel bad, resonated with his wife because it's something that a lot of women experience.
Mm-hmm.
Huh. Yeah, fuck, Chad.
Yeah.
Watch him not dismiss
Why
the
did
whole
you
thing.
leave this in? Of all the things you were gonna cut.
To make that
Damn.
And most of these things, this is where you already pointed out, come from women, not necessarily from men.
Oh yeah, it's
Right.
women. Okay.
But the framing of the film is that this is the problem of men. It's the problem of the patriarchy that Ken has instituted.
Yes.
And so men is the fault.
All he can say about it.
Yeah.
Like, she's like, yeah, this really
Everything's
resonated
fault
with me. The feeling of not being good enough. Also, good enough for what? For whom? Like,
He just
what's after that?
He just got completely invalidated, got his point thrown the fuck under the bus, and his answer is to backpedal, reframe what she said into something else that he had already pre-approved her to have said.
Yep.
And then, of course, the false dichotomy of saying that, well, if women do it, therefore it's not a patriarchal problem. As if he's still trying to present
misogyny is not a thing.
Right, and he's still trying to present it as if women only are doing this to other women, not
right.
Feminism.
Because men are the protectors and build up women all the time.
Oh yeah.
And also he's falsely assigning this problem as a fault of feminism somehow. It's feminism's fault. Everything is feminist in this movie. Whatever is brought up, whatever women acknowledge, whatever they feel like is feminism's fault. It's not the fault of patriarchy. He has not accepted even once that patriarchy is at fault somewhere. Never even once.
Generic has made an interesting point from like a body language situation. As soon as she disagrees, he starts looking away and preparing his argument against her. Also, that was her version of blinking twice.
Yeah.
Oh.
On top of that, too, is he also interrupts her a lot.
Yeah.
Yet a lot of these insecurities do actually come from women themselves.
Yeah, from other women or ourselves comparing ourselves to other women.
Because there are, like, I tried to write down some.
And
But
why do
why
we
do
compare ourselves
women-
to other women?
Right. Why are women comparing themselves to each other like that?
What's the prize that we're competing for if we're comparing?
And where did that competition come from? Where did that originate from?
It's like they've taken half of a
Shad.
step and are just like not completing the step.
Right.
Because they're scared that it will disturb their whatever their position is, whatever their
Shad's
situation
gonna find out
is.
that his wife isn't happy in their marriage.
Yeah. We'll shatter that delusion or illusion.
I can't imagine why a man would want to learn about his wife in a free situation, and a wife being able to talk to her husband where there aren't heftily negative connotations that have been implied through this entire video if she has an opinion that is aligned with the Barbie movie.
Yeah.
And what that would mean for his daughter, which he brought up.
Honey, you should be a mother.
One of these lines where she goes, because like Barbie basically has given up and she thinks she's not good enough, and what triggers it is when the mum is like, it kills me to think that you think you're not good enough, you're Barbie, you're perfect, but women are, women can never be good enough, you need to be thin, but you can't be too thin, and it's always, you're always answering for men's bad behavior. That one
really confused me.
So,
Why?
Why
did it bother you?
Like, upsets
That was just
me.
a weird insert for me.
Because it's not true. It's absolutely.
What?
Yes, it is.
He's
Because
so
again,
angry.
Who did we blame for Bill Clinton cheating on his wife?
Hillary.
And Monica.
And the girl he cheated with.
Monica and Hillary.
Yep, we blame the women.
Never Bill. And when she was running for to be the Democratic candidate, what was brought up the most? Her husband's affair, not her.
What happened historically?
Not Monica's.
When were people allowed to get divorced historically? And then who got blamed for what? Who's the homewrecker? What's the name? What's the name for being a homewrecker if you're a man? Oh, there isn't one. Oh. Huh. Why is himbo an endearing comment and bimbo an insult?
Yeah. Bruh. Yeah. This is someone who calls himself a history nerd.
Yeah. And if you're a girl and you have brothers, then you're responsible for their behavior, especially if you are the older sister.
Yep.
Yeah.
You want to talk about
that brings back memories.
The whole idea of, oh no, men are just inclined to sleep around. It's your job to make sure they're satisfied enough to stay home.
Wow.
The number of people who, whenever a teenage boy shoots up a school, and they're like, well, if the girl he asked out would have just said yes.
The number of women who get murdered and the comment section underneath saying she probably deserved it.
Like, we're always answering for men's bad behavior in some way or another.
I'm getting tired of it, Shad. Shut the fuck up.
Really not true that women always have to answer for men's bad behavior. Get stuck!
I'm confused. Like, most of the other stuff.
Also, well, because they're Mormon, they're religious, whatever. Cover your shoulders, cover your cleavage, because you don't want men to get the wrong idea.
Oh yeah, because men having a boner is women's problem.
Exactly.
How about your wife in this video catering to you to help you manage your emotions because you have the emotional maturity of a 5-year-old, and why she didn't get to enjoy the movie she was enjoying because you started gnashing your teeth about it. That's her being responsible for your reactions. And her catering to keep you satisfied in a way to help maintain the household, because why would she do it otherwise?
Yeah.
If you are not a threat in any way, shape, or form, there would be no reason for her to have to cater to you. Why does she need to cater to you?
There's no point fighting him. It'll just egg him on.
Right, but egg him on into what? What's the threat? Yeah. Sus, bro. You want to get stuffed? We can chat.
Yeah, let's go, buddy.
What's right with them? Like, they're grown-ups. They can handle themselves.
That's not how the world works, but that's what this film is trying to
They're
put forward.
dolls.
And there were multiple lines like that that I couldn't catch all of them. And then there were other lines that were just trying to exaggerate women's vulnerabilities. And I think there are a lot of women who would resent being summarized in this way. That they would resent being depicted as such insecure, contradictory kind of things. But
stop speaking women, you asshole.
He's thinking that women identify as this contradictory thing that she's describing. That's not what's happening. She's describing the way women have to handle getting told and treated in these ways that are contradictory. And it's a thing that practically women have to deal with. Period. End of sentence. If you don't believe that's true, that's fine. You can believe that, just like how you're allowed to be wrong.
Exactly.
Yeah.
There are
it's
women
fine,
out
but
there,
you'll be wrong.
There are also women out there who do not experience things to this extreme. Some experience it more, some have experienced it less. But we already know that your wife has experienced it. She already said she did. So as much as you're saying that these things aren't true, she already acknowledged that it is.
Yeah,
and that most women feel it. And we acknowledge this because this is a thing that happens to us, including herself. And you're just ignoring that and steamrolling all over it and calling her fucking delusional.
And it's wild that he keeps calling it insecurities, like this list of insecurities as opposed to this list of double standards, which is what it is.
Right.
Because he's really trying to be like, yeah, it's women are just so insecure and the movie is trying to make you insecure. I'm like, no, it's not. You are trying to gaslight us into believing that.
Yeah.
And probably in his case, make his wife insecure so that she won't leave him.
Right. Because if she suddenly sees this movie and is like, wow, I really do relate to those things. Why do I relate to those things? And he's like, it's your insecurities, it's your insecurities, it's your insecurities. These things aren't true, these things aren't
feminism,
true.
Feminism.
Mm-hmm.
Propaganda. It's not real. It's not true.
Yeah.
It's delusional. It's just these crazy feminists that think that. Instead of her self-reflecting and saying, why do I relate with these things? What about these things match with, like, what is that thing that I've felt about this unfair? And if it is, why?
Yeah. And, like, sure, some of that does come from women. That is not necessarily an untrue statement. But it doesn't come only from women, and it doesn't come from all women.
Right.
And I cannot stand when people, particularly women, are like, oh my gosh, like, men are so much easier, women are so bitchy, blah, 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 blah. Like, just, you know, that really internalized misogyny about how complicated women are. And I'm like, you are one. Do you think you're complicated? If the answer is no, then I guarantee you can find more who aren't.
Yep. So when I was younger, I found it easier to get along with boys than with girls. But that was because of my experience. Not because it was actually any harder or any easier. It was the expectation was different.
Yeah.
And so because that change in expectation made it easier for me on the surface to be friendly one way or another.
Mm-hmm. And, like, I've had friends that are, like, really into comics and were raised on comics. And so they had more guy friends because they had more to talk about with guys who read comics.
Right.
And,
it's the environment.
Like, I had a friend who had an older brother who played, like, Call of Duty. So she had more in common with guys who played Call of Duty. And I watched a lot of Barbie and listened to show tunes. So I didn't have a lot to talk about with stereotypical dudes. And then when I have had really good guy friends because we started off on some other topic, and then I'm like, yeah, I love Barbie. They're like, that doesn't sound like you. Because they've already made this image that I'm not stereotypically girly because, you know, oh, you're not like other girls.
Right.
But I'm exactly like a ton of other women. And I'm different from a ton of other women.
Oh, it's like, you know,
like
women are not a homogeneous entity. Every woman is different in unique ways. Oh, yeah, okay. Including, you know.
And the backhanded compliment of that, it's like, oh, you're not like other women or girls. It's like, so you don't like other women and girls. So you don't like girls. Or
so you like, yeah. You like
Are you gay?
You like dudes with titties.
Hey, fellas, is it gay to love your wife?
Is it gay to love your wife? Bro.
Oh, God, I remember that one.
Bro, please.
Yeah, that was my favorite one.
If my wife likes this really girly movie about girl things, does that mean she hates me?
Oh no! My control
Shad,
over
am I
this
the
family
asshole?
unit is
Just post this video. Stop being such a dick to your wife, dude. God damn it.
It was structured to try and appeal to the insecure woman. That whole rant was there to appeal to insecure women, to try and validate them in that.
Your wife?
Which is why it might work for a lot of women. They might feel validated in that.
Your wife was validated by that, you fuck.
I know.
The level that he's just shitting on her for saying, hey, this thing actually kind of made sense.
I can't imagine how she feels just like sitting there for an hour with how little
More
she has
than
been
an
able
hour,
to
he cut it.
contribute. Yeah. And like however long like she has like spoken and just listened to him, like, whether she realizes how like gaslighty he's being or not, I do want to know how she felt just to be like, yeah, honey, I'll sit here for 2 or more hours or whatever the heck it was to actually record it.
I am a
when
good
she could have been doing so much other stuff.
and get dismissed every time I raise a point.
Listen,
a
next
point.
time, whatever your name is, because we don't know who you are.
Sister.
Whatever your name is, next time, if this is the deal, make sure you get something out of it. Like, be like, okay, I'll do this, but in exchange, you need to do the laundry.
You gotta pay up.
Yeah.
Huh. Yeah, and then don't go for like flimsy stuff, okay?
The negotiator.
Or give me $100 or something like that. Oh, I want to go out with my girls, and no. Like Chesh said, do laundry for a week or even a month. You deserve that.
Hell yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Or look after the kids for a month. Fuck yeah.
Yeah.
And this film might actually be liked by a lot, and that's not good. That's unfortunate for the state of our society. People liking this film
think
because
of the
they
state
take on
of
board
society.
this film. It's just
Women
completely
having
revealing,
opinions.
and it's not a true reality, true depiction of reality.
The movie isn't a true depiction of reality? Oh no!
It's a movie.
Oh boy.
Also, a lot of people like this movie, and that bodes ill for society. What other movie could you possibly say that about?
It's like the movie was trying to magnify what women face or feel like, in different situations and everything, in order to just be heard, only to be dismissed by dipshits like Shad here.
There are tons of movies that reinforce racist stereotypes of whoever it is the U.S. is fighting at the time.
Oh yeah, and like glorifies the military. The amount of military propaganda aimed at children.
And people love those movies. And like on one level, they are just movies, but like also, okay, that tells me a lot about that person. And what was the other one I was thinking of? God Is Not Dead. That movie. I haven't watched it. I just know about it because I grew up in the Bible.
Oh, Kevin Sorbo. I will use this moment to please remind everybody to definitely not to go to cameo.com/ksorbs and ask Kevin Sorbo to read his own tweets out loud. Thank you. Do not do that.
But like, I remember hearing this one story about, that one of the families in that movie is like, they're Muslim, and then the daughter like converts to Christianity and her dad like kicks her out. And the way that was talked about in the circles I was in the Bible Belt was just horrendous, because they're like, yeah, that's what they do. And I'm like, I also know like 3 people down the street that got kicked out for being gay. So,
what?
Bro, you do the same thing? Oh no.
Yeah, like, it's wild.
Just
but it's like,
reason.
that's totally normal and whatever. And I'm like, yeah, I would say that, absorbing movies like they are real is problematic, because they are movies. They are in every movie in some way is somewhat fictionalized, whether it is a full fiction fantasy or it is the fact that, Michael Ord didn't know how to play football and also was adopted, as we have figured out now. But like, liking a movie is not necessarily bad for society.
It's like when all the Christian people got really mad about Harry Potter because it was teaching kids how to do literal magic, and it's like somebody has lost the plot between what is real life and what is not real life, and what is
I got so mad about that too. Like, it's teaching people to do magic, and I'm like, then where's my magic?
Where's my magic, bitch?
Like, why do you think I can do that? I'd love to know.
I will not deny
it's just some Latin. It's not even anything impressive.
The original language of the Bible,
and struggles that both men and women need to go through to try and succeed. The fact that we need to work together. The whole purpose of this film is to encourage women to gain power and to oppress men. That's the that was the takeaway.
It was another division movie.
Sure. He's literally said that the goal is to convince women to seize power, and that the goal is also to invalidate them and make them insecure. Which is it, Shad?
Yeah.
It's not like let's work together and make it right. It's us versus them.
If it's both, how?
Yeah, I mean, like,
both,
you can seize power and be insecure. Those
not
are not
mutually not according to Shad. According to Shad, you can either be empowered or insecure. You don't get both.
Yeah, we are saying that it can be both. But my question is, Shad, okay, you're saying this and then you're saying this. How? You have not explained it at all anywhere. You've just got these keywords and you're just going blah 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 blah. That's it.
Yeah, and even though those ideas, like those feelings, are not mutually exclusive, the idea that they are the message of a movie, they are mutually exclusive in that way. Like, you cannot have the messages at the same time.
Yeah, it would be contradictory if it was.
Versus them, and then women winning and purposefully instituting themselves in power to oppress men and don't solve anything. They want...
The women were in power in the first place, though.
Yeah.
And it's not women, it's Barbies. The Barbies were in charge of Barbie land, Shad. No shit, Shad. You already have... Your Kenland is G.I. Joe. You have 2 movies.
Mm-hmm.
What the fuck? Dude.
The Kens to be just as disregarded as before, with only the slightest kind of nod. But basically, it's the same. It's just to reinstate the status quo of their power that they want.
Okay, I'm back.
And so...
I will reiterate, the ending of this movie is the beginning of journeys towards improvement. Ken's arc, Barbie's arc, Barbie land and its politics, the daughter and the mom, and Mattel. The company Mattel. All end this movie at the starting point of what have we learned where we can begin the first step to improving where we are. It's the
and even if Mattel's is just improving it for money's sake, fine.
Well, and keeping it aimed towards betterment for little girls, because that was also part of Mattel's thing. And so, like, whether or not Mattel in the real world actually does that is irrelevant, because that movie's not the real world, Shad. On the other hand, to think that giving Ken a pseudo position of power to placate him until they have the foundation where they're able to reach, it would make no sense to have had a woman president in, like, 1959. Because the women would not have had the capability, because they would not have the foundation to do so, potentially. Right? Go even further back, you'd be better off, because then you can not have women in the workplace and doing so much up until the 50s, which they did, which means that they would already have that foundation. Right?
The other thing is, like, you know, he asks to be a judge and they say no, they give him a clerkship, because you usually take a clerkship, you go to law school, you know, you don't, like, law school, clerkship, law school, you can do those in either order, it doesn't matter. Sometimes you practice law before you become a judge, but you have to be like a lower circuit judge, then you move up, and then you might get to the Supreme Court.
They gave
if the situation is just right.
They gave a Ken or Kens the position to allow them to learn what they need to learn in order to succeed. The same way you would require a degree in any other field.
Right?
Yeah.
And sometimes you need to be signed off by another competent person in that field to get certified and qualified.
And some Barbie dolls do come with degrees in their box.
Oh! I want one. I'm getting one.
This film is structured to encourage that and reinforce that, and I feel really worried that vulnerable, impressionable women that feel insecure,
because women are vulnerable,
just lap this.
And impressionable and down.
Even when they're adults, because this movie, even for adults, because this movie is for adults.
You fucking jackass.
Again,
and also
he's infantilizing women.
Yep.
Actual manipulation to try and spread this type of,
you mean like you're gaslighting?
Subversive, destructive propaganda. That's why this film is so vile for me, like in terms of what it's trying to actually achieve.
Yeah, but all the racist stuff
by her going on this rant
is so normal.
By sharing feminist propaganda, one of the Barbies there suddenly is broken free of the brainwashing. Because feminism.
What propaganda was
feminism stopped the brainwashing?
I mean, they weren't trying to say, you know,
he's
you
using
do
feminism.
have value and
he's
that's
using propaganda.
Like, self-satisfaction. by raising your voice and achieving goals and working for yourself. Nothing that would actually make logical sense or an argument to convince these Barbies to break free of their, I want to be, a girl that serves beers to men, right?
So, like, that's what happened in the history, right? Feminism broke free the Barbies from the not the Barbies, the women from the patriarchy. As if that's not what happened. Here's Shad trying to rewrite history again for some reason.
Yeah, he does.
Yeah, it wasn't the patriarchy that gave women the right to vote. It was riots.
Right. He completely just misses that they utilize the same points and argumentation that resonate with women, like his wife, to encourage them to fight for their own rights, which is what the Barbies do. What we witness in that movie is women's suffrage.
Yeah.
And literally the right to vote.
Yeah. I'm not going to be surprised that after this interview, his wife is now thinking, okay, I don't know if I want to be in this anymore.
She's going to need to get
She's watched the movie, she's had this interview, and she's like, do I really want to go through this again and again and again? Getting dismissed all the time, being asked to sit down and give my opinion, and then being dismissed all the time? Bruh.
Ziggs in the chat said, can't wait for Ken to come out as gay. You mean Magic Earring Ken, who's in the movie.
But the thing, too, about the deprogramming via the double standards is that is how we unpack the misogyny that we as, human women are raised with. Because, I was out to lunch with an older lady not terribly long ago, and she was like, she shouldn't be wearing that, about this woman that's all the way at the other side of the restaurant. And I was like, I don't know, I think she looks kind of cute. She can wear whatever she wants. She's like, well, I think she's too heavy. And I was like, okay, but why do you care? She's all the way over there. You're not her mom. She's not with you.
You don't know her life.
But that's the thing, is it is the critical thinking that it takes to get from, ooh, she's a little too heavy for that dress, to why do I give a shit?
As well as, you're using a term there, Abby, that I think we're going to have to take and we're going to have to crumple out, because that's going to be a whole thing that we'd have to unpack, which we cannot do today. And that's critical. Well, that's critical thinking. And I'm pretty sure as soon as we turned Shad's video on, we all agreed, chat included, you're counting this, you guys, to throw that the fuck out the window. We know none of that's happening.
For sure.
Oh, yeah.
About female insecurities.
But it's not just it's magic and these double standards and, making the Barbies insecure. It is putting that patriarchy into perspective with a critical thought lens of that's dumb.
Yep. How about he actually address any of them? Because all he's saying is that they don't exist and hasn't demonstrated
He just took this...
And before you tell me you can't prove a negative, before you go down that line, prove to me the Earth is not flat.
Beautiful. What was I going to say? I was going to say something. Damn it. Forgot.
It'll come back.
Great part.
Critical thinking, Shad, lenses.
He will repeat whatever it was he said, so you'll think of it.
That's true.
Yeah.
And propaganda
that does the magic trick.
Breaks the brainwashing.
Yeah.
Okay, sure. But I also think there's a message there.
Why would pointing out a double standard be propaganda?
Feminist propaganda will set you free from the brainwashing of society. It'll
really?
It'll either reveal.
You mean the brainwashing you said the way you would talk to your daughter about how she should be a mother and how she'd make a great mother, and it's nice that you're also into that, but being a mom, though,
is the most important and most fulfilling.
And then completely ignoring how strenuous and traumatizing pregnancy is. Especially, he's in Australia, so I'm not sure what the mortality rate
is. Oh, God, he's close.
Sorry, Maria.
No!
He's on your side of the pond.
We don't want him. Take him away.
Honestly, I would absolutely love a timeline where Shad and Ben Shapiro move in together and have a reality TV show that we get to watch, and meanwhile in the background his wife and his wife get together and have a grand old time and just go off together in the sunset in a Malibu Barbie car.
Amazing.
women, how oppressed they are, and if they don't think they're oppressed, it will reveal their internalized misogyny by embracing the true, narrative that they want to share. And so there might be some...
He's describing...
He's trying to sound so intelligent, and he sounded like a dumb idiot, and I'm just like, dude, you're not that intelligent that you think you are. You are not.
He's describing
it's hilarious.
Journey his wife is just beginning to take baby steps onto from watching the movie.
I think it is hilarious.
He's trying to shut that shit down.
Every time he has talked about sexism towards the Kens, he has called it internalized misogyny, which is not what that is. It is misandry.
Yep.
So, actually, Shad.
Andrus is like the root word for males, and misogyny, the genus, that is for women. So, and mis is the root word for not liking something or something negative. So misandry and misogynist.
Stop trying to explain language to Shad, Manya. We already know he failed at that.
Symbology, metaphors for the way that the Barbies are being broken free of their brainwashing here. Then they kidnap Barbies one at a time to break the brainwashing, but they have a problem. The Kens still control the world, basically. The Barbies are free, but the Kens are still in power. So their plan to... because the Kens they're about to hold an election to rewrite the Constitution.
I don't expect the Germans to be in charge of America. It's kind of in the name.
At the same time, it's also not an election. It's a vote to change the Constitution.
Yeah, that the Barbies are being cut out.
We don't know what the Constitution is in Barbie Land. We also don't know what changes they were proposing.
Mm-hmm. Or what the Constitution takes to change it.
Right.
But if they were just gonna impose their power to do what they want, they would not hold a vote.
Oh my god, it's the same dumb thing that Ben Shapiro said.
Oh god.
Illusion of choice.
Boggles the mind is, typically through the Mattel history, there's always been more Barbies than Kens. Mm-hmm. So you would think by sheer numbers they would just outvote them. But that's not how they did it.
Yeah,
the Kens were having a vote just for the Kens to change it.
Right.
She knows her shit.
She
knows her shit.
I don't know how to be more clear about this. The end of this movie is literally a really short, quashed, parody-ish version of women's suffrage. Women talking to women underground to each other to convince each other through a critical lens to understand the double standards that they were living under and that they didn't like, to which they then proceeded to fight against men to the point of rioting, which we see in the movie. We just don't see the Barbies rioting against the Kens. We see the Kens fighting the Kens.
And because of jealousy, which is so funny.
And then for the capability to vote.
They're literally trying to take that away, so...
Huh?
I get that Australia probably didn't have, the cool sashes for the suffragettes, but, get with the program, man.
It seems like Kens didn't even get a vote before.
No.
But so
and they need to stop them now.
They need to distract the Kens so they won't vote, and then they can vote themselves back into power. And the way they do it is to basically indulge male ego. Men are just ego-driven, selfish.
Yes.
Simpletons.
Yes.
And if we indulge their ego.
I'm strong.
What have we been watching this entire time? Between this dude getting his wife to just sit and nod and agree with him to stroke his ego so he can put this on his YouTube channel to self-validate.
And again, every single one of those scenes where they're grabbing a Barbie by distracting with another Barbie, is like widely experienced by so many women. Like oh, you haven't seen this movie? It's a classic. You've got to see it. And like my sister was like, yeah, I've had some guy be like, oh, let me show you how to use Adobe like 3 times.
Yeah.
Oh god.
Like she's mid-20s. She's not like that far in her career. 3 times.
They will. Wow. We can pit them against one another. We'll get men
to because men
just
love
fight,
that they were
right?
all playing
and so
the same
we
song.
can get them to fight each other.
Anyway, here's one.
Then while they're distracted,
guy.
we'll put it back the way we want it.
Yeah, and that's the plan. And it's really vapid and insulting to men the way that they try to depict, this. But
they're Kens.
How dare you?
They're Kens from Barbie Land.
That's what
they're not men.
That's what I am like noticing again and again. He's treating the Kens as humans with emotions and aspirations, whereas the Barbies are being treated as dolls
and propaganda tools.
Yeah, as tools. Tells a lot about you, dude.
That's what they do. Of course, the plan succeeds. They take back the government and then institute themselves in power to oppress men and the Kens back like they were used to.
How?
Still
How
not
do they
enough
oppress
about
men? I don't believe you anymore. I won't believe you anymore till you give me something. You've given me nothing. What did they do that they started oppressing Kens again? When were they oppressing Kens the first time?
Yeah, like they weren't oppressing them in the first place. Like they weren't necessarily giving them like opportunities, but also like it's Barbie land. We're not having a socioeconomic struggle here where it really matters when people get opportunities or not.
It's also Barbie land that is controlled by Mattel. So the person who's oppressing Ken is the CEO of
Will
Mattel.
Ferrell.
Yes, Will Ferrell. Not the Barbies.
But again, like, when we talk about like power structures, there's reasons why those exist and why they're problematic, because people have to eat, people have to have shelter, people have to provide for their families. Like those are all things, but Barbies and Kens do not have to do that. They do not have real food. They do not need to eat real food. They don't really even need to sleep. They do, but they don't need to, probably. They're vampires, I guess. And say it out loud. But like, and they don't have, like, with the exception of Midge, they don't have families they need to provide for. But then again, Mattel keeps making the clothes, so it's not like that's a problem.
Even if they had families, they wouldn't have to provide for them. Yeah.
Yeah, and even if the Kens the Kens don't have the houses, but they're not like getting rained on because there's no water in this world.
The Kens are not suffering for not having a house, essentially.
Yeah. They're just like vibing on the beach or whatever. Like this is not the same context where
the real
opportunities
world
matter in the real world.
Right.
It's not the real world one. That's why Barbie has to come back from the real world to the Barbie land. So simple. Why?
Because Barbie now wants to be real because feelings, I guess.
Yeah, I didn't understand that.
I've seen how much. She literally says it. I want to be the one with ideas and not just be the idea. She says it point blank. Just because you two zoned out at that point and Miss Lady Wife, you were too busy tempering your husband's emotions, doesn't mean they didn't say it exactly, flat out, why she wanted to be human.
I have noticed that everything that Mrs. Shad's wife has said about anything has essentially been this blatant statement that is standalone as the thing, but I just didn't understand it.
I didn't get it.
I didn't get it. I am convinced that she knows exactly what she's doing. She is just
maybe she's one of the deprogrammed Barbies. She's like, oh, I don't get it. Can you explain it?
I don't get it. She's doing the thing the Barbies were doing. Oh man, I'm really struggling with this Photoshop. Wow, I've never seen The Godfather.
The Godfather one just like it is stuck with me.
You hated that world and you see how much they're complaining about it. It's like, yeah, I want to go do that now.
And this is where
why are feelings
Ken doesn't have a purpose, right? And so
I don't get it.
Barbie has to tell him that just be yourself instead of Barbie and what? It's Barbie and Ken. It's Barbie and it's Ken. That was the world-shattering revelation, and Ken's like, it's Ken. I'm Ken. I'll be Ken. But then he's still basically she breaks up with him. Okay.
Yep.
They were never dating.
They were never dating. They were never together. There is no breaking up. Didn't happen.
Even now, I know that.
Like, oh, I know they actually are. He does say because we're boyfriend and girlfriend. I take that back. They are dating.
He says, has she said that? That's again, boys. That's a good point. You know, because they're friends with girls, they say, "Oh yeah, she's my girlfriend." Mm-hmm.
Yeah, when he asks to stay over, she says why, and he says because we're boyfriend and girlfriend. So.
Yeah, but she doesn't accept that. His statement on the matter doesn't make it the case. Right?
That's true.
Like, Ken views it that way. Barbie does not view it that way.
Mm-hmm. Yep. So unclear for now.
So another like subversive contradiction of the Barbie franchise is Barbie and Ken, they're not a thing now. Barbie doesn't want Ken, she doesn't need him. Don't need no man. She's not going to get, you know.
She never needed him in the first place.
There's also every other Barbie and Ken that are part of Barbie Land.
Yeah, let's just ignore everyone else.
To use a word that he has used multiple times in this video, the disdain with which he said, "Don't need no man," tells me a lot.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Shackled to that kitchen. She doesn't want to become a mother or anything. She needs to get a career, get into the real world.
Oh, I don't want to be shackled to the kitchen. That's crazy.
Where does she get a career? Where does she say any of those things? The ending scene is set up to make it look like she's going to go get a career or go do her first job, and she shows up and walks into the gynecologist's office, and it's hilarious. So why do you go to the gynecologist, Chad? You think that maybe Barbie is going off to explore her sexuality because she's got genitals now?
Make sure she has them. Make sure they're correct.
Nani?
You know, forget
Make sure they're the ones she wants.
Forget tradition. Yep. And so she goes into the real world, and it ends with some dumb kind of. It's a joke where it looks like she's going for a job interview, but it's like. No, she's going to see a gynecologist because now she has women parts, the women biology, and it ends
with... Women parts? This fucking adult man can't say the word genitals? Are you kidding me?
There.
It's called a vagina.
Wow, this film was painful. And this is like scratching the surface. I cannot do justice to the relentless barrage
I'm calling it vile propaganda and delusional. You would have time to actually talk about the movie and everything you hated about it.
And the points that you have, allegedly.
Yeah, and you'd scratch the surface a little more. But no, you just repeated the same thing over and over and over for an hour.
Feminist intersectional propaganda that just hits you again and again. The subversive, disgusting
I feel like I've been slapped in the I feel like I've been slapped in the face with like a shadcock that just says feminist intersectional propaganda.
I feel like I've been smacked with a shitty foam sword.
Ooh. Aren't those the same thing?
There was too much for me to even
Pretty sure that's what I said.
And take note of.
It was just too much for me and my little pea brain. I am a medieval peasant. I can't read.
Awful propaganda. Do not recommend.
Learning 2 different languages is
gosh. But it's a feminist wet dream. This is the film they have been wanting for so long. Like they.
Barbie to the rescue, because it has been their enemy and now she is on their side.
Oh my gosh.
Barbie was never not on women's side, though. That's the point.
Yeah.
Yep.
I don't know how well. I think it'll probably will do well. I think they were very clever with the marketing because they hid what this film really is.
They made it look like, bring your kids,
No!
They did not!
They did not! It is not bring your kids. They didn't hide anything.
Also, I don't care what the trailer or any of the promos look like. If you are too stupid as a parent to look up the rating, don't take your fucking kid.
It's not even like you have to go looking for the rating. The rating is usually on the billboard or when you buy your ticket. It will say what the rating is.
It's going to be a lot of fun. Look at all the cute Barbie stuff, and there's going to be a bit of mystery. They're going to the real world. What happens in the real world? Yeah, well.
No, it is sheer ideologically driven propaganda. The entire film is structured by that. Literally, like I said, the summary of the film, Ken goes and discovers patriarchy, overtakes Barbie world. Barbie needs to fight against patriarchy with feminist propaganda. She wins.
It's structured by a hero's journey.
Female supremacy.
That's a good point. It is your pretty standard hero's journey.
Yeah, the everything's fine, something goes wrong, you go to the wizened elder or weird Barbie, you get the call to adventure, you don't want to go on the adventure, you go on it anyway. Bada bing, bada boom, here we go.
You run into problems, you come back home. It even has the return to home.
Mm-hmm.
And then you find out you don't fit at home anymore, so you have to go on after your journey. So
yeah,
you have to move on to whatever you are now. Yep.
Oh my gosh.
To oppress the Kens like they did before, because it's about power, it's not about equality. That's the takeaway. That's the film. It is just...
Shad, how do you think you get equality when you don't have it? If you're not equal, what do you need to utilize? And what do you need to obtain to become equal to somebody who is not equal to you? As in, they have more power.
And I would argue that it's not even about power or equality. It is about the experience of being a woman or presenting as a woman, and about Barbie as a doll.
Yep. Feminism can be about power and equality. But the movie?
Yep.
Yeah, I don't even it doesn't even really get into that much.
Nope.
That the plot literally is just ideological nonsense. What a pathetically useless but also vile film, because it is the type of thing that will legitimately make society worse if anyone takes on board what it's trying to promote.
Why?
And so the world is worse for it existing.
You
so
had
an
we
just
hour.
Hope that people just take it as really dumb satire. I know when we were walking out, I was listening to some of the comments, and one of the girls was like,
"You were eavesdropping on other women? What was that you were saying about women doing bad things to other women and things that are not ladylike?"
Oh, yeah, little judgmental bitch.
Yeah.
That was horrible, hilarious, and I loved it. I'm like, well, at least she acknowledged the horrible part.
It was horrible.
I bet you she didn't say horrible.
Yeah, I'm feeling it might be a lot of people.
She meant maybe she said sick or something like that. And
I wouldn't be surprised if she was like, oh my, in a funny way.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It was disgusting. You know that it was.
Yeah, it was.
Oh my god, that was horrible.
And honestly, if you were someone who grew up with Barbie, whether it was you were the one playing with Barbies, or you were like, no, that's girly, whichever one, and had that phase in middle school and high school, even if you played with them before, and you're like, no, that's dumb and girly, and you sort of rejected this whole the Barbie marketing and the brand because it's too girly for you and you don't want to be seen that way. I can imagine that you might see this movie and go like, oh, that's horrible, because it is showing a mirror.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
Truth is always uncomfortable.
I have trouble,
especially to their
I'm
privilege.
seeing lots of men liking it, because it's made to.
All the men that
when
I've
I
talked
say
to have seen it like
appeal, it's in an exaggerated pandering way. It's made to kind of pander to female insecurity and reinforce them.
How?
And stuff like that. And,
Bitch,
and
I
because
still don't know
I think
how.
women might actually connect on some levels to some of the kind of acknowledgement of insecurities that they do struggle with, they might connect with the film, but guys will not. Most guys won't.
You are very connected to this film, my guy. I don't know how to tell you this. You have very much projected and attached yourself to parts of this film, although it doesn't seem to be to your benefit, but you have definitely done that thing.
Mm-hmm.
You have taken it personally. The existence of this film, you have taken it personally for some reason. I wonder why.
Can't imagine why.
Oh my gosh, so there we have it. That's the Barbie film. It is not what they're trying to say where it's not feminine. It is the most extreme propaganda I've seen. I can't
so
emphasize
tame.
that enough. Wow.
Yeah.
One of the worst. And there we go. Any other thoughts, my dear?
No, my brain is numb after that.
Thank you for watching, and until next time.
Listening to Shad talk that long, my brain's pretty numb too, girl. I hear you.
Yeah,
stay on watch.
That's it.
Wowie zowie. I never thought I would prefer to listen to Ben Shapiro.
Right?
Right? Oh,
Ben Shapiro was so much better. Not only was he more amusing, he repeated himself less, he talked less in circles, and at least he pretended like he had a point.
Yeah. Like, and I guess that's like... Monty, were you saying something? You were really quiet for me.
Oh, yeah, I was just like, he just kept repeating the same thing again and again and again and again, paraphrasing it. I'm just like, when are we getting to the actual point? How, where, what, when?
For Ben Shapiro, we were live for like 3 hours. For Shad, we were live for 6.5, and then we covered more shit with Ben Shapiro than we spent so much time unpacking the dumb fucking nothing that Shad was saying, because he would say nothing, but all of the underlying shit under that nothing burger was just like a whole fucking like Five Nights at Freddy's.
And we didn't even get to like a discussion about the critical thinking in the movie and
we
the
stopped,
weird cutout he used for his wife and like all the other like sketch shit that we didn't have time to unpack. Like there was so much that we were just like, we don't have time. Let's move on.
My God, dude. Talking about the duality of man. Saying nothing, but also in saying nothing, telling on yourself way too much.
A lot.
I will say that like Ben Shapiro to SHADVERSITY is absolutely like, hey, the power of a good script writer.
Yeah, get a writer, or at least write a script for these.
Yeah, like the script does not have to be good, but it has to be a script. Like it has to be written.
Yeah.
Like you can have a well-written script that is still bad.
Yep. Yeah. All right. Thanks for joining me.
Okay.
Jesus Christ. I'm glad we're only doing these once a week.
Yeah, I am going to be getting a cocktail after this because I need to decompress and also I need to rub it in Chad's face that I can drink and he can't.
Oh boy.
I gotta eat some like comfort food and drink a beer.
For sure.
I'm going to have ramen. After this. I deserve it.
Speaking of Rayman. Get it? I'm a head in fists.
Oh.
I made a joke. I'm funny. Alright, let's get out of here. I'll keep these guys too. We won't keep everybody here too much longer. Thank you so much for joining us. You can go find Abby at all the links down below. She's been fantastic. She, I believe, is also joining us next week again, and we're going to be covering Shoe on Heads. Thank the Lord Shoe on Heads video is only like 20 minutes.
Oh, so the 2-hour video incoming, probably.
Right? Hopefully it's not going to be like 3 hours long. So Ben Shapiro.
We'll see how much dumbfuckery is said.
It's true, and how much might need to be unpacked. We do have, for reference, Ben Shapiro's video was 40 minutes. SHADVERSITY's was an hour, but it probably could have been a 15-minute video if he had like condensed what he was actually trying to say. Shoes is 20-ish some odd minutes. Manya's links are also down below. Are either of you working on anything in particular coming up this week?
Not this week.
You want to shill? Not this week? Alright, we got shills.
I'm on TikTok throwing out Zelda theories that are like total bullshit sometimes, but they're fun.
Oh, that shit's my favorite. Alicia, who's been a member for 24 months. Thank you so much. That's 2 years. I'm getting whiskey after this now. Yeah, I poured myself a rum, but I'm gonna have to go get a beer or something.
Yeah.
Shad.
I need Raymond.
Shad would never make it through this video.
Nah. He won't.
Do we have any last words for Shad?
Fuck you, dude. That's my word.
Get stuffed.
You dare a blot on the Australians.
Stop being a
I am quite sure the Australians will. Yeah.
Oh my god.
I'm quite sure the Australians will reject you.
Have a good night, everybody. We'll see you next week. Bye.
Cheers.
Hello.
Welcome back to Don't Fekk Friday.
Don't Fekk Friday.
Don't Fekk Friday.
Don't Fekk
Friday. Don't Fekk Friday.
It's going to be fun.